Chapter 115. The Cold Summoner. The High Priestess had already devised a script for Gan Guyu's next moves. Under the influence of the parasitic seed's magical tracking effect, a portion of Gan Guyu's sudden vine attack would swiftly ensnare Lung Lung. Even if she attempted to counter with her own summoned vines, the brief moment would suffice for Gan Guyu to activate another magic Scralla life-draining spell that Lung Lung would be unable to evade. In that scenario, Lung Lung would be too preoccupied to defend herself, leaving only the High Priestess to intervene and disrupt Gan Guyu's control over the life drain. Yet the High Priestess had anticipated Gan Guyu's strategy, or perhaps Gan Guyu had already considered it. All she needed was to conjure more vines to ensnare herself, assisting her in evading the threat. Given the tracking nature of the parasitic seed, it would allow her to maintain the life drain even in motion. Perhaps the High Priestess could find a moment to interrupt Gan Guyu, but by then, it might be too late. Even if she managed to halt the life drain, Gan Guyu was well aware that she possessed more than one life-draining scroll. The parasitic scroll she provided was crafted with utmost effort, ensuring an extended duration, primarily intended to facilitate Gan Guyu in her pursuit. However, if this parasitic seed were to succeed in striking Lung Lung, it would essentially amount to a death sentence for her. Gan Guyu discerned from the High Priestess' gaze that her intentions had been seen through, yet she continued to fixate unwaveringly on Lung Lung behind her. As the High Priestess stepped forward to intervene, Lung Lung, who remained blissfully unaware of her life hanging by a thread, could no longer maintain her offensive. Sighing with relief, she forced a cold snort and put away her wand. Pei Pei and Lin Lin hurriedly approached Gan Guyu, their faces laced with concern. Gan Guyu offered them a faint smile, wrapping an arm around Pei Pei's waist, then turned to gaze at the distant Lung Lung, speaking in a voice audible only to them. "Help me up, we must leave quickly." Startled by Gan Guyu's sudden embrace, Pei Pei nearly leaped back. Yet upon hearing Gan Guyu's weak voice, unease gripped her heart, and she exchanged a quick look with Lin Lin. Without further ado, they subtly helped Gan Guyu to retreat. The High Priestess adjusted her expression, turning to Lung Lung with a smile. "Lung Lung, was that vine entanglement spell modified by you?" "Quite impressive indeed." Lung Lung nodded slightly. "During the academy assessment, our sisters suffered greatly. Improving our spells was imperative." The High Priestess acknowledged this with a nod. "Indeed, that was a great achievement. It is a double joy that you have returned. However, your reckless actions against your own kin were unwarranted. Come, let us converse further with that." She retreated to her dwelling. Lung Lung cast a final glance in Gan Guyu's direction before nodding subtly to Zai's, then followed the High Priestess into her quarters. Seeing the excitement dissipate, the onlookers began to disperse. Meanwhile, Zai's and the others wore expressions of delight as they gathered in whispers. Xiaoyu and Shuang exchanged quick glances, signaling for their companions to hasten to the back mountain. Before long, Gan Guyu's companions convened in the bamboo house, encircling his bed. "I say, you all have made quite a fuss over nothing." Gan Guyu lay in bed, doing his best to conceal his annoyance behind a weary smile. "It's merely a bit of exhaustion. I'm not injured, just resting for a while will do." "Don't speak, focus on resting." Pei Pei interrupted with frustration. "That Lung Lung is pushing it too far." "What was that blow about, though? When did divine entanglement become so powerful?" Lin Lin pondered, recalling the earlier battle with a furrowed brow. "Ugh, to be fair, it was quite impressive," Shuang remarked candidly. "Ha, she's nothing but a natural element mage," Lena began. But midway through, she realized the harshness of her words and quickly shifted. "The real issue lies with that brat. If it were me, I would have taught her a lesson she wouldn't forget." Just who these grass-skirt beauties considered their mothers remained a puzzling question. Moreover, an offensive natural element mage was hardly comparable to the natural mages. They had known the disparity in levels was enough to make anyone shudder. Inwardly scoffing, Gan Guyu couldn't help but remark, "I didn't expect even the Elder of Discipline to summon someone like her. You never mentioned it before." The girls fell silent for a moment, before Pei Pei managed to explain. "Lung Lung wasn't summoned by the Elder of Discipline. Her summoner is Zai's." Lin Lin pursed her lips and added, "Zai's was summoned personally by the Elder of Discipline, and she possesses exceptional innate potential. Not to mention her strength, which is reportedly on the brink of reaching Tier 5, while her planning skills are only slightly inferior to yours and Pei Pei's. Additionally, The brilliant natural element mage Lung Lung? She summoned her. As you've seen, Lung Lung has reached the level of a magic mage before his eyes and is growing at an astonishing rate. Ugh. I heard from Vivian that Lung Lung was quite formidable during her time at Ciprolo's Magic Academy. Xianhuang chimed in. You could say she was the leader among our natural element mages, powerful and authoritative, with a significant voice even among the Academy's student council. Listening to their discourse, Gan Guyu's exterior showed no signs of disturbance, but internally, he scoffed. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to flaunting her power outside, however. No matter how strong she was, this time, even Mother Nature wouldn't be able to save her. In the upper reaches of the sacred tree, the Elder of Discipline's residence. Ridiculous. The Elder of Discipline swept a wooden cup to the ground, the precious sap of the sacred tree splattering widely. Below, Zais and Lung Lung stood with their heads bowed in silence, their expressions dark. The grass-skirted beauties of the natural forest were particularly mindful of food, and the elders were constantly stringent with themselves, setting an example, with the Elder of Discipline being the most disciplined of all. The fact that she could resort to such behavior indicated her rage was beyond containment. If you are not embarrassed, then I am utterly mortified, the Elder of Discipline said, her disdain evident. Lung Lung, was Zais the one who instructed you to teach Gan Guyu a lesson? Not at all. Lung Lung coolly denied. It was he who questioned my upbringing, and I merely decided to correct him. Save those excuses for a 3-year-old. The Elder of Discipline scoffed, glancing away. Zais, you are among those I hold in high esteem. In fact, you have never failed to meet my expectations. But look at your recent state. Your defiance against Gan Guyu has devolved into seeking excuses to provoke him? Childish. Zais felt a spark of indignation. Elder, he insulted you first. Before she could finish, the Elder of Discipline slapped her to the ground. You dare bring that up? Lung Lung and Gan Guyu had never met before if not for your suggestion. Would she have sought trouble with him upon returning? Do you realize you nearly got Lung Lung killed? Chapter 116. The decision of the Elder of Discipline in the climactic confrontation, where Gan Guyu was ultimately thwarted by the High Priest. Most observers failed to notice the precarious counterattack he had initiated. As the battle was abruptly halted by the High Priest after only the first step. Had the seed of parasitism struck true and the life drain been activated, Gan Guyu would not have even succumbed to a state of exhaustion. If onlookers were oblivious, how much more so were those directly involved, particularly Lung Lung, who felt no sense of threat throughout the encounter. Save for the final glance Gan Guyu cast her way. The High Priest succinctly recounted the situation to the Elder of Discipline, who immediately grasped the essence of the conflict and comprehended that she had narrowly avoided losing Lung Lung. She pointed an accusatory finger at the prostrate hiss. I ask you, if you wish to teach Gan Guyu a lesson, why did you not confront him yourself? You chose not to. Very well, allow me to answer. Because you lack the certainty of victory. You, a 4th-tier nature mage, lack the confidence to triumph over a mere 2nd-tier sorcerer. As she spoke, her voice rose an octave. By sending Lung Lung to confront him, what purpose does it serve beyond satisfying your own vengeance? Lung Lung is now a 6th-tier archmage. In front of all, it is expected she would defeat Gan Guyu, and all would say you were merely bullying the weak. He would be seen as unyielding, fiercely resisting. Upon hearing this, both Lung Lung and Hiss fell into a stunned silence that in their previous excitement, they had entirely overlooked this critical issue. Moreover, this time Gan Guyu nearly fought Lung Lung to a mutual destruction. The Elder of Discipline took a breath, steadying her emotions before revealing the truth she had learned from the High Priest. Noticing the astonishment on Hiss's and Lung Lung's faces, she continued with palpable frustration. Had Gan Guyu succeeded, the best outcome would have been that he perished alongside Lung Lung, and the High Priest would have certainly obstructed such a proposal. The nature forest could not afford such a loss. After all, Lung Lung has only just returned as an archmage. Must she fall due to your selfish desires? Hiss, have you considered Lung Lung's well-being? At this, Hiss was struck with a profound realization, trembling as she stood. I see my error, Elder. Lung Lung, visibly shaken, nevertheless insisted. Should we not strike first to gain the upper hand? Do you crave to escalate matters? The Elder of Discipline waved her hand in exasperation. He displays his murderous intent without reservation. Do you truly believe he is unprepared at this stage? Moreover, I fear he may be the one unwilling to relent. Should he seize an opportunity? What then? Hiss exclaimed, panic-stricken. From this moment forth, you both must remain here, not daring to step outside this room, the elder of discipline declared without hesitation, clearly having conferred with the high priest. I have the protection of the sacred tree to ensure your safety for the time being. As for what follows, we shall take it one step at a time. Upon hearing this, Hiss and Lung Lung breathed a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. The elder of discipline remained silent for a moment before continuing. If you wish to confront him again in the future, I have no objection, but it must be executed with grace and decisiveness. Unlike this time where you gained nothing and only attracted trouble. Understood, they replied in unison. The elder of discipline fell silent once more, until both women were nearly unsteady on their feet, prompting her to ask, Lung Lung, share your feelings about today's confrontation with him. Truthfully, he is not my match, Lung Lung replied. I was not inquiring about a mere bout, the elder emphasized, setting aside the magical scrolls. If he were sufficiently supplied, what would you say? If my supplies were equally ample, I could not prevent his escape. Lung Lung pondered before responding. As for her own lack of supplies, what more was there to discuss? He is still but a second-tier sorcerer. The elder of discipline reclined in her chair, sighing. Although his magical prowess is at the second-tier level, his total magical capacity must exceed this classification. After a moment of reflection, Lung Lung hesitated, but finally spoke. The elder of discipline, lost in thought for a considerable time, suddenly appeared resolute. Lifting her gaze to Hiss, as if having reached a significant decision, High Priest, did I not express my need for solitude and rest this evening? Gan Guyu lay on his bed, one hand firmly pressed against the mouth of Lena, who was feeding him grapes, and he smiled wryly. Your visit at this hour suggests I am to suffer once more. Why must I always be the one to concede? You clever child, how could I ascertain your true state of rest without entering? Do you expect me to employ a sensing spell to spy on you? The high priest chuckled lightly. Gan Guyu shrugged. Very well. You see, I am indeed here. Might you not return to your own repose? My purpose here is primarily to extend my gratitude. The high priest elegantly disregarded Gan Guyu's dismissal, smiling gently. Thank me. Gan Guyu was taken aback. For what? Thank you for sparing Lung Lung, and, by extension, many others, including myself, the high priest said earnestly. Had you truly slain Lung Lung, it would have spelled disaster for the entire nature forest. Gan Guyu fell silent, understanding the high priest's intent. Should Lung Lung perish, he would undoubtedly become adversarial with the elder of discipline, old grievances reawakening, leading to unrest within the nature forest. Moreover, the magical scroll he intended to use against Lung Lung came from the high priest. A reality she could neither accept nor permit. To say it is gratitude seems to impose upon me, does it not? When did I ever claim I would let Lung Lung go? In truth, you wish to impose a burden upon me, Gan Guyu replied with a smile. So, you do not plan to compromise this time? The high priest sighed. Gan Guyu shook his head, his smile fading. You underestimate me. Even with your late-night visit as a supplicant, I am resolved not to let this matter slide. The high priest paused, taken aback by his determination. Do you wish for her to perish beneath the magic scrolls I provided? Do you intend to stop me? What will you do? Imprison me? Seal me? You know this is akin to killing me outright, yet you cannot bring yourself to do so. As for Lung Lung. Gan Guyu smiled serenely. A thief may evade detection for only so long. Besides, she must leave the nature forest to explore. Opportunities abound, and I am patient. After a lengthy silence, the high priest produced 2 scrolls of parchment. Perhaps you should first examine the tokens of gratitude I have brought. Gan Guyu hesitated, but accepted the scrolls. Unfolding them to inspect, then remarked, They appear quite precious, yet I do not believe I lack the capability to achieve similar feats. If you refer to the improved Binding Vine spell, I can assure you, you have simply acquired it before others, the high priest conceded with a wave of her hand. However, for another item, obtaining it yourself versus having me, as a representative of the nature forest, procure it for you, is a substantial difference. That I can inform you that this was initiated by the elder of discipline. She is indeed a perceptive individual, Gan Guyu scoffed. How did she know I would be unable to refuse such an offer? Naturally. I hinted at it, the high priest admitted with a wry smile, then sighed again. Accept it. Consider this a debt I owe you. The mother of nature would not wish to forsake any among you. You excel at moral coercion. Gan Guyu chuckled, shaking the scrolls in his hand. Gratitude. Let us be frank. If you wish for me to cease my pursuits, the elder of discipline must have other promises to offer. Nothing escapes your keen perception, the high priest lamented. If only these youths were as astute as you, they would not commit so many foolish acts. Chapter 117. Rumors. Have you heard? Xianhuang has been sentenced to a year of confinement for reflection. This news spread like wildfire this morning. Do you think that is too harsh? While Xianhuang's reckless assault on Gan Guyu was indeed wrong, it seems he suffered little injury. Serves her right. I even think the punishment is too lenient. I heard that after returning to his residence, Gan Guyu fell into a coma. Truly pitiful. Regardless, this punishment was a joint decision by the high priest and the elder of discipline, and it was the elder who personally announced it. It appears she cannot withstand the public outcry any longer. That is not the crux of the matter. Do not forget that Xianhuang clearly acted on someone else's provocation when she targeted Gan Guyu. If Xianhuang has faced such a penalty, what of the instigator? A group of gossiping grass-skirted women fell into silence for a moment before erupting into an even more fervent discussion. It seems there are no further punishments being meted out. Could it be that Xianhuang has shouldered all the blame? What is the elder of discipline thinking? Even if she favors one, she should not allow the other, who has greater potential, to bear the consequences. I thought the next elder of discipline was already in Xianhuang's grasp. Do you think the instigator is deliberately setting a trap to eliminate Xianhuang and clear the path? Surely not. Such deep machinations, are they not of a different nature? Given that person's character, one might do anything for the position of the elder of the discipline. How terrifying. When Xianhuang returned yesterday, I still saw them as close as sisters, getting along splendidly. One may not know the face, but be ignorant of the heart. The ladies exchanged glances, and with a heavy sigh, they continued. That said, Xiao Guyu is truly the apple of the high priest's eye. Even a newly appointed mage cannot compare. Indeed, although he was forced to retaliate, how can one justify penalizing only one party in a conflict? What? He wasn't punished. He was indeed penalized. Did you not hear how the elder of the discipline announced it? He was ordered to reflect deeply, to take it as a lesson, and to refrain from further transgressions. That's quite a severe punishment. One might argue that such a statement is even more egregious than any punishment. That phrase nearly implies that Gan Guyu is the high priest's beloved treasure, whom no one may bully. Otherwise, Xianhuang serves as a cautionary tale. Do you share this sentiment? I speculate that this Xiao Guyu must be the emissary of the mother of nature, perhaps due to certain reasons. His identity has yet to be revealed. No way. This rumor has been circulating for several months. Precisely because it has persisted for months without the high priest publicly dispelling it, Xiao Guyu's identity only becomes more suspect. Consider this. While the high priest is amiable and treats others generously, when has she ever so blatantly sheltered someone? Why might that be? It must be due to Xiao Guyu's exceptional identity and elevated status. The group of women gasped in sudden realization, nodding in agreement. I just remembered something. I must take my leave. Oh, what is it that has you in such a hurry? Do you need assistance? I do not require help. I am on my way to assist someone. I heard that Xiao Guyu is responsible for preparing the beverages for tonight's banquet. I must see if he has completed it. By the way, it seems that Pei Pei's field has grown some wild grass, and she hasn't had the chance to tend to it that I happen to be heading to the wheat field, so I will check on it as well. Speaking of which, last time Sister Xiaoyu wanted me to buy some toys for Shuang. Why haven't I brought them back yet? I need to remind her to expedite it. I must be off. I too shall take my leave. Lin has invited me to play leaf cards. Be sure to lose a bit. What? Are you joking? That Lin we're talking about. Even without this match, I wouldn't win against her, all right? The ladies fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. I consider myself quite clever, yet I did not expect this little brat to be even more cunning than I. I am impressed. In the bamboo house, Lena looked at Gan Guyu with a wicked smile. I am undeserving of such praise. Gan Guyu calmly took a bite of his steamed bun, chewing it thoughtfully. The bun, made with lard, was indeed softer and more delectable than the ordinary variety. Noticing that he had dismissed her with merely 3 words, Lena scoffed. Is this bun truly that delicious? Quite large, Gan Guyu replied. Large? It is not large at all. Did I not make it the usual size? Next to them, Pei was spreading chili sauce on her bun, momentarily taken aback by Gan Guyu's comment. However, she quickly realized that he was indeed referring to 2 unexpectedly large buns. With a huff, she scooped a generous spoonful of chili sauce and smeared it on her bun, exclaiming, "How vulgar! Pei, do not torment yourself. Chili sauce does not have the ability to enhance your figure. At best, it can only grant you fiery red lips," Gan Guyu remarked, glancing at Pei, whose mouth was already flush from the spice, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Mind your own business." Pei shot him an annoyed glare. Gan Guyu shook his head helplessly. The little girl's aspirations were quite ambitious. Was it truly wise to be so fixated? Have you considered the feelings of that gentle princess? Yimo? At that moment, Xianhuang dashed in, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing her, Gan Guyu quickly beckoned. "Finally back. Hurry, have something to eat." Xianhuang nodded and sat down, but did not immediately reach for a bun. Instead, she smiled. "Everything is as you predicted. The sacred tree is in an uproar." "You've worked hard," Gan Guyu replied with a grin. "I had you busy all morning. If you keep being polite, I might get angry." Xianhuang feigned annoyance, chuckling. "You have no idea. After those rumors spread throughout the natural forest, Lin and Xiaoyu were trapped in their room, entertaining guests. Although your place is a bit far, I saw people heading your way on my return. Is it really that exaggerated?" Gan Guyu asked in surprise. "I merely wanted to poke fun at Xisi and build some momentum for myself to deter any future nuisances. Justice calls for me. Beautiful ladies need me. I'm quite busy." Doesn't that mean you're shooting yourself in the foot?" Lena teased. "It seems more people wish to provoke you now. However, it seems the elder of the discipline cannot allow Lung to shoulder all the blame alone now, can she?" Pei mused, looking thoughtfully at Gan Guyu. "If that is the case, Xisi will be even more despised. When have I said that the elder of the discipline intends to punish only Lung?" Gan Guyu replied with a mischievous smile. "Even if she wished to do so, I wouldn't agree." The others in attendance looked at him curiously, but Gan Guyu merely smiled enigmatically. "The punishment for Xisi will be far more severe than that for Lung. You will likely find out the specifics tonight." The ladies expressed their disdain for Gan Guyu's cryptic behavior. Unfazed, he chuckled. "I'll take a nap to recharge for the festivities later. Oh, and remember to help transport the newly brewed wine from the cellar to the square for the setup. We have free labor available, so we mustn't let it go to waste. And you, old hag, don't you dare touch my wine, or else I want to take you along tonight." Chapter 118. Announcement. In the spacious tree hollow, the elder of the discipline and Xisi lay on the sofa. Silent. The room was unlit, the dim light making one wonder if they had both fallen asleep. Finally, the elder of the discipline spoke. "I never anticipated that things would develop to this extent. If there were no unseen hands at play, it would be impossible for the situation to escalate this rapidly." Xisi gritted her teeth. "Initially, I intended to announce your punishment only within a limited scope. That way, even if the punishment were rescinded later, there would be fewer obstacles." The elder of the discipline sighed. "But it seems that when I made those promises to him, he had already devised a plan to render us unable to retract our words. Elder, must we truly allow him to manipulate us like this?" Xisi asked, unwilling to accept her fate. The elder of the discipline fell silent once more, her gaze flickering. After a long moment, she rose and walked toward the door. "You shall not attend tonight's banquet. After all, Lung is not present, and there is little interest anyway." The door opened and closed behind her. In the dark, silent tree hollow, only Xisi remained, her mind a blank slate. "Little one, what brings you to my abode at this hour?" The high priest closed the hefty ancient tome in her hands and looked up at Lin, who had burst in. "I came here to hide." Lin flopped onto the sofa in the living room, complaining, "I kept winning at leaf cards today. It was obvious they were letting me win." and it was dreadfully boring. Yet those people kept coming one after another. I couldn't take it anymore. Who told you to run errands for that child? The high priest approached and sat beside her, smiling gently. You brought this upon yourself. Linlin sat up abruptly, awkwardly laughing. You knew all along? I guessed. Only he would think of and execute such a plan, the high priest chuckled. This move has put the elder of the discipline in quite a predicament. To take a step back would be humiliating, and yet she cannot bear to abandon the game. Ignoring it entirely would be nearly the same as retreating. It would be better to concede gracefully and retain some dignity. At least Lung Lung would be spared. Xiao Guyu has maneuvered expertly, striking at her Achilles' heel. So, what do you think the elder of the discipline will choose? Linlin asked, somewhat apprehensive. Whatever choice she makes will not surprise me, the high priest sighed. What I'm truly worried about is that Shisi girl. The elder has spoiled her too much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been coddled to this extent, leading us to this situation. Linlin was at a loss for words, her head bowed in silence. Though in her heart she thought, this is her own doing. Just then a knock sounded at the door, and Linlin called out, Who is it? Come in. It's me. The door opened to reveal the elder of the discipline. Her expression as frosty as ice. Upon recognizing her, Linlin shrank back, greeted the high priest, and made a hasty exit. The sacred tree square was bustling once again today that a few days prior, the grass-skirted beauties had begun their preparations here. The elders' wooden tables and chairs were polished to a pristine shine, and the ground was adorned with fine carpets, upon which exquisite tableware was elegantly arranged, although the sacred tree square was vast. Accommodating all the clanspeople of the natural forest would render the spectacle overly grandiose, and thus lacking in beauty. Consequently, on occasions like today's grand feast, only those of higher standing within the clan were granted seats on the carpet. The majority of the enchanting maidens adorned in grass skirts encircled the periphery, where they could observe the performances in the center while mingling and frolicking with friends. Additionally, there were buffet-style tables set up in the outer circle, laden with an abundance of food and beverages for all to enjoy. The entire evening was a jubilant affair for the populace, a rare feast that was highly esteemed that I in the past, during such gatherings. Linlin would occupy a place on the carpet, while Peipei might merely make a fleeting appearance before quietly slipping away. Her first true participation in a feast occurred during the welcoming of Xiongjiu from the mountains below, at which time she was afforded a seat. This time, she was once again informed of her placement on the carpet, but Gan Guyu intervened on her behalf to decline the offer. Moreover, he also rejected the arrangement for his own seating. In his words, it seemed rather uninteresting if among their group of 9 close friends, only he Linlin, Peipei, and Xiaoyu had places on the carpet. Furthermore, he had brought along his maid Lina to the feast, and he couldn't possibly relax without keeping an eye on her. Could he? Thus, upon learning of this development, both Linlin and Xiaoyu also declined their designated seats, insisting on joining Gan Guyu in the outer circle. The officiating elder, bemused yet helpless, sought the counsel of the high priest, who responded with a chuckle. Let them have their fun. Young people simply cannot sit still. Yet was Gan Guyu truly as he claimed? What a jest! Perhaps he did harbor a slight inclination towards such thoughts. But more importantly, a lively banquet was far too mundane if one merely sat and nibbled while watching performances. That it was essential to revel amidst the sea of grass-skirted beauties. It was akin to a pool party where one could not merely sit decorously, nibbling on snacks and sipping drinks. Such a splendid opportunity would be utterly squandered. With the presence of these stunning maidens clad in grass skirts, the occasion's grandeur surpassed that of an ordinary pool party. Such a chance must not be missed. Since his arrival in this realm, it had been quite some time since Gan Guyu had transformed into the charming senior, dazzling in nightclubs and karaoke venues. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. Hence, like many of the grass-skirted beauties, he eagerly arrived at the sacred tree square early, flanked by Peipei and Lina, his loyal companions. Upon his arrival, he was immediately surrounded by a few familiar faces among the grass-skirted maidens, who were regular attendees of Gan Guyu's agricultural lectures. Little Gan Guyu, do you know what lies hidden beneath that table? They told us we can't look yet. One maiden pointed toward a table and inquired. Gan Guyu looked up and noticed that on the elder seats, the carpeted areas, and the buffet tables, various items were obscured by leaves from the sacred tree that he understood immediately that it was indeed his idea. However, at that moment, he merely smiled mysteriously, saying, "It's a little surprise for everyone. You'll find out soon enough." As night fell, a bonfire blazed in the center of the square that a figure stepped forward onto the main stage. And the crowd of maidens erupted in cheers, initially believing it to be the high priest come to deliver the opening remarks, only to realize that it was actually the elder of regulations. The elder took her place at the center of the stage, pausing in silence for a moment, her mind drifting back to the conversation she had with the high priest at the latter's residence. At that time, the high priest had risen to greet a guest. "Is it decided?" "It is decided," the elder of regulations exhaled, responding. "Do you need me to announce it on your behalf?" the high priest inquired. "No, I can do it myself," the elder replied. "Then, shall we wait until after tonight?" The high priest hesitated, suggesting once more. "Hiss, unfortunately, is unwell and will regrettably be absent from tonight's banquet." The elder of regulations shook her head. "It is all the same in the end. I shall announce it before the feast commences. But that is acceptable." Thus, under the gaze of all, the elder of regulations proclaimed loudly, "Before tonight's feast, I have one more matter to announce." Hiss has acted arrogantly and sowed discord, resulting in disharmony within the clan, which is a grave error. Therefore, her qualifications to inherit the position of elder are hereby permanently revoked, and she is stripped of the honor of presiding over the summoning of the sacred tree. Let all clanspeople take heed. Chapter 119. The wine of enchantment upon the utterance of these words by the elder of regulations. Astonishment swept through the crowd. Many gazes turned toward a corner of the square where Gan Guyu was still engaged in hushed conversation with Peipei, appearing utterly unconcerned with the elder's announcement. "I didn't expect the elder of regulations to act so quickly and decisively," Peipei remarked, sticking out her tongue. "Not at all. Her initial promise was precisely this." Gan Guyu shrugged. "But I did not understand why this punishment decision had not been made public this morning, which is why I had to trouble Xiao and the others to remind her." It seems that reminder had quite an effect," Lena interjected with a mischievous grin. Peipei observed the elder of regulations on stage, her expression dark as ink, and felt a sense of relief within her heart. She had been worried that Gan Guyu would truly clash head-on with the elder, leading to mutual destruction. Now that the elder had conceded, it seemed this turmoil could finally reach a resolution. Gan Guyu noticed Peipei's expression and smiled inwardly, not revealing his thoughts. This time, his cold confrontation with Hiss had been the result of careful consideration of numerous factors, leading to the current outcome. Ultimately, however, his triumph stemmed from the manifestation of his comprehensive strength and the growing reliance of the natural forest upon him. Where there are people, there is conflict. At the end of the day, everything is settled by strength. Once the elder of regulations concluded her announcement regarding Hiss's punishment, she quickly exited the stage. Seemingly eager to depart, the other elders took their seats in turn, and soon the high priest ascended the stage, uttering a few casual words before signaling the official commencement of the feast. In her address, the high priest still mentioned the achievements of Vivian, Gigi, and Lung, yet only Vivian and Gigi were present at the gathering today. However, the high priest swiftly redirected everyone's attention. "You may have noticed that on the tables tonight, there are many items concealed beneath leaves from the sacred tree." "Indeed. High priest, what are those? Are we finally about to unveil the mystery?" "I bet it's food." "Isn't that rather obvious? What else could it be on the dining table?" Hearing the chatter below, the high priest smiled and declared, "Now, please unveil the leaves from the sacred tree and see what lies beneath." As the crowd eagerly lifted the leaves, gasps of astonishment filled the square. Beneath the coverings were uniquely shaped diamond goblets. The cups were hemispherical, resting on slender stems, filled with a small portion of purplish-red liquid that exuded an enticing aroma. "Oh, is this a beverage? The color is so beautiful." I remember now. Gan Guyu was responsible for the drink preparations for this banquet. "Is this his newly developed beverage?" The high priest lifted a goblet to demonstrate how to hold it and proclaimed, "May the mother goddess of nature endure forever. May our natural forest remain evergreen for eternity. And may famine be no more on the salty wasteland." Everyone quickly raised their goblets and stood in unison, chanting, "May the mother goddess of nature endure forever. May our natural forest remain evergreen for eternity. And may famine be no more on the salty wasteland. Subsequently, they drank the liquid in their cups in one gulp. Ah, delicious is this wine? It does have the taste of wine. But what kind of wine is this? I've never seen it before. Could I have another cup, please? I drank too quickly and couldn't savor the flavor. Me too, me too. The high priest, seeing the crowd immediately begin to discuss, chuckled. This is the wine brewed by Gan Guyu. Extremely precious. Please don't waste it. So it was wine. The crowd suddenly understood. No wonder it tasted so delightful. For the grass-skirted maidens, grapes were a rare delicacy, and although the quality and quantity had significantly improved since Gan Guyu introduced grafting techniques, they remained a scarce resource. Now that they had the opportunity to drink grape wine, everyone cast aside their reservations, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The wine on the buffet table was nearly consumed in an instant, and the maidens responsible for refilling the wine were bustling about from the very beginning of the feast, not forgetting to indulge themselves while pouring. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu and his companions had already retreated to a distant corner. Secretly opening several bottles of grape wine to enjoy, they observed the chaos unfolding nearby among the maidens vying for wine. A sense of smug satisfaction welled up within them. Just as the first performance in the center of the square concluded, a grass-skirted maiden from the officiating elder's side hurriedly approached Gan Guyu, exclaiming, "Little Gan Guyu, it's a disaster. I didn't expect the grape wine to be so popular. It's already all gone." Gan Guyu was taken aback for a moment before laughing. Truly, a testament to the prowess of the nature mages. Such a quantity of wine vanished so swiftly. The maiden nodded. The elder and high priest have conferred and decided to allow you to take the stage early. Is that acceptable? Gan Guyu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem. Please prepare accordingly. We are already in the process of preparation. Please follow me," the grass-skirted beauty replied eagerly. "I'll be back shortly," Gan Guyu remarked, glancing at his companions. "Let's go together," Lin exclaimed, rising to her feet. "We've all been curious about the surprise program you've been secretly preparing." Gan Guyu shrugged his shoulders, saying, "It's nothing extravagant. I'm merely hosting a wine-tasting event." "A wine-tasting event?" Pei licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Was that new wine you brewed the one in those barrels earlier?" Gan Guyu chuckled and turned to leave, eliciting a chorus of playful complaints from his friends for having kept the new wine a secret from them. At that moment, in the center of the sacred tree square, around the roaring bonfire, several grass-skirted beauties were busily setting up. Tables were being brought in, adorned with uniquely shaped cups. These cups were considerably smaller than the red wine goblets, with thick walls and a notably robust base. Though the ladies, having swiftly finished their glasses of wine, felt a lingering desire for more, they understood that such indulgences could not be excessive, especially when it came to the fine wine crafted from grapes. Their eyes returned to the center of the square, eagerly speculating about what the next program would entail. "Esteemed high priest, honorable elders, dear sisters, good evening." At that moment, Gan Guyu descended from the sky, suspended by a magical vine, landing gracefully in the center of the square. His unconventional entrance captivated the audience, and cheers erupted around him, with his companions cheering the loudest. "Is the wine enjoyable?" Gan Guyu boisterously inquired. "Delicious, little Guyu. How could you say that? You prepared so little that we barely wet our lips." "Exactly. Is this how you treat us when preparing drinks? You ought to be punished." Gan Guyu acknowledged the crowd with a bow, laughing. "If I had prepared only this little fine wine, wouldn't that be a disservice to the affection you all have for me? Now, I am delighted to introduce the second exquisite wine of the evening." Chapter 120. The Wine Tasting Event. The second exquisite wine? Exclamation point. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's proclamation, the audience's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Having already savored the delightful grape wine, they were certain that this next offering would be equally marvelous. With a wave of his hand, several wine jars appeared on the table beside him. "This is the first batch of my series of spirits. However, this liquor is considerably stronger than the grape wine and can easily intoxicate, which is why I have provided these smaller shot glasses." He arranged the shot glasses in a row and poured different spirits into each, explaining, "Since preferences vary, the potency of these spirits differs as well. This one is a sweet rice wine brewed from glutinous rice, the mildest in strength, perfect for the younger sisters. And in this jar is the strongest spirit. I'm curious to see how many can handle it. Haha. Little Guyu, don't underestimate us. We can handle the strongest. Tonight, we shall demonstrate our prowess of being able to drink 1,000 cups without intoxication. I want to drink. I want to drink. Gan Guyu laughed heartily. Is there anyone who would like to be the first to sample my spirits? Many in the crowd stirred with excitement. Yet after a hushed discussion, their gazes turned towards the high priest and the elders. The high priest smiled at the sight. In my old age, I find that a small sip suffices. It is unwise to indulge excessively. With the high priest declining, it was clear that the first taster would emerge from among the elders. The onlookers shifted their attention to the elders' table. Naturally, the elder of regulations would not support Gan Guyu, despite secretly longing for the delightful grape wine. The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, the elder of medicine stood up, smiling. Allow me to be the first to try and see how this spirit tastes. Cheers erupted from the surrounding women, with Xiaoyu and Shuang Er's voices standing out amongst the clamor. The elder of medicine smiled and acknowledged the crowd before approaching Gan Guyu. How many surprises do you plan to bring us? Young lad, there is no limit to surprises, is there? Gan Guyu replied with a grin, raising a glass. This is sweet rice wine. I invite the elder of medicine to sample it. The elder of medicine chuckled, took the glass, and downed the contents in one swift motion. After savoring the taste, she nodded with a smile. Good wine, sweet and delightful. It rivals the grape wine we just had. However, for me, this isn't much. I could easily drink more. Perhaps even out of a larger bowl. Are you perhaps concerned about wasting your fine wine by serving it in small glasses? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with cheers, and even Xiaoyu, usually an ally of Gan Guyu, joined in, calling out, Little Guyu, don't underestimate the elders. Bring out larger bowls. Bring out larger bowls. This is just the first glass. Why the rush? Gan Guyu waved his hand with a chuckle, quickly turning to pour the second glass. The first glass merely whets the appetite. Elder of medicine, this is a spirit brewed from rice, already possessing a hint of strength. Please give it a taste. This glass was a 38-degree spirit crafted from agricultural byproducts. As the elder of medicine raised the glass, she was greeted by a rich aroma of the liquor, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she downed the drink, and as it entered her mouth, a warm sensation surged towards her. She savored the spirit for a while before exclaiming with excitement, Indeed, this is quite intriguing. However, I still prefer a larger bowl. Hearing the elder's words, laughter and cheers ensued, igniting a wave of curiosity among the crowd as they began to murmur amongst themselves. Gan Guyu chuckled. Please remain patient. Everyone will have a share of this spirit shortly. Elder of medicine. Shall we continue? Let us continue. The elder of medicine nodded eagerly. With the second glass already proving to be delightful, anticipation for what was to come next filled the air. Gan Guyu held up the third glass. This spirit differs from the previous aromatic one. It is made from a grain called sorghum, with barley used to create the yeast, resulting in a fragrant liquor with a high concentration. Elder of medicine, don't feel compelled to overindulge. You cheeky lad. Is this your way of spurring me on? Elder of medicine playfully scolded, raising the glass to her lips once more. Excellent. Gan Guyu couldn't help but cheer, for this was a 51-degree sauce-flavored liquor. The shot glasses he had commissioned for Pei Pei were designed to hold a hefty amount, and for her to down it in one go was indeed a display of bravado. As the spirit touched her lips, the rich aroma surged to the elder of medicine's mind. The smooth, luscious liquid flowed into her belly, and soon she felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her body. It felt as if every pore in her skin had opened up, enveloped in the lingering scent of the liquor. After indulging in this pleasure for a while, she exclaimed, The sauce flavor is prominent, rich and smooth, with a lingering aftertaste. I've never tasted such a delightful spirit before. It is exquisite. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, as the elders began to exchange hushed words, some regretting not having tasted the wine earlier. The high priest, intrigued, watched the cups on the table, seemingly tempted. Haha, elder of medicine, will you still insist on a larger bowl? Gan Guyu whispered in a tone only she could hear. You rascal. The elder of medicine felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, quickly redirecting the conversation. Is there more wine? Hurry and bring it out for me to taste. There is one last spirit, a fragrant type. I hope you will enjoy it as well. Gan Guyu turned and poured a full glass from a jug in front of everyone. This final spirit boasted an impressive 68 degrees, and as the liquid flowed from the jug, its intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the entire sacred tree square. This time, it wasn't just the elder of medicine who was entranced. As the aroma spread, hundreds of people fell silent, their faces reflecting a sense of enchantment. The wine, even from a distance, was extraordinary. One could only imagine the exquisite experience it would provide upon tasting. This is the king of wines I am presenting today, Gan Guyu announced, crafted from various grains. It is remarkably precious and notably potent. Before he could finish, the elder of medicine stepped forward, grasping the glass. She took a small sip, her eyes widening in surprise as she swallowed the remaining liquid in one go. Her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed thrice, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Chapter 121. The drinking contest. Upon hearing the 3 cheers of approval from the elder of medicine, the high priestess broke into a hearty laugh. Did others not comprehend what she understood? The elder of medicine had run out of fitting words to describe the exquisite taste of Gan Guyu, the king of wines, and could only repeatedly express her admiration. Rising to her feet, she exclaimed, "Gan Guyu, since the elder of medicine has savored your wine, you ought to hasten and allow everyone to taste your white liquor." "Indeed, high priestess," Gan Guyu replied respectfully. "However, I must remind everyone that it is advisable to stick to one type of wine when drinking. Consuming too many varieties increases the likelihood of inebriation." "Rest assured," the elder of medicine declared, seizing a jug of 68-degree grain liquor as she made her way back to her seat. "For us, this is hardly anything. High-proof liquor is hardly a challenge. The natural forest is truly a realm of warriors." Gan Guyu watched in astonishment as the elder of medicine began pouring the liquor down her throat. Couldn't she, as a mage of the natural elements, possess any talent in this regard? Following the elder's requests, the younger generation poured white liquor for them. After scanning the scene, Gan Guyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only one drinking the highest proof liquor besides the elder of medicine was the elder of discipline. The others predominantly chose the 51-degree white liquor. While the high priestess opted for sweet rice wine, it seemed the elder of medicine was indeed quite the connoisseur in the natural forest. No wonder she had the confidence to be the first to taste the wine. At the dining area and buffet table, the clinking of glasses began to resonate. Most of the grass-skirted beauties initially flocked toward the king of wines, but after a few sips, they quickly surrendered and switched to lower-proof white liquor. It appeared that high-proof liquor was not something everyone could handle. Gan Guyu smiled to himself, as he had prepared mostly 38-degree and 51-degree white liquors. Simultaneously, he noticed that, generally speaking, those with greater strength tended to drink higher-proof liquor, with the high priestess being the exception. However, where there was one exception, there could be another, and Gan Guyu soon spotted a particularly remarkable presence among the crowd. "Haha, who else dares to challenge?" Lena filled her cup once more with 68-degree grain liquor and provocatively called out, "The so-called natural mages who can drink 1,000 cups are not so impressive after all." "Damn." Xiaoyu coldly chuckled as she reluctantly downed a cup of grain liquor. "Sisters, let us band together. I refuse to believe this wretched woman can outdrink us all. Come, come. I stand alone here, so feel free to take turns." At that moment, Lena exuded an aura of boldness rather than her previously feigned charm. "But I will only drink this king of wines. Spare me the lesser stuff." By now, everyone had consumed several cups and were slightly tipsy. The challenge Lena issued was not to be taken lightly, as it was a matter of pride for the natural forest. Thus, many switched to grain liquor, vowing to engage in a battle to the bitter end with Lena. Gan Guyu's head began to spin at this sight. However, Pei Pei and Xianhuang, who were not particularly adept at drinking, were relishing the spectacle, raising their cups of sweet rice wine and encouraging others to challenge Lena. Lena, true to her reputation as a drinker, welcomed every competitor. For every cup someone drank, she matched them without hesitation. Most of the grass-skirted beauties could only manage 2 or 3 cups before conceding defeat, with the maximum being 5. Soon, The commotion drew the elder of medicine over. Upon learning the cause of the revelry, she wasted no time and stood before Lena, coldly declaring, "Daring to underestimate the natural forest? It seems I must demonstrate some true skill to show you we are not mere pretenders. Bring forth all the liquor." Before long, 6 entire jugs of grain liquor were presented. Xianhuang announced, "Elder, all the kings of wine are here." "Excellent," cried the elder of medicine, pointing at Lena. "According to the health guidelines, one should not overindulge in alcohol. But today, we shall make an exception with these 6 jugs. I shall ensure you are thoroughly incapacitated." "Ha! This little amount is hardly enough to faze me," Lena scoffed. Gan Guyu found himself at a loss. The capacity of those jugs was considerable. Certainly more than the common 500-milliliter liquor bottles found in his homeland. Were they truly intending to consume all 6 jugs? Surely, no one would emerge unscathed. Gan Guyu wished to intervene, but he noticed that not a single person was paying him any mind. Caught up in the revelry, that he turned to seek the high priestess, only to find her nearby, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Upon grasping Gan Guyu's concerns, the high priestess gently shook her head with a smile. No need for alarm. The elder of medicine always knows her limits and would never risk her health. At her age, would she truly compete with a younger generation? She merely wishes to enjoy more of your brewed wine. Gan Guyu was momentarily taken aback, then turned to gaze at the elder of medicine, who was already showing signs of inebriation. His expression fell as he lamented, "I had hoped to save some wine for later, to keep as a memento. This is my first attempt at brewing white liquor." As he spoke, the elder of medicine and Lena had already taken their positions. With the surrounding crowd cheering for her, the elder of medicine lifted her cup first. "Enough talk, let us drink." Lena, undeterred, raised her cup in response. "Ha! Let us drink." And so, they began their contest, exchanging cup for cup, much to the excitement of the onlookers who erupted in cheers. Eventually, the spectators felt that merely watching was insufficient, and they began to invite friends to join in the drinking festivities. Even those who usually bickered amongst themselves among the grass-skirted beauties raised their cups, engaging in playful rivalries, each becoming flushed and gleaming with sweat. "Sister, I owe you a toast for helping me tend to the wheat field last time. I haven't properly thanked you yet." "Sister, you are too kind. Don't forget the time you fetched water for me, and that incident with the black-toothed boar invasion. Had you not alerted me, I could have been injured. I should be the one to toast you." "Ah, splendid. Let us drink." "1 cup is not enough. Let us down 3. Hey, you thought I didn't know about your prank on my doorstep last time? Today we settle this." "Ha! Who was afraid? Let us see who walks away tonight." Observing the unfolding scenes, Gan Guyu suddenly felt a pang of fear. Once these girls began to drink, they were truly unstoppable. Chapter 122. The legendary plant during the banquet. Many grass-skirted beauties, both familiar and unfamiliar to Gan Guyu, approached him, eager to share a drink. Aware that he was no match for them, he consumed a couple of cups before hastily seeking an opportunity to slip away. However, he soon realized this tactic was insufficient, and began to substitute warm water for the white liquor. By this time, everyone had consumed enough that no one could distinguish between the real and the fake. Initially, during the planning of the brewing, Gan Guyu had intended to intoxicate the beauties of the natural forest, so this time he had genuinely ensured an ample supply of white liquor. Gradually, the holy tree square began to witness the impressive spectacle of the inebriated crowd. At first, those who succumbed to drunkenness were aided by friends to return to their quarters, but soon, as everyone became intoxicated, they simply collapsed on the square, unconscious. Pei Pei and Shuang had already dragged Lin Lin and Xiaoyu away, while the high priestess and the elders had long departed. The only one left utterly incapacitated was the elder of discipline, drowning her sorrows in drink, while the elder of medicine remained upright on the battlefield. Albeit her consciousness was starting to fade. "Little girl, you have quite the drinking capacity. Come, let us have another cup." Smack! Finally, the elder of medicine struggled to lift her cup once more, only for it to heavily drop, shattering on the ground as she succumbed to slumber. "Ha! Who was afraid? Let us drink, let us drink." At this point, Lena's eyes were nearly closed, and she could barely lift her cup, pouring the contents directly into her mouth. Although she was swaying, Not a single drop was spilled. She managed to drink it all without a hitch, leaving Gan Guyu utterly perplexed, having remained cautious and not being the focal point of care from her companions. Gan Guyu, though also quite tipsy, was one of the few who had not yet collapsed. Seeing the elder of Medicine's defeat, he approached Lena, intending to stop her, but as he drew near, the liquor she had just swallowed sprayed onto him. Before he could express his frustration, Lena pointed at him, laughing uproariously. "What a splendid furry fox! Did you think I would be at your mercy just because I'm drunk?" Furry fox. Indeed. Gan Guyu was at a loss for words. It was evident that this wretched woman was far gone. He quickly snatched the cup from Lena's grasp. "Wretched woman, stop drinking. It's time to head back." How peculiar. This fox can speak. Lena pointed at Gan Guyu, swaying as she laughed. Gan Guyu, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead. "This is bad. She is truly intoxicated." "Who has drunk? I'm not. I am innocent, wronged." "Wait, you devious fox. You nearly tricked me. Behold my fireball spell." With that, Lena lunged toward Gan Guyu with one hand. Lena, who was utterly exhausted and incapable of chanting, naturally found it impossible to conjure any fireballs. However, this did not hinder her from commanding the fire element, as she ignited a small flame at her fingertips. The flicker of fire startled Gan Guyu. Yet in truth, his actions lagged far behind his thoughts. The tiny flame at Lena's fingertip promptly ignited his attire. The red and blue checkered shirt he wore was neither the sacred tree garment nor the robe of a mage, offering little in terms of protection. Consequently, upon being touched by the flame, it caught fire instantly. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, extinguishing the flames without delay. Nevertheless, a sizable hole now gaped in his chest, exposing his lackluster pectorals. "My shirt!" Gan Guyu exclaimed, casting a dismayed glance at the damage. Overwhelmed with a sense of inexplicable grief. Throughout the past few days, he had been meticulous in safeguarding his clothing, and now his prized garment lay ruined. This gathering in the forest of nature was perhaps the briefest in its history, as only a single performance graced the occasion, with all other acts unceremoniously canceled. Not only did the audience lose interest in enjoying the show, but even those initially scheduled to perform became engrossed in revelry and drinking. It also marked the longest banquet ever held in the forest of nature, for it was not until the following morning that the disheveled St. Tree Square, strewn with bodies in various states of disarray, finally saw its guests awaken from their stupor, signaling the end of the feast. That in the days that followed, discussions throughout the forest revolved exclusively around the white liquor consumed that night. Many of the grass-skirted maidens experienced intoxication for the first time, a novel experience that lingered in their memories, though few were inclined to repeat it, as the discomfort of a hangover was not easily forgotten. Gan Guyu, who had successfully achieved his goal of intoxication among the grass-skirted maidens, should have felt immense pride, as the happiness index on the Universal Biological Operations platform soared to an impressive 604, if not for the unfortunate demise of his red and blue checkered shirt. The banquet would have been perfect. Draped in a mage's robe for the time being, he sighed and summoned the earth element to bury the freshly sown seeds in the soil. "Stop moping about and wailing." Lena chortled from the side, playfully patting her chest. "Shall I make a hole for you as well?" At her words, Gan Guyu's eye twitched. This mischievous sprite, having taken advantage of him, was pushing her luck. He turned with a sardonic smile. "Go ahead. Try to burn a hole for yourself. Help! Help! There is a rogue and a pervert here." Lena shouted at the top of her lungs. Just as Gan Guyu expected, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation and turned away, choosing to ignore her. This impudent fairy, despite her flowery tongue, was merely an expert at shouting. Anyone who thought they could take advantage of her would find themselves reduced to ashes by fireballs. And no one would be there to offer a warning. "Where are you? Where are you?" To his surprise, Lena's commotion did indeed attract attention. Pei Pei came running from a distance, scanning the surroundings before exclaiming, "You little rascal. Are you bullying that fellow again?" "But he is the master. How could I dare to bully him?" Lena instantly switched to a charming demeanor, only to revert in the next moment. "I was merely teasing him." "Haha." Pei Pei stuck out her tongue at Lena and turned her gaze to Gan Guyu. "What are you planning now, my great mage? Don't mention things that don't concern you." Gan Guyu retorted angrily. Just look at this mage's robe. If I didn't tie it at my waist, it would drag on the ground like a long skirt. If only you'd wear my mage's robe, it would fit you much better, Pei Pei said with a light laugh. The standard male mage robes on the continent are basically of this style. I don't have a penchant for women's clothing. Gan Guyu shot her a glare and turned to start watering the fields. With nothing better to do, Pei Pei decided to see what Gan Guyu was cultivating and sat down on the field ridge to rest as the plants flourished under the nurturing of nature. Pei Pei's curiosity piqued. What peculiar thing is this? No way. Gan Guyu was taken aback. You don't recognize it. What do you think your mage robe and the blanket on your bed are made from? Upon hearing this, Pei Pei hurried closer for a closer inspection. Finally, after blinking a few times, she stammered. This can't be the legendary cotton, can it? Gan Guyu shrugged. So you've only heard of it, but never seen it. In the arid land of Xianhuang, there existed a chain store known as Geely Commercial Firm. Wherever there were mages, branches of this store could be found, as it was the largest distributor of mage supplies on the continent. Over 90% of mage robes, magic wands, magic scrolls, and their raw materials, as well as an array of magical artifacts and materials, originated from Geely Commercial Firm. Additionally, cotton products such as blankets could only be procured from this establishment. Since the proprietor possessed the cultivation and spinning techniques for cotton, in Xianhuang, cotton products were synonymous with luxury. Garments made from cotton were often inscribed with magical arrays, such as those on mage robes. In contrast, commoners could only afford blankets and clothing made from the pelts of low-tier magical beasts. Having never ventured beyond the forest of nature, Pei Pei had heard of cotton, but would never have guessed it grew in such a manner had she not seen the fibrous substance within the cotton bolls. In her imagination, cotton should have blossomed like a flower with petals. Ironically, it was Lena, who had traveled far and wide, who immediately comprehended Gan Guyu's intentions upon seeing the cotton. No way, you little rascal. You can weave and tailor as well? In this world, is there anything I cannot do? Gan Guyu boasted narcissistically. Can you also give birth? Lena quickly undermined him. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help me harvest the cotton. When Gan Guyu emerged from his room clad in a brand new red and blue checkered shirt, both Pei Pei and Lena expressed their disdain for his fashion sense in unison. If you can make your own clothes, why not make something more visually appealing instead of this outdated style? Pei Pei stuck out her tongue at him, while Lena added, And those tattered shorts of yours, hurry and change them. You're a wealthy man with so many magic crystals. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the forest of nature with such shabby attire? This is fashion. Do you understand what fashion is? Gan Guyu protested vehemently. You simply lack appreciation. TCH. The two girls chimed in unison. Ignoring their scorn, Gan Guyu beamed at his attire, nodding in satisfaction. This new red and blue checkered shirt was crafted using the textile and ready-made garment formulas he had purchased via the agricultural product processing device. It was far more comfortable than the cumbersome mage's robe. Gan Guyu couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the 50,000 gold value clothing formula. With the right primary materials, he could create garments straight from his imagination, as long as the parameters were clear, the style, color, and specifications could not go wrong. Truly convenient and efficient. What magical array is inscribed on your shirt? Pei Pei inquired suddenly. Gan Guyu shrugged. Nothing at all. Does your mage robe have a magical array? Were your previous clothes devoid of magical arrays? How did you manage to survive those life and death brawls without your clothes getting torn? Pei Pei was momentarily taken aback, then opened her collar, channeling a bit of magical energy, revealing a small magical array. She pointed at it, saying, This is the most basic mage robe, equipped with a sturdy magical array that prevents the fabric from tearing easily. Then she lifted the hem of her robe, revealing a slightly larger magical array. This is the water shield magical array I inscribed myself. Once charged, it automatically releases a water shield when attacked. Gan Guyu blinked in surprise. Why didn't you tell me earlier that clothes could have magical arrays? Do you have any idea how cautious I had to be to protect my attire during fights? How was I to know your clothes were devoid of magical arrays? Pei Pei stuck out her tongue. Just look at the sacred tree garment. It has self-repairing properties and automatically adjusts to changes in body shape. Extremely convenient. Gan Guyu pretended to start removing his shirt. Enough talk. Quickly inscribe a few magical arrays onto mine. The sturdy magical array can only be inscribed by those from Geely commercial firm. I can only inscribe the water shield magical array. .1 garment can only bear one defensive magical array. Are you sure you want the water shield? Pei asked Gan Guyu, as a momentary spellcaster. You surely don't need such an array, do you? I can inscribe the fire ring magical array, though I've never done it before. But inscribing magical arrays on cotton products is absolutely feasible. Do you want to give it a try? Lena chimed in as well. Gan Guyu pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Forget it. I'll ask the high priest to help me inscribe a living armor magical array another day. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Why the sudden shock? Pei was startled by Gan Guyu's outburst and complained. This magical array is likely quite similar to the principles behind the creation of magical scrolls. Is it not? Gan Guyu inquired of Pei, articulating each word carefully. Generally speaking, they are somewhat alike, though there are subtle distinctions. Pei nodded as she explained. Magical scrolls are one-time use, whereas the magical arrays typically found on garments can be recharged and utilized multiple times. Oh, where are you off to? Before Pei could finish her sentence, Gan Guyu had already turned and dashed out of the bamboo hut, heading into the adjacent bamboo grove, without a word. He chopped down several bamboo stalks and tossed them into the agricultural processing device. Upon hearing that the inscribing of magical arrays on cotton products was guaranteed to succeed, he immediately thought of bamboo products. Bamboo paper, in addition to ensuring a perfect success rate when crafting magical scrolls, would also enhance the magic itself. Thus, would garments made from bamboo fibers not possess the same qualities? Before long, a red and blue checkered shirt appeared in Gan Guyu's hands. However, this one was not made of pure cotton. Rather, it was crafted from bamboo fibers. With anticipation swelling in his heart, he scurried back to the bamboo hut, removed the shirt he was wearing, and laid both shirts on the table. Dear sister, could you inscribe a magical array of fire resistance on each of these for me? Well, while it's not particularly laborious, your approach to requesting assistance leaves much to be desired. You little rascal, Lena remarked, propping her chin on one hand as she shot Gan Guyu a sidelong glance. My apologies, it slipped out. Gan Guyu retorted, swiftly amending his tone. How about good sister? Such a good boy. My little brother, Lena teased with a delightful chuckle, causing goosebumps to rise on Gan Guyu's skin. Yet despite the playful banter, Lena did not hesitate to get to work in no time at all. 2 delicate magical arrays were inscribed at the corners of the shirts. Lena picked up one of the garments, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression. I distinctly inscribed identical magical arrays, yet the one on this shirt feels significantly more powerful. It is indeed more powerful. Gan Guyu exclaimed excitedly as he donned the bamboo fiber shirt. How will you thank me, little brother? Lena inquired playfully. Gan Guyu paused, then smirked mischievously. Believe it or not, I actually have something special planned to express my gratitude. Chapter 124. The changing of clothes. Hey, why does this outfit look so odd? Pei asked, her expression peculiar. I too am perplexed by the overwhelming sense of incongruity. It does not align with the image I have in my mind at all. Gan Guyu replied, awkwardly glancing at Lena and shrugging. Meanwhile, Lena's veins were visibly bulging, teetering on the brink of an explosion, her eyes twitching as she coldly remarked, You little rascal, is this what you consider a token of gratitude? Lena was no longer clad in her snub black attire. Instead, she wore a striking black dress adorned with white lace trim. The gown had a distinctly gothic flair, featuring straps across her abdomen and back that accentuated her impressive figure. That it was further embellished with 2 white bows, one large and one small, at the waist and neckline, adding a touch of youthful exuberance to her appearance. Indeed, this was the legendary 2-dimensional outfit, a maid costume. Gan Guyu had envisioned creating a more fitting maid outfit for her as a gift. Under his relentless coaxing and persuasion, Lena reluctantly donned the maid outfit, only to find the sense of incongruity had skyrocketed. Do not move. Let me examine this and determine where the issue lies, Gan Guyu said, furrowing his brow as he circled around Lena. Could this be the infamous disparity between seller showcases and reality? He had previously visited maid CFS and never encountered such a stark contrast between real maids and their animated counterparts. As he continued to circle, Gan Guyu's gaze fixated on Lena's smooth, elongated legs, and he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this?" With that, he rushed into his bedroom, leaving Pei Pei and Lena exchanging bewildered glances. Moments later, he re-emerged, a bundle of black fabric in hand, tossing it to Lena. "Put this on." Lena instinctively caught it, unfurling the fabric to reveal a pair of extraordinarily thin yet elastic pants, and she couldn't help but scoff. "You little rascal. Did you forget to leave an opening at the bottom of these pants? Are you toying with me? Who said these were pants?" Gan Guyu replied, sitting down with his legs crossed. "These are called pantyhose. You clearly lack experience." "Socks." Pei Pei stared at the black stockings in Lena's hands. Bewildered. "Socks can look like this. Hurry and wear them, and you'll see," Gan Guyu urged, uninterested in further discussion. Due to the lack of ready-made synthetic fibers, these pantyhose were the result of Gan Guyu's repeated experimentation. Blending cotton with the feathers of a blue jay and incorporating some bamboo fibers, ultimately crafted through the agricultural processing device to achieve properties akin to coarse-spun materials. Once worn, Lena would surely discover the secret for herself. Lena pursed her lips, contemplating before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine, I'll trust you one last time." With that, she slipped on the pantyhose when she stood again. Pei Pei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, these pantyhose are incredible. Are they some sort of magical artifact? I don't sense any magical fluctuations. They should just be ordinary clothing," Lena observed carefully before continuing. "But these stockings truly are quite nice. They accentuate the slenderness of my legs. And they make your legs look longer," Pei Pei added. "In fact, they give off a more alluring vibe." "Hey, I want a pair of those stockings too," Pei Pei tined to Gan Guyu, only to find him still frowning, scrutinizing Lena and shaking his head slowly. That Lena's previously sunny disposition darkened once more, and she scolded. "You little brat, what are you shaking your head at? Be careful. I might just twist your head off." "Enough of that," Gan Guyu replied, appearing somewhat irritated. "Indeed, the black stockings do improve the overall appearance significantly, but I still can't shake the feeling of incongruity. Logically, this outfit should be more enticing than the previous one." Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes twitched again. "Are you implying that I'm not up to par with your clothing?" Gan Guyu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he clapped his hands. "Of course, that's precisely it. Precisely it." Lena scoffed, flames flickering ominously in her palm. "You little brat. Are you tired of living?" No, don't misunderstand." Gan Guyu quickly realized his mistake and waved his hands in protest. "I'm not saying you don't suit this maid outfit. Rather, it's that this maid outfit doesn't suit you." Lena snorted and extinguished the flames in her hand. "If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I might just burn your house down." Gan Guyu, brimming with confidence, smiled as if he held the key to the universe. "Pei Pei, in your mind, what kind of image or aura does this dear sister project?" "Image? Aura?" Pei Pei paused, pondering for a moment before replying. She should exude a commanding presence with a hint of allure. Essentially, a strong and feisty woman. Upon hearing this, Lena's expression turned peculiar. While there was some merit to the assessment, it still managed to infuriate her. "That's precisely what I meant." Gan Guyu nodded at Pei Pei, stating, "The maid outfit indeed lacks compatibility with the dear sister persona, but I suddenly think you would suit it quite well." The more he considered it, the more he felt it was a valid point that a slightly tsundere girl like Pei Pei, who easily blushes, would undoubtedly present a unique charm in a maid outfit. That he turned to Lena, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. "The previous design was merely a minor oversight. I now understand the source of this incongruity and can rectify it post-haste." Lena felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. But due to the allure of the black stockings, she harbored a sliver of anticipation. After contemplating, she said, "I'll give you one last chance. And by the way, these stockings belong to me." Fine. All you do is take and take," Gan Guyu grumbled, rummaging through his personal storage. Eventually, he produced 2 pieces of black pigskin, shrugging his shoulders. "I'm a bit short on materials. I need some monster hides too." "That's easy enough. After all, I am a bounty hunter. I have plenty of monster hides, Lena declared, waving her hand grandly. Do you want the tougher ones or the softer ones? Gan Guyu's eyes lit up at her words. Bring me both. How about I make you a pair of genuine leather shoes as well? That sounds quite appealing, Lena replied, nodding as she rummaged through her storage ring, producing a heap of monster hides. These are all low-grade ones, not worth much. The better ones were sold for booze. Gan Guyu rolled his eyes at her, then collected all the monster hides from the ground. Well, better than nothing. After all, it's for your own clothes. With that, he returned to his bedroom, busying himself once more. Lena and Pei were utterly bewildered as to how Gan Guyu managed to create garments in a bedroom devoid of any tools. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of the many secrets he harbored and chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Not long after, Gan Guyu emerged, cradling a set of clothing, which he handed to Lena, saying, "This outfit is for you. Change into it and let Pei try on what you're wearing." The two women nodded in agreement and proceeded into Gan Guyu's bedroom to change, leaving Gan Guyu in the living room, his face alight with anticipation. Chapter 125. Pei's new attire. As Gan Guyu beheld Pei standing before him, he smacked his forehead in realization. My apologies, this is an oversight. I completely neglected this aspect. Pei's cheeks flushed with indignation. The reason for her anger was simple. The outfit designed for Lena, when donned by Pei, transformed into an oversized cloak, complete with two large pockets on the front, utterly devoid of any resemblance to a maid's attire. Hurry and change back into your original outfit, Gan Guyu said, unable to bear the sight. I will make you a new one shortly. Pei, gazing at the garment that resembled a bedspread, was on the verge of tears. She quickly attempted to retreat to the bedroom, but collided with Lena, who was emerging from it. Damn it, you, this is quite the sight. Pei, initially directing her irritation at Lena due to the clothing debacle, was struck speechless upon seeing Lena's ensemble, clad in a snug black leather vest that hugged her figure without an ounce of excess. Her midriff was accentuated by lacing that highlighted her curves alluringly. Below, she wore black leather pants that barely concealed half of her thighs, tightly enveloping her shapely rear, complemented by black pantyhose. Completing the look were knee-high heeled leather boots, bestowing upon Lena a strikingly harmonious appearance. Gan Guyu gazed at Lena, unable to look away, and exclaimed, "Indeed, this style suits you perfectly. It's a match made in heaven." Lena, clearly pleased with her outfit, remarked, "I suppose you little rascal have put some thought into this. This attire doesn't hinder combat at all. It's quite commendable." Gan Guyu beamed with pride. The lining of this leather outfit is still cotton. It will provide comfort when worn closely. Most importantly, it can still be inscribed with magical arrays. Not bad at all. Lena nodded in approval. Since you're so considerate, I shall graciously accept this outfit. Gan Guyu, feeling a wave of sarcasm wash over him, retorted, "Shouldn't I express my gratitude as well?" "Ha ha ha. That would be ideal," Lena giggled before adding, "Very well, consider it a favor. Even after our year-long arrangement ends, if you find yourself in need of my assistance, feel free to ask, provided you can still locate me by then. Aside from needing a sparring partner, what on earth could I possibly require from you?" Gan Guyu shot back. "You needn't concern yourself with cooking or laundry. I have the 6th-tier nature mage completely under control. I only wish for a day when a wave of monsters arrives, so I can send you to the front lines. Oh dear, master. I am also a versatile maid, capable of being both a delightful companion and a warm bedfellow." Lena swiftly changed her tone, striking a playful pose. "Enough of that. Your attempt at charm in that outfit is utterly misplaced." Gan Guyu dismissed her with a wave of his hand, then turned to Pei. Considering Pei's figure and temperament, I've got it, just a moment, please." With that, he disappeared into the bedroom to tinker. After a while, and amid Pei's eager anticipation, Gan Guyu emerged empty-handed. "Where's the outfit?" Pei inquired anxiously. "Is there a shortage of materials? What else do you need? I can fetch it right away." "There's nothing lacking," Gan Guyu swiftly interjected, preventing Pei from leaving. "The outfit is ready. The entire set is on my bed to go try it on and see if it fits." Without a moment's hesitation, Pei dashed inside, clearly having endured her unremarkable mage robe for far too long. However, after what felt like an eternity, She had yet to reappear. Gan Guyu, growing curious, approached the door and knocked. "Haven't you changed yet?" "I have." But Gan Guyu grinned maliciously. "If you're done changing, hurry and come out so I can see how it looks." But Pei-Pei's hesitant voice came from within. "What is with the stammering?" Lena, growing impatient, pushed the door open and strode inside. "If you don't come out, I'll drag you out." "Oh my, by the fire god, you little rascal. You are truly talented." Gan Guyu cautiously peeked inside, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Perfect. Absolutely stunning." Pei-Pei emerged, adorned in a white top with deep blue trim accentuating the collar and sleeves. A red bow tie adorning the neckline. Her exposed midriff added a playful touch, while a sky blue pleated skirt barely covered half of her thighs. Black knee-high cotton socks wrapped snugly around her calves. And on her feet were brown round-toed shoes. Yet, the pièce de resistance was a headband fashioned from white cotton, shaped like rabbit ears, which lent her an endearing charm that moment. Pei-Pei lowered her head, a rosy blush still evident on her cheeks. She held her hands in front of her, pulling down the hem of her skirt with all her might. Gan Guyu approached and gently patted her shoulder, encouraging, "Don't just focus on feeling shy. Take a moment to appreciate how you look. Wearing this, it's so revealing, so embarrassing." Pei-Pei hesitated, her voice growing ever softer. Gan Guyu quickly reassured her. "Lena and the others were even less. You're merely unaccustomed to it. You'll adjust in no time. Come on, speak up, Lena." To be fair, Lena nodded affirmatively. "I didn't expect our little brat to possess such charm. Even I find her utterly adorable." Pei-Pei lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Really? Of course." "It is true," Gan Guyu nodded vigorously. "In my opinion, you should wear this sailor outfit from now on. Let that soul-crushing mage robe be damned." Pei-Pei hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded eagerly. "I suppose I'll give it a try." At that moment, Lena interjected, "But without a sturdy magical array, you should tread carefully, especially with my stockings." "No worries. These stockings are prone to tearing anyway. If they break, I'll simply get new ones," Gan Guyu reassured her. Puffing out his chest, "I'll ensure I have plenty of black stockings in stock." "Ha ha ha, you said it yourself." Lena's eyes sparkled with delight, her laughter ringing out. Pei-Pei also raised her head, looking directly at Gan Guyu with eager anticipation. "I'm going to find Lin Lin right now. Are you in such a hurry to show off?" Gan Guyu chuckled. "If that group of girls also seeks my assistance for clothing, I might as well open a tailor shop. Dream on." Pei-Pei stuck her tongue out at him. "I have the holy tree's attire. Why would I bother with your clothes that lack even a sturdy magical array?" "That is indeed a dilemma," Gan Guyu replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. "Only the Geely Trading Company possesses the designs for that magical array, right?" The magical array could not merely be replicated by observing a finished product. The order of the strokes was crucial, just as incantations could not be recited in reverse. Pei-Pei could only express her regret, saying, "It said that the library in Ciprellos contains records of these magical arrays, but that library isn't accessible to just anyone." Gan Guyu could only shrug. "Then we can only make do for now and inscribe a defensive magical array on it. That will have to suffice. I'll do my best to avoid damaging this outfit." Pei-Pei stated, "By the way, Lena and the others don't need this outfit. But what about Sister Emo? Do you really need to remind me? I've already devised an outfit that suits her style." Gan Guyu replied with a smug smile. "When I see her next, I'll make her a set." Chapter 126. The recommendation quota. After the grand feast of the Nature's Grove, everything returned to normal. Two noteworthy events transpired subsequently, one being that Vivian and Gigi, amidst the warm farewells from everyone, departed the Nature's Grove once more. They were heading back to the Ciprellos Academy of Magic, where they would join their fellow mages as previously arranged to embark on a journey across the continent. Previously, nature mages would require the company of combat-savvy mages while traversing the desolate lands. However, this time, Vivian and Gigi set off with the enhanced magic vine entanglement spell bestowed upon them by the High Priest, providing them with a somewhat monotonous means of attack. Notably, Gan Guyu decisively concocted an excuse to avoid accompanying them, in his words. "If I were to go again, what if Gigi clings to me and refuses to let go?" Thus, with Gan Guyu's absence weighing on her thoughts, Gigi embarked on her journey with a sense of tranquility. The other event was Gan Guyu's masterpiece. The outfits of Lena and Pei Pei shone brightly within the nature's grove, sparking discussions that lasted for several days. The grass-skirted beauties, typically presenting themselves as elder sisters, such as Xiaoyu, expressed high admiration for Lena's ensemble. Meanwhile, those who favored a fresh and adorable aesthetic, like Lin Lin and Xiaoan, fervently supported Pei Pei's sailor attire that on ordinary days, the sisters, who shared a bond of affection, abruptly engaged in a protracted debate. Ultimately, they all gathered in Gan Guyu's bamboo house, demanding him to mediate. Gan Guyu felt as if 1,000 alpacas were racing through his mind. Although the two outfits were not designed by him, they were still the fruits of his labor, crafted with great effort. Would he truly show favoritism, just as he was about to exert himself to appease both sides? Xianhuang boldly interjected, diverting attention with her declaration. In my opinion, these stockings should not be black. White stockings are far more aesthetically pleasing. Gan Guyu was deeply moved by Xianhuang's words. While her reasoning was indeed sound, if it were her, white stockings would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet neither Lena nor Pei Pei embodied the cute, naive style she represented. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xiaoyu had already directed her ire toward Xianhuang. Such a sensual yet commanding leather outfit. Would it even be presentable paired with white stockings? Though Lin Lin did not wholly reject Xianhuang's taste, she firmly declared that Pei Pei's ensemble must not be subjected to any further alterations. Witnessing her friends nearly reach the point of severing ties over this dispute, Gan Guyu promptly intervened, setting a banquet within the bamboo house to foster harmony, thus allowing the topic to pass. Now that Wei Wei and the others have departed, the recruitment for new students at Cyprus is about to commence. In the living room, Xiaoyu munched on bamboo shoots and roasted meat while commenting, I wonder who will receive our 2 tuition-waived slots this year. I had always assumed it would certainly be Shi. Lin Lin promptly chimed in to express her conciliatory stance. However, after her recent quarrel with Lung Lung, it's likely that opportunity has slipped away. I had previously thought it would be Shi and Lin Lin as well, but it seems it should be Gan Guyu and Lin Lin now, Xiaoan gleefully remarked as she snatched half a skewer of grilled meat from Xianhuang. Me? I have no desire to go out. Staying in a natural forest is far more delightful, Lin Lin pouted, noticing Pei Pei looking somewhat downcast beside her. She quickly added, I believe Pei Pei is the one who truly needs this opportunity, as there is no inheritance of water magic in the natural forest. In truth, she was well aware that this year's 2 slots were likely to be awarded to her and Gan Guyu. Not long ago, she had advanced to the 3rd tier of natural mages, which had not gone unnoticed by the high priest and many elders, and while it was Gan Guyu's first year in the natural forest, he had made significant contributions, making his potential selection well-deserved. However, she personally harbored no desire to attend Cyprus, especially after encountering a mentor like Xiong down the mountain. She had grown particularly fond of the natural forest environment. She refrained from suggesting that the slots be given to Pei Pei, as that would hurt Pei Pei's pride. She had also attempted to probe the high priest's thoughts but had gleaned nothing. Upon Lin Lin mentioning Pei Pei, everyone nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Pei Pei has lived in the natural forest for nearly 20 years. It is high time she ventured out. Did I not also go out to help fend off famine? Albeit only to a few places, Pei Pei forced a smile. It's all right. I will soon manage to gather the tuition fees that if I don't have enough this year, I should buy next year. At that time, I'll inform the high priest and go to Cyprus on my own. I share the same sentiment, Gan Guyu shrugged. Do you think I lack money? Recommendations are far too unappealing. Would I tell you that I was recommended to university back in the day? Such trivialities, paying for one's tuition and being recommended in the name of the natural forest seem to bear a distinct difference. Xianhuang shot a fierce glare at Xiao, and before suddenly exclaiming, I heard that new students recommended to Cyprus will be received by that mysterious dean. I wonder what the purpose of this meeting entails. But it likely isn't anything negative. The mention of the dean stirred something within Gan Guyu. That pot of lucky bamboo that had crossed over with him seemed to rest in his possession. It was said that the dean shared a good rapport with the high priest. He was curious about the current growth of that lucky bamboo. Damn it. Are you also saving up to go to Cyprus? You little brat? At that moment, Lena, who had remained silent, gulped down a mouthful of the highly potent grain alcohol that Gan Guyu had dubbed the king of wines, and suddenly laughed. What? Gan Guyu turned to her. So, you wish to go to Cyprus as well? Do you think I genuinely want to rely solely on fireball spells for combat? Lena shot him a disdainful glance and continued. I've been a bounty hunter for so many years. Merely to save up for that blasted tuition. I was on the verge of completing my last job, capturing that little fox for a reward, and my funds would have sufficed. Unexpectedly, I found myself here, muddled and confused, being treated like a maid. If you weren't constantly spending on alcohol, you would have gathered enough money by now, wouldn't you? Gan Guyu decisively countered. And when did I ever treat you like a maid? Have I ever ordered you around? Haha, speaking of which, you little rascal, you do have some sense, Lena retorted, taking pride in her situation. If you truly dare to bully me, I would definitely ensure that we both meet our end. If you can bear to part with this fine food and drink, Gan Guyu shrugged, delivering a sharp retort. After a sumptuous meal and drinks, the group of women prepared to disperse that a slightly tipsy Lena climbed up to the loft to sleep, while Pei Pei stayed behind to tidy up the remnants. Noticing Pei Pei's lingering melancholy, Gan Guyu engaged her in casual conversation, though he understood that the matter of whether the natural forest would grant Pei Pei the recommendation was secondary. What she truly yearned for was the recognition from the natural forest itself. Observing Pei Pei in such a state, he couldn't help but reflect that his earlier decision had indeed been the right one. That as Pei Pei was about to leave, he called out to her. What is it? Pei Pei turned to face Gan Guyu. The Mother of Nature will not let any of her followers down, Gan Guyu said with a smile. Chapter 127. The summer blossom of a smile. It did not take long for the speculation to settle, as the two new student names recommended by the Natural Forest to Cyprus Magic Academy were quickly made public. The first name was Gan Guyu. Upon hearing this news, the others did not express much surprise. Rather, Gan Guyu's friends displayed considerable reluctance. However, in reality, not only was Gan Guyu somewhat astonished by this outcome, but the elders had also deliberated extensively before reaching this decision. Rewind to that night, during the elders' council. I agree. The first to voice support for recommending Gan Guyu to Cyprus was, surprisingly, the frosty-faced elder of regulations. Her reasoning was rather straightforward. Out of sight, out of mind. She simply did not wish for Gan Guyu to continue lingering under her watchful eye, as it was quite bothersome. While everyone acknowledges Gan Guyu's contributions to the natural forest, he is still only a second-tier mage. Will he not be bullied if he goes out? Elder of Medicine expressed concern. Haha, even Lung Lung cannot manage him. Elder of Medicine, do you still regard him as an ordinary second-tier mage? Elder of Regulation scoffed. Elder of Rights cleared his throat a couple of times, casting a glance at the high priest, who remained calm and composed and cautiously inquired. That child has only been in the natural forest for a few months. If we grant him the recommendation slot, will the likes of Xiaoyu and Lin Lin find it unfair? What do you think, High Priest? Lin Lin has previously expressed to me that she does not wish to go to Cyprus. The High Priest replied with a gentle smile. That girl Xiaoyu also harbors deep-seated biases against Cyprus. She still holds a grudge against the incident with Xiong Jiu down the mountain. Elder of Medicine shook his head as well. Moreover, Shuang cannot bear to part with her. In truth, I also support granting this child a slot, the High Priest slowly remarked. His contributions to our natural forest are one aspect, but more importantly, I believe he possesses the ability to bring about a new era in Cyprus. The elders shifted their gazes, intrigued. The High Priest surveyed the elders before continuing. Among the four major magical families, only Xianhuang still possesses the willingness to contribute to the greater good. The other three families are secretly advancing their own strengths, and even Xianhuang, for self-preservation, cannot spare too much effort to care for the continent. I have also heard that the patriarch of the Xianhuang family has recently been in poor health, whether true or not. The imperial family is similarly constrained, their ambitions outstripping their capabilities. This status quo must be disrupted. Are you suggesting that he has the ability to break this deadlock? An elder asked, somewhat excitedly. I do not know yet. The High Priest gently shook his head, but if anyone can achieve it, it should be him. Thus, the discussion regarding Gan Guyu was finally settled. But what about the second slot? The elders did not deliberate for long and quickly reached a unanimous agreement. However, when Pei Pei herself heard the news, she initially thought she had misheard. Indeed, the second slot was awarded to Pei Pei. This announcement stirred a minor commotion at first, but upon reflection, most found it a reasonable decision from a standpoint of necessity. Pei Pei was indeed the most deserving of the recommendation. However, prior resistance from Elder of Regulations and her faction had thwarted Pei Pei's aspirations. This time, when the High Priest mentioned Pei Pei's name again, the faction of Elder of Regulations remained silent. Thus, it was only natural that Pei Pei would receive this slot. Yet, why had Elder of Regulations and her allies ceased their opposition this time? Pei Pei is unaware, and many are oblivious as well. However, the Elder of the Regulations knows, as does the High Priest, along with one other individual. Gan Guyu did on the night following his confrontation with Lung Lung. The High Priest hastened to the bamboo cottage under the cover of night to seek reconciliation with Gan Guyu. Presenting him with 2 parchment scrolls made of beast hide. One scroll contained an improved version of the binding vine spell, while the other was a letter of recommendation addressed to the Ciprolo School of Magic at the time. The letter handed to Gan Guyu did not specify the name of the recommended individual, allowing Gan Guyu the liberty to fill in the details. This was the primary reason Gan Guyu agreed to the reconciliation and spared Lung Lung, that if this letter of recommendation were to be used solely by Gan Guyu, it would hold little allure for him. However, if it were given to Pei Pei, it would take on an entirely different significance. Indeed, both he and Pei Pei would no longer have to worry about tuition fees for Ciprolos. But the distinction between self-funded education and receiving a recommendation from the Mother of Nature was monumental for Pei Pei. Over the years, Pei Pei had faced the cold gaze of the Elder of Regulations and others in the Mother of Nature's domain. And this acknowledgement from the Mother of Nature was a deeply cherished desire for her. Given their profound friendship, Gan Guyu could not stand idly by when he had the opportunity to assist Pei Pei, especially considering that when Gan Guyu first traversed here, Pei Pei had also endured scrutiny due to his gender, a fact that had caused him some discomfort despite his initial ignorance. Knowing that studying at the Ciprolo School of Magic had been Pei Pei's long-held dream, Gan Guyu felt compelled to lend his support. Witnessing the unbridled joy on Pei Pei's face, he realized he had made the right choice to ask for the origins of the recommendation. Would it hold any significance if revealed? Together with the others, Gan Guyu congratulated Pei Pei, concealing the merits of his contribution. That night, Pei Pei, I've washed the dishes and tidied the furniture. Why do you still linger here? Gan Guyu chuckled at Pei Pei, who sat before him. It's still early. I don't wish to return, Pei Pei replied, licking her lips. Will you keep me company for a while? Oh, how charming she was today. Gan Guyu smirked and nodded. Very well, let us converse in a different setting. With that, he employed the binding vine to lift them both onto the rooftop. The summer night sky remained a tapestry of twinkling stars. So this is how beautiful the night sky can be, Gan Guyu exclaimed. Unpolluted and free from PM 2.5, it sparkles with a brilliance far surpassing that of my homeland. Thank you, Pei Pei said, gazing at the stars. For what? Gan Guyu asked with a smile. For your assistance. Without you, how could I have suddenly received the recommendation for Ciprolos? Pei Pei turned to face him. Gan Guyu replied earnestly, I have already stated. You ought to thank the Mother of Nature and the High Priest. I do not know how you accomplished this. Pei Pei interrupted him directly, but I am aware that it must involve you. So thank you. She then swung herself onto Gan Guyu's lap, her face alight with a smile. From now on, I shall look to you for guidance, little Guyu. As he beheld her radiant smile, illuminated by the countless stars, Gan Guyu felt a sudden jolt to his heart. Chapter 128. A fond farewell. The entrance to the Mother of Nature's domain buzzed with activity once more. While I am away, you must take good care of yourself and think of me, Lin Lin insisted, grasping Pei Pei's hand tightly, her words a continuous stream of caution. You never know how many individuals like Shan Xiaxiong Jiu await in Ciprolos. One must remain vigilant and not easily trust strangers. All right, Lin Lin, Gan Guyu said with a weary smile. You've been rambling since last night, and now my head is buzzing with your incessant chatter. I simply cannot bear to part. Lin Lin shot him a glare. I too am reluctant. Xiaoyu clung to Gan Guyu's arm, refusing to let go. Little Guyu is going only with Pei Pei. I fear she will forget her older sister entirely. How could that be? Gan Guyu chuckled awkwardly, struggling to free himself from Xiaoyu's grip. Xiaoyan smiled and added, the situation at the Magic Academy is intricate, little Guyu. Once you arrive, you should quickly connect with the sisters studying there to have someone to rely on in case of emergencies. Don't worry about home. We will frequently assist with cleaning the bamboo cottage, Xianhuang chimed in, raising her hand. We will also help look after your crops. I appreciate it greatly. Gan Guyu nodded in gratitude. While you are away, little Guyu, you must keep a watchful eye on Pei Pei, Lin Lin reiterated. If she loses even a single hair. Before Lin Lin could finish her sentence, exasperated, Gan Guyu plucked a strand of water blue hair from Pei Pei's head, his face contorting comically. Just tell me what you intend to do. I've never realized how nagging you can be. Gan Guyu, Lin Lin nearly lost her mind, preparing to leap at Gan Guyu, but Pei Pei managed to hold her back just in time. Calm down, Lin Lin. He was merely jesting. Pei Pei quickly soothed her friend. Don't worry. That fellow and the foul old hag will protect me. And I am not without the means to defend myself. Wait, foul old hag. Lin Lin paused in confusion, pointing uncertainly at the neglected Lena standing to the side. Is she also accompanying you to Ciprilos? When did the Magic Academy permit servants to attend? She is likely just escorting you two there and will return. Xiaoyan speculated, glancing at Lena. Doesn't she still possess the parasitic seed left by the high priest? Lena rolled her eyes, revealing her smooth arm, devoid of any trace of the parasitic seed. Oh, I forgot to mention, the foul old hag will also be enrolling with us, but she will be self-funded, Gan Guyu clarified. Thus, the high priest has reclaimed the parasitic seed. Lin Lin, astonished, remarked, just days ago, I heard her complaining about not having enough money. Lena shrugged nonchalantly, while Pei Pei chuckled awkwardly. Although Lena indeed lacked sufficient funds, both Gan Guyu and Pei Pei had the means. Recently, one day, noticing that Lena appeared somewhat lackluster during their battles and often lingered around him, seemingly hesitant to speak, Gan Guyu finally asked, if you have something to say, just say it. Fidgeting is not your style. Lena laughed awkwardly. Could I borrow some money? No, Gan Guyu replied flatly, turning to leave. Lena quickly blocked his path, forcing a smile. Good brother, as you journey to the Ciprilos School of Magic, you surely need a companion or guard, right? Gan Guyu silently chuckled, maintaining his composure. I have heard that not far from the Mother of Nature's domain, there exists a teleportation array leading to Ciprilos. Then surely, once you are at the academy, you will require a bodyguard or servant to run errands for you. Lena pressed on persuasively. Imagine the prestige of having me, a fourth-tier sorceress, to support you. You? Gan Guyu shot her a skeptical glance, retorting, shouldn't it be me serving as your bodyguard instead? No. Lena continued to flatter him. This time, I will follow your every command. I will never stray from your direction, and if I do poorly, I will gladly learn. I promise you will be satisfied. Gan Guyu shrugged and prepared to depart. I'll go all out. Lena, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, as long as you are in Ciprilos for a day, I shall remain your maid, bodyguard, and training partner. How does that sound? A fiercely capable fire magic practitioner at your beck and call must be hard to come by. Gan Guyu halted, turning to Lena. If you possess such determination, why not directly apply for the scholarships from the 4 great magical families and the royal family? By the gods, that would be akin to selling myself. How could I ever agree to such a thing? Lena vehemently shook her head. Besides, I have no favorable impression of those noble sorcerers. I have no intention of mingling with their ilk. The 4 great magical families and the royal family have long upheld a tradition of sponsoring common sorcerers to win their perspective. Becoming a servant to one of the 4 illustrious wizard families or the royal household might not necessarily be a misfortune. However, many wizards would prefer to spend years accumulating tuition fees rather than signing a contract of servitude. And it is evident that Lena is one such individual. Are you implying that on this journey northward, you will truly comply without question? Gan Guyu inquired once more. Absolutely, Lena replied, nodding earnestly. "How much more do you need for your tuition?" Gan Guyu asked after a moment's contemplation. Lena then proceeded to pour out all the gold and magical crystals she had saved over the years, forming a small mound. Upon closer inspection, Gan Guyu noticed that most of these were low-value first- and second-tier magical crystals, with only a few third- and fourth-tier ones scattered among them. The rest were the standard gold coins of the Radiant Empire, known as Radiant Coins. After a rough estimation, he realized that Lena's deficit was not substantial, and lending her some money would not be a burden, so he nodded in agreement. "Come, let us draft a new contract, my esteemed master," Lena declared, bestowing Gan Guyu with a playful kiss. "Let us forego that. After all, we've known each other long enough to have established a measure of trust," Gan Guyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Besides, you'll be residing in Cipralose. With my capabilities, do you really think you can escape? Well, it seems I am finally departing the novice village that my adventures across the continent are just beginning, and I wonder if the gentlemen have any recommendations or endorsements to offer." Chapter 129. Old George. Cipralose City is a pivotal stronghold in the northern part of the Blighted Wilderness, renowned for its profound magical culture. Here, as one gazes down a street, more than half of the 10 shops are engaged in magical enterprises, thanks to the perennial influx of wizards, particularly due to the prestigious Cipralose Wizard Academy located in the southern outskirts of the city. Outside the southern gate of Cipralose City, there exists a teleportation array, overseen by Old George, its diligent administrator. This morning, Old George donned his seldom worn formal attire and stood sprightly beside the array, a ritual he had adhered to for several days now. Ordinarily, however, Old George led a rather leisurely life, lounging in his tank top and shorts under the sun, neglecting even to inquire about the whereabouts of his wizarding robe. That it was only during these exceptional days that a few groups would emerge from this magical array. The majority of visitors to Cipralose were redirected to the public teleportation array within the city. Suddenly, the teleportation array before Old George illuminated, causing him to stir with renewed vigor. Soon, the brilliance of the array subsided, revealing 2 figures standing within that he promptly greeted them with respect. "Welcome, young masters, to Cipralose." "Old George, good to see you again." A tall and handsome man emerged from the array, acknowledging Old George with a nod, and gestured towards a younger man behind him, saying, "This is my brother, Brandon. It is his first visit to Cipralose." "Master Brandon, it is a privilege to make your acquaintance," Old George replied with a broad smile. Brandon, the younger man, cast a disdainful glance at Old George, his face betraying a profound contempt that he said nothing but merely flicked his wrist, causing a first-tier magical crystal to drop at Old George's feet. "Thank you, young master." Old George seemed oblivious to the disdain, picking up the magical crystal and tucking it away with a respectful acknowledgement. Observing this, Brandon's scorn deepened. The tall and handsome man, witnessing this exchange, did not react overly but inquired, "Who else has arrived before us?" "Counting you 2, for families have already arrived," Old George responded. "Only the Xianhuang family and the Natural Grove remain absent." "Xianhuang? That lad Tang Jie graduated ahead of me, so this year no one from their family will be emerging from here." The tall man chuckled softly, startling Old George. Could it be that the Xianhuang family had no new students reporting to the academy this year? "As for welcoming the young ladies of the Natural Grove, it is of little consequence," the man continued. "Your duties seem to be drawing to a close. Old George, you may take your leave." "Yes, young master," Old George replied without further comment. The man nodded slightly and, without lingering, departed with his brother Brandon. Once they had walked away, Old George returned to his post, waiting in silence. Before long, the teleportation array flared to life once more, and this time 3 figures emerged. Oh no. It was 2 ladies and 1 gentleman. Old George stood momentarily transfixed, momentarily lost in thought. Were these individuals from the Xianhuang family? Why were they dressed so peculiarly? While it must be said that the dresses of the 2 ladies were rather exquisite. What was the matter with this young man, who appeared slightly shorter than the lady in black? Old George nearly mistook him for a lady himself. Is this truly the Cipralose Wizard Academy? The tallest of the trio, a red-haired lady, was the first to step out of the array, surveying her surroundings. Clad in a tight black leather vest and short black leather pants, with knee-high boots that obscured much of her stockings. She exuded an air of mature allure. This is indeed a specialized high-level teleportation array. There is no chance of error. Naturally, this is Cyprilos, another young lady, with a strikingly beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure. Followed closely behind, her excitement evident. Her neckline, adorned with blue stripes, was tied with a red bow, while her blue pleated skirt and black stockings snugly embraced her calves, complemented by a pair of brown round-toed shoes radiating youthful exuberance. The most playful aspect was her exposed navel, barely concealed by her attire. You too, do not act as though you've never seen the world. When out in public, one must be mindful of their image, the young man among them remarked with a wry smile. Shaking his head at the two ladies as he descended the teleportation array, he donned a red and blue plaid shirt, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his cropped jeans, and sported a pair of olive-green flip-flops, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, upon noticing old George's slightly dazed expression, he stepped forward with a broad grin, saying, "You must be old George. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Grand Priestess specifically asked me to bring this for you. Here, a little homemade brew, a token of my respect. Haha. The Grand Priestess? You mean Fabina?" Old George instinctively accepted the elegantly packaged bottle of wine. Astonished. "You are not from the Xianhuang family. You are from the Natural Grove. When did we claim to be from the Xianhuang family?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "However, I am unfamiliar with the Fabina you mentioned." "Haha. Fabina was the name of your Grand Priestess in her youth. You youngsters wouldn't know that." Old George chuckled heartily. Gan Guyu smiled in response, yet inwardly stirred. The Grand Priestess was already several centuries old. And this seemingly unremarkable old man before him, possessing minimal magical aura, was aware of such past anecdotes. Could he also be an ancient being? No wonder the Grand Priestess had specifically cautioned him regarding Old George before his departure. Old George scrutinized them for a moment before changing the subject. "However, it is quite peculiar that 3 individuals from the Natural Grove have arrived, yet none are adorned in the holy tree-esque garments. What is the meaning of this? When did the Natural Grove ever willingly relinquish their recommendation slots to outsiders?" Gan Guyu had grown rather immune to such inquiries, and promptly produced 2 recommendation letters. Gesturing towards himself and Pepe, "If I were to say that this girl and I also arrived in the Natural Grove by way of the Holy Tree-esque summoning, would you believe me?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Old George replied, verifying the magical seals on the recommendation letters while chuckling. "However, the other young ladies from the Natural Grove have not been present at the Academy in recent days. You must be feeling somewhat lost at the moment." "Yes? Well, take a moment to rest. Once I finish my duties, I shall escort you to register." "Thank you very much," Gan Guyu smiled, pointing towards Lena. "In fact, we have one here who has yet to pay her registration fee." "Not a problem. I'll ensure that Old George addresses that as well." Old George replied with a hearty laugh, returning to his original position. After a considerable time had passed with no further activity from the teleportation array, Old George's brow furrowed slightly, that he then turned to Gan Guyu and the others. Smiling, "It seems Old George's duties have indeed concluded. Let us proceed. I shall lead you to the Academy." Gan Guyu nodded, and thus the 3 followed Old George as they ventured forth. Today marks a rather significant occasion. The saga of the Cyprilos Wizard Academy begins, and little Guyu has finally stepped out of the novice village. Moreover, today also coincides with the first anniversary of Xiaozhang's wedding. Traditionally, one would celebrate a wedding anniversary with a candlelit dinner and express their affection. However, my wife insists that on our anniversary, we should focus on writing instead, that if we truly wish to celebrate. Perhaps I should post a more significant update. Hence, here I am at 5 o'clock, and you may gauge my current sentiments .p.s for the long black attire. No one has yet guessed correctly. Regardless, there is still some time before that outfit makes its appearance. So feel free to continue your speculations. However, those who guessed a Chong Sam seem to be on the right track, while those who imagined a Zhongshan suit. What even is that? Grinning face, moreover, regarding the speculation about the elementary school monk's swimwear. Please don't leave after school. Chapter 130, The Registration Commotion, Part 1. Old George led Gan Guyu and the other 2 along a secluded path, but after turning a couple of corners, they were greeted by an entirely different world. That it was now close to dusk, Yet the expansive square before them was still bustling with activity. At the center of the square stood a grand fountain, while at the opposite end loomed a magnificent gate. Young master, young lady, that is the northern gate of the illustrious Cypros Wizard Academy. Old George pointed to the impressive entrance nearby. The registration for new students takes place there. However, there are different passageways beneath the northern gate, and the three of you will see for yourselves upon entering. Thank you, Old George, Gan Guyu replied with a smile. No need for formalities, Old George chuckled. Once you enter the academy gates, there will be staff to guide you through the process, that I shall not accompany you further. I wish you all a pleasant experience at Cypros. With that, he bowed and stepped back. Pepe returned the gesture to Old George and then turned to Gan Guyu. What are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Gan Guyu nodded and was about to speak when he turned to see Lena already several steps ahead, causing him to chuckle in disbelief. It seemed that this pesky woman was quite eager as well. Hey! What are you doing? As the trio approached the gate, they were stopped by a man clad in a wizard's robe. Pepe hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, We're here to register. The man's gaze fell upon Pepe. Momentarily entranced, where did such a beautiful girl come from? Her attire was indeed quite unique. With this thought, his tone softened slightly. You may proceed. Cue a passage for over there. The three of them glanced in the direction the man indicated, and their expressions immediately fell. The long line appeared as though it would take ages to get through. Noticing their dismayed faces, the man felt a twinge of sympathy and looked at Pepe with a smile. Little beauty, would you like to cut in line? Let us be friends. I can help you save some time. Pepe felt a surge of delight and was about to nod in agreement when Gan Guyu and Lena simultaneously pulled her back. Lena wrapped her arms around Pepe, laughing playfully. Oh, that won't be necessary. With that, she headed toward the passage marked for. You naughty girl, let me teach you something today, Lena said with a smile as she held Pepe close when encountering unsolicited advances from men. You must ignore them, that if they persist, simply give them a good thrashing. Why? Pepe asked, slightly bewildered but curious. No reason. Gan Guyu interjected with a twitch of his lips. Just do as I say. Oh. Pepe puffed out her cheeks in acknowledgement. The three of them obediently stood in line for quite some time, finally reaching the gate just as the sun began to set. However, considering the lengthy wait with so many people ahead of them, Lena was quite pleased with their progress out of course. What pleased her most was the seemingly endless line behind her. At the entrance of Passage 4, several tables were set up, each manned by a busy staff member handling the registration of new students. Meanwhile, Durant, the assistant supervisor, lounged with his legs crossed, occasionally expressing his impatience and urging everyone to speed up. The Academy's enrollment efforts have been relentless, conducted day and night in shifts. Passage 4, under Durant's jurisdiction, was the busiest of all. He craned his neck to peer outside the passage. Seeing the line still stretching far beyond sight, his mood soured further. How long would they have to endure this? No, he needed to find an opportunity to slip away. As another figure approached, one of the staff members behind the table picked up a roll of parchment and handed it forward. Please fill out this form. Leave your magical imprint. And then, before he could finish, he was momentarily dazzled by Lena's presence. This was too outrageous. Did this girl not realize how dangerously alluring her figure was, dressed as she was? Even more perilous was Lena's playful smile as she accepted the parchment, teasingly saying, Little brother, wipe your drool. Upon hearing this, the man's face flushed, and he instinctively reached to wipe the corner of his mouth, only to find no drool at all. Lena, witnessing this, burst into laughter. However, the absence of drool from that man did not mean others were unaffected. Wait a moment. Durant, hastily wiping his mouth, suddenly leapt up, calling out. All eyes turned to him in an instant. Clearing his throat, Durant approached Lena, scrutinizing her from head to toe before finally speaking. What is your name? The glimmer of lust in Durant's eyes did not escape Lena's notice. She smirked inwardly while maintaining a sweet facade. I am Lilith. Miss Lilith. Durant tried to adopt a serious demeanor as he continued. I suspect you may be concealing dangerous items that could threaten the safety of the Academy. A thorough search is required before you can proceed with registration. Gan Guyu, still waiting in line, sighed in exasperation that he had to admit that pesky woman indeed possessed dangerous items. though whether they posed a threat to the Academy's safety was a matter of perspective. "Hey, is that guy looking for trouble?" Pepe whispered to Gan Guyu. "Indeed. Your analysis is quite astute." Gan Guyu nodded slightly. "Should we not assist that troublesome woman?" Pepe urged. "Not just yet." Gan Guyu shrugged. With Lena's abilities, could she not handle that third-tier wizard's lecherous advances? After hearing Durant's words, Lena crossed her arms, feigning surprise. "Oh, really? What exactly constitutes a thorough search?" "Well," Durant grinned wickedly, gesturing towards a small room nearby. "Let us discuss this in there." "Must we, sir?" Lena asked, a hint of trepidation crossing her face. "Naturally. Unless you wish to forfeit your registration," Durant replied smugly, clearly pleased with Lena's reaction. "Come along, dear Lilith." "If that is the case, I suppose I have no choice." Lena reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, Durant let out a triumphant laugh and led the way toward the small room. Who would have thought that after a day of tedium, he would end up with such an unexpected pleasure? Gan Guyu watched in astonishment, muttering, "Did I just see correctly? When did that troublesome woman become so agreeable?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "Whether she has become more agreeable is uncertain. But I know that man is in for a rough time. Prepare to clean up after that troublesome woman." Sure enough, not long after Durant and Lena entered the small room, the door exploded into splinters with a loud crash. A cry of "ouch" echoed as a figure was sent flying out, crashing to the ground. Who else but Durant? "You! How dare you assault a member of the Academy staff? Your intentions are sinister. Guards! Summon the guards immediately." Durant, struggling to his feet in a disheveled state, screamed in a frenzy. Yet the only response he received was a barrage of fireballs that flew from the room towards him. Chapter 131. The Registration Commotion, Part 2. Upon witnessing their superior being ejected from the room, the registrars sprang to their feet in alarm, preparing to assist, but a flurry of fireballs had already followed suit, hurtling towards Durant without restraint, that in full view of everyone. Durant was left in a disheveled state. And it was only then that Lena emerged, clapping her hands and looking down at the fallen Durant with a mocking smile. The others quickly shielded Durant behind them, warily eyeing Lena. After all, if even Durant could not contend with her, they stood little chance together. "You brainless fools! I told you to call for help. What are you standing around for?" Durant, clutching his arm where he had been scorched, cried out in agony. The others, already reluctant to face Lena, now scrambled to flee at his command. Durant, seeing them scatter, shouted angrily, "How many of you are going?" "Just one." "The rest of you, take that troublesome woman down." "Apologies." Everyone. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Durant and the others, blocking their path to summon reinforcements. "Look, there are still so many people waiting to register. Shouldn't you sit down and expedite the process?" "Who the hell are you?" Dante blocked the way. One of the anxious individuals shouted at Gan Guyu, stepping forward to push him aside. "I merely wish to expedite the registration process." Gan Guyu stepped back a pace, still obstructing the individual's path, and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "You don't need to register," the man snapped. "The Academy doesn't want you. Just leave." "That's simply one do." Gan Guyu shook his head with a smile. "If I leave, how will you explain it to the Academy?" What kind of logic was this? The man was taken aback, opening his mouth to continue his tirade. Just then, Gan Guyu snapped his fingers, and several magical vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the feet of Durant and his companions, lifting them into the the entrance. Those still patiently waiting in line stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the unfolding scene. What sorcery is this? That is the entanglement of magical vines. You truly are naive. You are the one lacking experience. The entanglement of magical vines is a natural magic. How could a mere snap of a finger from a man possibly invoke it? Perhaps it was just that the action to activate the magical scroll was too subtle for us to notice. Vines ensnared the registrars, dragging them back beneath passage 4, binding them to their chairs. Durant, however, found himself suspended upside down, delivered before Lena that he soon had to cease his softly murmured incantation as a fireball loomed threateningly before him. If that fireball were to strike his unprotected face, he would surely be left disfigured. "Aha, my lord! Do I have any weapons on me?" Lena teased, playing with the fireball in her hand. Indeed, there were. It was painfully obvious. Did she think everyone else was blind? This was the collective sentiment of nearly everyone present. No, absolutely none, Durant replied nonetheless. Then, may I proceed with my registration? Lena asked with a playful giggle. Over there, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist Miss Lilith with her enrollment. Durant shouted immediately. Miss Lilith, it's all a misunderstanding. Could you please set me down? But it seems you and your subordinates are injured, my lord. Lena feigned concern, her expression one of false sympathy. Oh, those are merely injuries from our sleepwalking, Durant hastily clarified. This has nothing to do with Miss Lilith or our friend over there. Is that so? Lena nodded thoughtfully. Wouldn't it be rather unfair to you, my lord? Do you require me to supplement your medical expenses? At her words, Durant awkwardly smiled and was about to nod when he caught sight of the mischievous glint in Lena's eyes, prompting him to quickly shake his head. I could never impose such expenses upon you, miss. Ahaha, then I shall graciously comply. You rascal, keep an eye on him. Lena exchanged a brief greeting with Gan Guyu before turning to complete her registration. And they say she is devoted to being her brother's maid. It's only been a few days and already she's bossing around. Gan Guyu shook his head as he approached Durant, standing beside him and remaining still. Yet Durant had a profound sense that this man in the red and blue checkered shirt was perhaps even more fearsome than the fiery woman. Soon Lena completed her form and payment in one swift motion, finalizing her registration. The staff member assisting her, upon seeing the name Lena written prominently on the form, was instantly flustered. This is your student ring. Please wear it at all times within the Cypros Academy of Sorcery. The staff member trembled slightly as he presented a rather elegantly designed ring to Lena. Your studies and life at the Academy will be inseparable from it, and any announcements from the Academy will be communicated through this student ring. Lena examined the ring with curiosity before adorning her right hand's ring finger with it. The staff member continued, Now you may proceed to the dormitory management to arrange your accommodation, and your registration process will be complete. However, the Academy will have many notifications in the coming days, so please remain vigilant. Lena nodded slightly, then playfully teased, Thank you, young man. The staff member's face turned crimson from neck to crown, and he lowered his head, too shy to respond. Meanwhile, Lena turned to wave at the queue. I'm all set. It's your turn now, you little brat. Coming. Pepe, who had been discreetly keeping an eye on Gan Guyu, stepped forward only after Lena's reminder, swiftly completing her own form. When the staff member gestured for her to pay, she paused, then produced a letter of recommendation from the Forest of Nature. I don't need to pay tuition, right? The staff member's face was filled with confusion as he took the letter, unfolding it and nearly dropping it in shock. He then recalled glancing at Pepe's registration form, where her hometown was clearly listed as Forest of Nature. Miss Pepe, are you jesting with us? His expression fell immediately. New students recommended by the Forest of Nature should use passage 2. Did the staff at the entrance not inform you? The mention of the Forest of Nature made the surrounding crowd erupt in excitement. Is this little beauty from the Forest of Nature? No way. Why isn't she wearing the legendary tree attire? Though this is quite a short skirt. She seems to be with that fire mage and that man. Could it be? I told you. It must be the entanglement of magical vines. Upon hearing the commotion, Durant felt as though he had plunged into despair. Had he inadvertently provoked the Forest of Nature by merely flirting with a girl? How unfortunate could one be? Just then, a voice as ethereal as a celestial chime rang out nearby, startling Durant back to attention. Who dares to act so brazenly at the Academy's entrance? The Cypros Academy of Sorcery's guard is here. All of you. Cease at once. Chapter 132. Confrontation. As the new student registration period reached its peak, the guard of the Sorcery Academy, led by Captain Li Wen, focused their patrols on several gates of the Academy. When Captain Li Wen made his way to the north gate once again, his pupils narrowed in surprise. There hung Durant, the supervisor of passage 4, upside down, bearing visible injuries that rendered him a pitiful sight. Although Li Wen had heard rumors of Durant's poor character, he was still affiliated with the Academy, and as the captain of the guard, he had a duty to uphold the Academy's dignity and order. Therefore, he chose to take action first, controlling the situation before anything else that a group of wizards clad in sharp, formal attire swiftly moved to encircle Gan Guyu. Yet given that he stood right beside Durant, they refrained from taking hasty actions, merely drawing their wands to point at him. Pepe and Lena exchanged glances and hurried over to join Gan Guyu. Lena's fireball flickered ominously, clearly showing she paid no heed to Li Wen's earlier admonition. Li Wen, you arrived just in time. Quickly save me. Subdue these scoundrels. You harlot. Let me tell you, your end is nigh. Durant's jubilant cries were abruptly cut off as a fireball was pressed against his abdomen, forcing him to grimace in pain and curl his body in an effort to alleviate the discomfort. Stop! Li Wen commanded sharply, raising an eyebrow. You all must be the new students of this year. Do not say I did not warn you. Taking action within the academy is a serious crime, punishable by immediate expulsion. Release the hostage at once, and perhaps I can advocate for leniency. What do we do now? Pepe scanned the enemy ranks, whispering. The strength of the guard was formidable, with the weakest among them at the 4th rank, and their numbers overwhelmingly in their favor. Pepe knew they three could not hope to escape. You witch! Didn't you say you'd be my bodyguard? Gan Guyu teased. Now is your chance to prove yourself. What the hell? Am I supposed to take on 10 by myself? Lena retorted. We have a hostage. We should think of a way to escape. While the trio huddled together to strategize, Li Wen was not idle that a guard approached him and whispered, Captain, the one who captured Durant appears to be using the entanglement of magical vines. Could this group have ties to the forest of nature? Li Wen pondered for a moment before responding. Even if they're connected to the forest of nature, taking action within the academy is still a grave offense. Look for an opportunity to rescue Durant, then we'll deal with them. Understood, Captain, the guard replied. Thus, the members of the guard tightened their encirclement around Gan Guyu and his companions. Lena took the initiative to pull out the beast tamer's rope, binding Durant securely and freeing Gan Guyu from the magical vines without expending any more mana. Gan Guyu surveyed the scene before finally addressing Li Wen with a smile. You should really order your men to stand down. Once we leave, the hostage will be released. You little brat, is this your plan? Lena muttered behind Gan Guyu. I've already paid my tuition. It wouldn't be wise to let that money go to waste. Would you prefer money or your life? Gan Guyu replied without turning around. Let us get out first. Then figure something out. We've clearly run into someone we can't handle. As they continued to negotiate, Li Wen remained steadfast. Cypros does not favor compromise, so you have two options. Either resist to the bitter end until my patience wears thin, at which point I will reduce you and the hostage to mere ashes. Or you can willingly release the hostage and accompany me to the Academy's tribunal. I will take into account your voluntary surrender and advocate for leniency. Gan Guyu chuckled at this. I've gained insight today. Truly. The Cypros Academy of Sorcery is impressively domineering. Lena couldn't help but kick Durant again, laughing in anger. Listen, it seems they don't care much for your well-being at all. Should a fight break out, I shall use you as a human shield. Durant had been deliberately concealing the origins of Gan Guyu and others, intending to eliminate them through the hands of the guard team. However, he never anticipated that the wretched Li Wen would issue such a final ultimatum. Upon hearing Lena's words, he could no longer remain composed and shouted angrily, You bastard Li Wen! How dare you disregard my life? Let me tell you, they are recommended candidates from the natural forest. If you kill them, I won't believe you will see the sun rise tomorrow. Li Wen furrowed his brow at this revelation. The connection to the natural forest was significant, and being recommended candidates from there was an entirely different matter. In the Mage Academy, the status of nature mages had always been particularly sensitive, and Li Wen deemed it too perilous to lay a hand on the recommended candidates. After a moment of silence, he summoned one of his subordinates and instructed, Bring over 2 individuals from the registration desk and 2 from the queue, and inquire separately about the details of the incident. Understood. The subordinate immediately complied. Soon, Li Wen had a clear understanding of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he stepped forward and inquired, Among you, who are the recommended candidates from the natural forest? Pepe pointed at Gan Guyu and then at herself. A male? Li Wen glanced at Gan Guyu, curiosity stirring within him. However, since that woman in black was not a recommended candidate, it would simplify matters considerably. Thus, he turned to Gan Guyu and said, I have gathered most of the details surrounding the incident. This young lady in white did not take action. so she is not implicated in this matter. You merely intervened to prevent them from proceeding, and no injuries were inflicted, thus it is of no grave consequence. As for this young lady, he looked at Lena, pausing momentarily before continuing. Although Durant was rude first, since this young lady has caused harm, I am afraid she will need to accompany me for a brief discussion. However, rest assured, Durant will bear the brunt of the responsibility for this incident, and this young lady will only receive a minor reprimand. Haha, is this what they call divide and conquer? This captain indeed plays his cards well? Gan Guyu clapped and laughed. May I ask, have you ever heard that one must consider the master when striking a dog? This is my servant. You little brat. Who are you calling a dog? Lena's veins bulged as she kicked Durant once more. It was just a metaphor, Gan Guyu retorted, glancing at her before turning back to Li Wen. I will manage my own servant. No need for the captain to worry. This young master, I have already extended an olive branch, so please do not misinterpret my intentions. After all, you are merely a new student at the academy. Li Wen's gaze towards Gan Guyu had grown somewhat frigid. The proposal I put forth is the final concession. I disagree. Gan Guyu replied with a slight smile. I also disagree. Pei Pei quickly chimed in. Unacceptable, another voice interjected. The crowd paused, seemingly taken aback. As this did not appear to be Lena's voice, that Xianhuang turned towards the source, his expression instantly turning serious. You, what brings you here? Chapter 133. Backlash. The onlookers turned to see a man and a woman approaching in the setting sun. The man was tall and handsome, his long legs drawing attention, complemented by a sharp white military uniform that exuded an air of aristocratic authority. However, despite his striking appearance, Gan Guyu merely cast a cursory glance before fixating on the woman approaching. Dressed in a simple mage robe, her otherwise unremarkable figure was overshadowed by her long, lustrous hair, cascading down to her waist, and her serene, relaxed gaze that captivated the heart. Sister Yimo, Pei Pei exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the newcomer. Pei Pei's call caused Li Wen's heart to skip a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Given the connection between the Listening Rain Tavern and the Natural Forest, it was hardly surprising that the recommended candidates from the Natural Forest would know Yimo. Yet this development seemed to render the guard team's involvement unnecessary. Xianhuang felt a tinge of bitterness, but hastily greeted the newcomers. Young Master Jean Messine. Yimo did not even glance at Li Wen, walking directly towards Gan Guyu and the others. The guard surrounding them instinctively parted to allow her to approach with an unhurried demeanor. Yugua, Pei Pei. Yimo greeted them with a slight bow. She glanced at Lena, uncertain of what to call her, and settled for a nod, subconsciously glancing at her own chest. I never expected to see you here, Gan Guyu remarked with a smile. It seems you have quite the influence in Ciprilos. Even this imposing guard team has backed down at the sight of you. Is there trouble? Yimo sidestepped Gan Guyu's question, tilting her head slightly. A minor inconvenience, Gan Guyu replied candidly. We can't win, but we can escape. At that moment, the tall gentleman accompanying Yimo approached Li Wen after gathering the details, smiling warmly. Yimo, are these your friends? Yimo nodded but replied, Please call me Missine. Gan Guyu struggled to suppress his amusement, nearly injuring himself in the process. That he quickly grasped the situation. This tall gentleman was likely a friend of Yimo, attempting to impress her in front of Gan Guyu, only to be unceremoniously rebuffed. Yet, the gentleman, undeterred, smiled and extended his hand to Gan Guyu. I am Jin Jinren, pleased to meet you all. Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu shook Jin Jinren's hand lightly before releasing it. Truthfully, being looked down upon was rather unpleasant. Jin Jinren then bowed to Pei Pei and Lena before glancing at the battered Durant on the ground, saying, I have a general understanding of the situation, and it is not a significant affair. This young lady in black merely needs to accompany Li Wen for a brief inquiry. We shall take our leave. Yimo interrupted Jin Jinren, addressing Gan Guyu and the others with indifference. Jin Jinren was taken aback, but quickly turned to Li Wen, exclaiming, Captain Li, these individuals are my friends. I shall vouch for them. I anticipated it would come to this, that Xianhuang mused internally. Yet he waved his hand decisively. Fall back. Thus, the guard team, surrounding Gan Guyu and the others, promptly retreated, swiftly regrouping behind Li Wen as they prepared to depart. Thank you. Gan Guyu turned to Jin Jinren with a slight smile. No need for thanks, Jean Jinren replied. Sister Yimo. Pei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rushing over to link arms with Ian Yimo. You still haven't told us why you are here. Ah, you weren't aware. Miss Ian is a fourth-year student at the Cipralo's Mage Academy, Jean Jinren remarked with mild surprise. Then turned to Ian Yimo. Miss Ian, we have matters to attend to. It seems Gan and his companions have yet to complete their registration. Ian Yimo's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance. Unnoticed by anyone. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Please join me tomorrow evening at the Listening Rain Tavern in the city. Oh, does Miss Ian own a tavern in Cipralo's? Gan Guyu smiled and nodded. No problem. We will be there on time. With Jean Jinren present, Gan Guyu deliberately used the title Miss Ian in order to not offend Jean Jinren, who had helped resolve the guard team's troubles. That it was courteous behavior, avoiding unnecessary displays of wealth or affection. Unexpectedly, Ian Yimo nodded and added, Please call me Yimo. Jean Jinren instantly felt as though he had suffered a devastating blow, and his composure faltered, observing the equally awkward Gan Guyu. He could sense his mouth twitching as he struggled to maintain a smile. Well, we all have matters to attend to, so let us part ways here, Gan Guyu hastily suggested. Lena, release this fellow, and let us be on our way. Lena complied, retracting the binding rope, and as a parting gesture, did not forget to deliver another kick to Durant's backside at this moment. Jean Jinren was far from cheerful, casting a cold glance at Durant. I recall you. You were that fellow's lackey, right? How did you end up with such a cushy job? Durant, sprawled on the ground, felt utterly defeated, but he understood all too well the animosity between this individual and his master. And given the current mood, it seemed he was to serve as a punching bag. It appeared his tenure as the overseer of Channel 4 had come to an end. With this in mind, Durant lowered his head, harboring resentment towards Gan Guyu and his party. Once the matter was settled, Gan Guyu and Pei proceeded to Channel 2 to complete their registration. They had learned that Channel 1 at the Academy's North Gate was designated for returning students. Channel 2 was for the scions of the four major mage families and the Imperial Royal Family, as well as the newly recommended candidates from the Natural Forest. Channel 3 was for new students who had signed servitude contracts and received scholarships, while Channel 4 was for ordinary civilian mages that moment. Ian Yimo and Jean Jinren happened to be heading in the same direction as Gan Guyu and Pei. Thus the four of them proceeded together. Meanwhile, the already fatigued Lena decided to report to the dormitory supervisor first and ventured off alone in another direction. Still lying on the ground, Durant fixed his gaze on Lena's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. I can't afford to provoke young Master Jean, nor can I dare to cross the Thunder Chef girl and the recommended student from the Forest of Nature. Yet, a mere maid has caused me such dire straits, and she walks away so brazenly. I've had enough. With determination, Durant leapt up, a magical scroll materializing in his hand. As he activated his mana, it instantly radiated a terrifying magical aura. Just a few steps away, Gan Guyu sensed the commotion behind him and turned around, his face paling in alarm. Watch out, you wretched woman. Chapter 134. The chef girl's fury when it comes to combat experience. Lena would surely not be outmatched by Gan Guyu. Even before Gan Guyu's warning, she had already sensed the disturbance behind her and deftly dodged to the side without looking back. However, Gan Guyu could see it too, and immediately realized that she had not escaped Durant's attack range, for the scroll he had activated was a 5th-tier water-type area attack spell, Rain Arrows. Countless rain arrows, slender as steel needles, rapidly formed in midair, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, and rained down upon Lena in a torrential assault. As a 3rd-tier water mage, Durant exerted every ounce of his effort to control the spell, channeling his mana to maximize the quantity and damage of the rain arrows, fully aware that he had but this one opportunity. Should these rain arrows strike Lena, it would surely leave her grievously injured. Lena, however, was not one to sit idly by. Incantations erupted from her lips as several fireballs materialized to meet the oncoming rain arrows. Yet, with the sheer volume and fineness of the arrows, interception proved exceedingly difficult. Even the arrows that collided with the fireballs pierced through them, continuing their assault on Lena, merely slightly weakened. Realizing she could not evade them, Lena curled her body as much as possible, shielding her vital areas in an attempt to mitigate the damage. That moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her, forming 5 water shields that completely enveloped him and the vulnerable Lena behind him. As the needle-like rain arrows surged forth, 1 or 2 would often pierce through a single water shield. Yet, despite the continuous barrage, the water shields broke and reformed in succession, barely holding off the relentless assault of the 5th-tier spell. At this juncture, Li Wen and his security team had not yet moved far and were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Jinzurin had just raised his luxurious wand, momentarily forgetting to chant. What was happening? Where did all these water shields come from? Did anyone hear a chant? The first to regain composure was Lena. Under Gan Guyu's protection, she immediately unleashed several fireballs directed at Durant. She understood that Gan Guyu's first-tier water shield could only withstand the rain arrows for a brief period, if she did not swiftly disrupt Durant's control over the spell. Gan Guyu's defenses would soon be overwhelmed. Peipei, like Jinzurin, was positioned slightly further from the fray and, without time to cast a water shield for rescue, opted to chant a water gun spell targeting Durant. Simultaneously, another individual sprang into action, and with great fervor, a series of incantations resonated throughout the area, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and wind. The onlookers, stunned by the unfolding battle, gaped in disbelief, contemplating the lengthy incantations. Was someone about to cast a high-tier spell? Had a mage of such caliber truly appeared on the scene? Had Gan Guyu not been so preoccupied with the rain arrows, he would have chuckled in disbelief that he never anticipated that this would be the first time he heard Yimo recite such an extensive spell. And yet he recognized that she was not chanting a single spell, but rather a series of them, seamlessly flowing from one to the next. The 4th-tier wind spell, Whisper of the Wind, accelerated her spellcasting. Yimo quickly unleashed this magic. The 1st-tier wind spell, Wind Dash, heightened her speed, enabling her to surge forward. The 2nd-tier lightning spell, Lightning Speed Array, could accelerate allies and decelerate foes within its reach, enveloping Durant within its grasp. The 2nd-tier wind spell, Air Cannon, created a rush of air that surged toward Durant. The 1st-tier lightning spell, Lightning Strike, sent a bolt from the clear sky crashing down upon him. Peipei, witnessing Yimo racing toward Durant, was taken aback by the symphony of thunderous incantations. Was this the legendary rain listening battle style? Such a rapid tempo. The first magic to strike Durant was the air cannon. Though Durant wished to evade, being ensnared within the lightning speed array severely hindered his ability to maneuver, that he was propelled several steps back by the strike, causing the rain arrows he controlled to scatter chaotically, significantly relieving the pressure on Gan Guyu. Following swiftly were the fireballs launched by Lena. After being knocked back by the air cannon, Durant found himself directly in the path of the fireballs, which exploded upon impact, tearing his mage robes to shreds before he could conjure a defensive spell. Suddenly, 2 magical vines appeared at his feet. One ensnared him, lifting him into the air, just as he was met with Yimo's lightning strike. After enduring the full brunt of that blow, the other vine transformed into a whip, delivering a fierce lash to his midsection, sending him crashing against a stone pillar at the northern gate of the academy. Before sliding down to the ground, motionless that as the rain arrows ceased, the onlookers finally withdrew, that Iwan hurriedly led his team to surround Durant, relieved to find he still had a pulse. Yimo cast a glance in Durant's direction before approaching Gan Guyu. Supported by Lena, Gan Guyu managed to stand, offering Yimo a faint smile, though he appeared precariously unstable. Upon closer inspection, her expression turned icy. Gan Guyu bore bloodied wounds on his arm and waist, clearly inflicted by the rain arrows that had struck before he could defend himself. His red and blue checkered shirt was now marred with blood. Jinzurin soon approached, glancing at Gan Guyu before raising his wand and chanting. In short order, Gan Guyu's wounds ceased bleeding, and his complexion improved noticeably. The 3rd-tier water magic, Water Healing, though slower in recovery compared to the 4th-tier nature magic of healing, had the advantage of providing sustained nourishment, preventing any lasting repercussions. Generally, during combat, the instantaneous recovery of healing spells was more favored, yet during post-battle recuperation, the use of water healing was more esteemed. Thank you. Gan Guyu and Yimo spoke in unison. Hearing Yimo's gratitude, Jinzurin momentarily lost his composure, a peculiar bitterness welling up within him. Yet before he could voice a word, Yin Yimo had already turned away, striding toward the encircled Durant. Miss Yin. Liwen stepped forward, attempting to block her path, his expression a complex mix of hesitation. Get lost. Yin Yimo replied coldly, Dadel, Iwen actually complied, stepping aside in fear. The Thunder Chef girl had always been seen as genteel and polite in the eyes of the world. Even when speaking little, she was humble and courteous to the less fortunate. This was the first time Liwen had ever heard that word from Yin Yimo, and the first time he witnessed such an expression from the Thunder Chef girl. Prompting him to yield, Jin Zirin raised his hand, about to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Durant lay in a pool of blood, breathing faintly. Through his blurred vision, he discerned someone gazing at him, and the faint sounds of chanting reached his ears. In the next instant, a storm of lightning and thunder erupted before him, filling his ears with the cacophony of wind and thunder. Chapter 135. Arrival in Love. Liwen stared at the charred pit before him, his mind swirling with confusion. Not long ago, a severely injured mage had lain here, and he understood why the mage had vanished. But he was unwilling to accept it. Standing beside the pit was the tranquil, black-haired woman. There existed a pact among mages on the continent, forbidding them from unjustly attacking ordinary individuals who were non-mages. Among mages, many had perished in honorable duels or through cunning assassinations. Yet, here at the Cypros Academy of Magic, a prestigious institution renowned across the continent, a mage of the academy had been obliterated before the eyes of many. Jin Zirin's mouth hung open. Gan Guyu appeared dazed. Pei's face bore a hint of worry, while Lena's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Logically, Liwen should have apprehended Yin Yimo. The repercussions of such an incident, witnessed by the throngs of new students still waiting to enroll, would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Could the academy truly guarantee their safety during their tenure? Many would undoubtedly harbor such concerns. However, considering that Durant had initiated the ambush, clearly unprepared to spare Lena, had this incident occurred beyond the academy gates, Durant would have been deserving of his fate. Now, how would this situation conclude? Liwen gazed at Jin Zirin, bewildered. I find myself increasingly curious about you, Jin Zirin remarked softly to Gan Guyu, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure of Yin Yimo in the distance. I have never witnessed her so furious, and it is merely due to another man's injury. Who exactly are you? The injuries of Gan Guyu have significantly improved. Hearing Jin Zirin's words, he shrugged and smiled. As you can see, I am Gan Guyu, and nothing more. What a modest statement, Jin Zirin replied, his eyes sparkling with intensity. I have pursued Miss Yin for several years. Yet I had never heard of your existence until now. Your sudden appearance allows you to address her so familiarly. Regardless, I have come to regard you as a rival, though it is not my intention. And while I find your words somewhat displeasing, I do not take offense. Gan Guyu continued to shrug. I must admit, I do appreciate your attitude that I previously thought your family only produced unsavory characters. Oh, you were aware of my existence before? Jin Zirin turned to him. Not difficult to deduce, I suppose. Gan Guyu snorted softly. A noble heir with the surname Jin, a water mage of some standing in Cypros, aside from being a descendant of the sea god. I can think of no other possibility. Very well, let me reintroduce myself, Jin Zirin said, facing Gan Guyu once more and extending his right hand. Zhongbang family, the eldest son of Jin Changsheng. The first heir of fourth-tier water mage Jin Zirin. I remain simply Gan Guyu without so many titles, Gan Guyu replied, shaking his hand again. In comparison to you, I am far more curious about Imo's identity. From our encounter today, she is likely more than just a tavern mistress, is she not? I should have surmised that a woman capable of establishing a chain of hotels across the continent must possess a remarkable background. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's words, Jin Zirin suddenly chuckled with pride. You are unaware? Only a handful of individuals on the continent know of this, that I am fortunate to be one of them. If Miss Yin had not disclosed it to you herself, it would not have been proper for me to reveal that yes, I currently find myself somewhat at a disadvantage. I certainly would not be foolish enough to provoke her, would I? Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Rival? While being thrust into rivalry is somewhat vexing, Gan Guyu replied with a wry smile. This identity is undeniably appealing, for I am not one to be overly sensitive. moreover denying it would be futile. Would it not? You are quite right, Jean Zayrin nodded. I find myself rather fond of you now. Rest assured, I have no interest in engaging in underhanded tactics, nor do I bully others. The descendants of the sea god value fair competition. I am not fond of men, Gan Guyu shrugged, though I do not harbor any disdain. The two exchanged a smile. Let us pause our idle chatter for now. For I must attend to the aftermath, Jean Zayrin said, nodding towards Li Wen, who gazed at him in confusion, before addressing Gan Guyu. Will it be troublesome? Gan Guyu inquired, pondering for a moment. The matter ultimately stemmed from Lina and him, and he could not simply stand idly by. It seems I neglected to mention that Durant is, in fact, a servant of my rather unfriendly cousin, Jean Zayrin remarked with a hint of amusement. The current issue merely requires time to mitigate its repercussions. There is no significant trouble. With that, he approached Li Wen and whispered something. Upon hearing his words, Li Wen displayed a troubled expression but ultimately nodded, leading his companions away. Lina continued to support Gan Guyu, teasingly remarking, "Oh my, look at this fellow. It seems he only managed to resolve this matter due to his status as the heir of a noble family. What fair competition indeed. You'd best step up your game. You little rascal. A mere heir of a mage family is hardly a concern for me." Gan Guyu feigned indifference. When I was not yet 7, I was already a proper successor of communism. How can he compare? The usually quiet Pei Pei, who appeared somewhat troubled, finally spoke up, glancing at Lina with reproach. Do you still have the leisure to joke around? This guy's been injured on your behalf. Who exactly is protecting whom here? Speaking of which, I must admit, I'm a bit touched. I didn't expect this little rascal to rush out and protect me. Lina quickly declared, I am keeping this buddy for sure. Buddies are one thing, but you should focus on being a good maid first, Gan Guyu retorted, rolling his eyes at her. Dante, make me your bodyguard again. Little rascal, you ought to show some gentlemanly demeanor. Lina immediately shifted her tone, scolding him seriously. Isn't your duty to protect ladies? Only little brothers who haven't grown up need big sisters to shield them. Gan Guyu gritted his teeth, smirking coldly. That seems quite different from what you said earlier. Doesn't it? Shouldn't I consider making you repay your debts ahead of time? I have no money, and I won't give my life. Lina replied defiantly. The tuition has been paid, and I certainly lack the ability to demand a refund. Refund? You've just reminded me, Gan Guyu mused, stroking his chin. What do you think would happen if I were to ask EMO or that young Master Jean to intervene and request a refund of the tuition, effectively expelling you? 1,000 apologies. Please accept my humble apologies, Master. In an instant, Lina dropped to her knees, her movements both practiced and fluid. I shall serve you diligently from now on, protect you, and will no longer be disobedient. Gan Guyu was both angry and amused. Pei Pei, go check if there's any dignity for sale at the market, and buy a bag for this troublesome woman. Chapter 136. Reporting in. Though the northern gate of Cypro's Mage Academy was grand, the commotion had not gone unnoticed by the other 3 gatekeepers. Thus, the overseer of the second passage, Sui Si Na, proactively approached Gan Guyu and Pei Pei, bowing respectfully. Welcome to Cypro's. I am Sui Si Na, the overseer of the second passage. Please present your letters of recommendation. The letters from the natural forest bore the magical seals of the high priest and the recommenders, rendering them impossible to forge. After confirming their authenticity, Sui Si Na bowed once more. Please follow me. Gan Guyu nodded, bidding farewell to Emo before following Sui Si Na with Pei Pei. Emo cast a glance at Gan Guyu's retreating figure before leaving alongside Jean Zayrin. Gan Guyu and Pei Pei were led to a modest-looking small room not far from the school gate. Upon entering, however, they found it to be quite luxurious, adorned with exquisite decorations, uniquely shaped coffee tables, and sofas so soft that one could sink into them, almost making Gan Guyu forget that this was the desolate land of the salted dry continent. The financial prowess of Cypros, as well as the stark wealth disparity between its members and the common populace, was thus evident. Along one side wall stood a row of cabinets, featuring numerous compartments that faintly shimmered with magical barriers, presumably containing some extraordinary items. Please wait here for a moment. Sui Si Na gestured for Gan Guyu and Pei Pei to take a seat on the sofa and brought them some juice, malt liquor, and desserts before turning to leave. Affluent yet unkind. Pei Pei scoffed, barely glancing at the food on the table, while Gan Guyu examined it with keen interest. The malt liquor was a given, but the juice was freshly squeezed grape juice, cloyingly sweet. The desserts were merely pastries dipped in malt syrup. Noticing these treats, Gan Guyu inquired, Pei Pei, where do the eggs on the continent come from? You mean for consumption? They mostly come from bird-like magical beasts, Pei Pei explained. Most wild magical beast eggs are rare finds, while the eggs sold in bulk on the market are almost entirely from artificially bred sources. Several mage families tend to raise some low-tier magical beasts for meat, milk, eggs, or even skins and bones for crafting magical items that, of course, the most direct method is still extracting magic crystals. Gan Guyu nodded thoughtfully. On the salted dry continent, where crop cultivation was limited, people had indeed invested considerable effort into animal husbandry, which was a commendable approach. They did not have to wait long before Xianhuang returned. Holding a crystal ball, she placed the crystal ball on the table and announced, Next, I will conduct an admission strength test for both of you. Who would like to go first? Without hesitation, Pei Pei placed her hand on the crystal ball. Her magical power surging forth soon, the crystal ball illuminated with a splendid blue glow. Xianhuang nodded approvingly. A third-tier water mage. Miss Pei Pei's strength is quite impressive. Young master, it is now your turn. That title sounds strange, Gan Guyu murmured with a wry smile before placing his hand on the crystal ball. In no time, blue, yellow, and green lights began to shine, casting a kaleidoscope of colors throughout the room. By the winds, this cannot be real. Xianhuang exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. If all goes as expected, then it should indeed be true. Gan Guyu shrugged nonchalantly. Xianhuang swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. When she looked at Gan Guyu again, her gaze was imbued with even greater reverence, and she seemed unsure of where to place her hands. Do we not need to fill out any forms? Pei Pei asked, looking up. That is merely a requirement for the third and fourth passages. The esteemed young ladies and gentlemen are exempt from such formalities, Xianhuang replied, suppressing her astonishment and shaking her head. After apologizing once more, Xianhuang turned toward the row of cabinets, lightly tapping her finger, causing the magical barriers to temporarily dissipate. She retrieved a ring from each of the two small boxes and handed them to Gan Guyu and Pei Pei, saying, These are your student rings. Please ensure you wear them properly while within the academy. Any announcements from the academy will be disseminated through these rings. This ring seems to have a different design compared to that of the old hag, Pei Pei remarked as she examined the student ring closely. Naturally, your student rings are more exquisite than those distributed from the fourth passage, Xianhuang remarked with an air of authority. These two rings were personally crafted by the esteemed dean using precious materials. In addition to the standard functions of a student ring, they also possess a storage space measuring 10 by 10 by 10 feet, with a time flow ratio of 1:1. A storage ring that maintains the same time flow as the outside world. Pei Pei exclaimed in astonishment. And the space is so vast. I recall you mentioning that only individuals of exceptional talent could create such storage rings, Gan Guyu said. Looking at Pei Pei with a hint of surprise, Pei Pei nodded slowly, a dual-time and space mage. Actually, this is no longer a secret, Xianhuang replied, noticing the awe in their expressions, which eased her own heart that had been startled by Gan Guyu's status as a tri-element mage. All the past deans of Cypros have been dual-time and space mages. Pei Pei couldn't help but gasp again. Xianhuang, pleased with Pei Pei's reaction, continued, Since you are both recommended students from the natural forest, please visit the dean's office tomorrow morning. That it has become customary for the dean to meet with new students from the natural forest. Gan Guyu nodded slowly, filled with curiosity about the esteemed dean. It would be good to meet him sooner rather than later. Your registration as new students is now complete, and you may move freely within the academy. Areas that are off-limits will have guards to alert you when you stray. Xianhuang elaborated. Mr. Gan Guyu's dormitory is in room 617 of Building 2, while Miss Pei Pei's dormitory is in room 208 of Building 3. You can use your student rings to unlock your dormitory doors. Additionally, each dormitory is a double suite. Although you will share a dormitory with someone of the same gender, the entire building accommodates both male and female students. So please be mindful. Gan Guyu had no objections to this arrangement. Compared to the four-person dormitories at university, this was quite manageable. However, Pei Pei, having grown up in the natural forest, had little concept of living with roommates and nervously asked, "Will the dormitories be fully occupied?" Almost every dormitory building is not filled to capacity. Yet even those of noble birth do not have the privilege of a private room. Cai Na explained to Pei Pei. The academy prefers to leave many dormitories vacant rather than allowing students to live separately, primarily to foster camaraderie among everyone. After all, once you graduate from Cyprus, it is highly likely that you will become comrades. It is better to cultivate mutual understanding from the very beginning. Pei Pei hesitated, but nodded in agreement. Gan Guyu stood and stretched. "Then let us go. I will escort you to your dormitory." "Thank you, Miss Cai Na, for your assistance. This is my duty." Cai Na replied with a bow. "I wish you both success in your studies at Cyprus." Chapter 137. The academy dormitories, the Xianhuang Continent, may have an underdeveloped agricultural sector. Yet its architecture has flourished for over 10,000 years. The buildings on the continent far surpass any steel-reinforced concrete structures, and with the assistance of defensive magical arrays, these edifices can easily withstand impacts from earthquakes of magnitude 12 and above. The Cyprus Academy of Magic features 6 dormitory buildings, each catering to students of 1st to 6th tier mages. Each year, during the enrollment of new students, returning students also adjust their accommodations based on their changing abilities. Due to the distribution of student strengths, the sizes of the 6 dormitory buildings vary significantly. Additionally, the dimensions of individual dormitory rooms differ. In principle, the dormitories for higher-tier mages are more spacious and possess superior amenities. Unsurprisingly, the number of students decreases as their strength increases. The 2nd to 4th tier mages are the most numerous. It is only natural that these 3 dormitory buildings are the largest and most bustling, while the number of vacant rooms is fewer and the individual dormitory sizes are smaller. The number of students residing in one building is less than that in the 6 buildings combined, as there are not many who become mages and immediately come to Cyprus for their studies. There was once a proposal to abandon Building 1, as there were occasional first-tier mage students arriving, who could temporarily reside in the similarly sparsely populated Building 6, to demonstrate humanitarianism and care. However, this proposal was, of course, not approved. The Academy's initial intention in assigning dormitories based on strength was to encourage students to diligently cultivate their skills in order to attain better living conditions. If first-tier students were permitted to stay in Building 6, the students in Buildings 2 and 3 would undoubtedly rebel. Gan Guyu accompanied Pei Pei to Building 3 first. The towering structure exuded an air of antiquity, clearly indicating its age, yet it remained remarkably well-maintained. By now, evening had fallen, and only a few mages could be seen conversing in hushed tones in the corridors, as most had already returned to their dormitories. "This is it, 208. Pei Pei called out, pointing at the number on the door. Gan Guyu nodded and indicated a crystalline plate beside the door, saying, "This should be the door lock. Shall we give it a try?" Pei Pei nodded. Raising her student ring to the crystalline plate, that a faint glow flickered on the plate, and the dormitory door swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Pei Pei illuminated the magical crystal lamp at the entrance and confirmed that the room was empty before stepping inside with Gan Guyu. Upon entering, they discovered a living room furnished with a sofa and coffee table, lacking only a television. Adjacent to the living room was a small corridor with 3 doors leading to different rooms. They opened each in turn, revealing a study equipped with 2 desks, a bathroom, and a bedroom containing 2 single beds. "The conditions are quite decent," Gan Guyu remarked, noting that the accommodations were far superior to those he had experienced in university. "It seems our other roommate has already arrived." Pei Pei pointed at one of the made beds, "but I wonder where she has gone. Do you need me to stay here and wait for her return?" Gan Guyu inquired with concern. "No, I will manage to get along with her." Pei Pei shook her head. "Aren't you going to check on the situation with the old hag? I only know she is in Building 4. I have no idea if I will be able to find her just by wandering around." Gan Guyu shrugged. "We originally agreed to meet tomorrow at noon by the school gate, but given all that has happened today, I might as well take a chance and see if I can find her." Thus, Gan Guyu and Pei Pei arranged to meet the following morning at her dormitory building and parted ways. heading towards Building 4, that I in no time at all. Gan Guyu located Lena in room 314. As he reached the base of Building 4, he overheard a group discussing a new student with a stunning figure. And upon inquiry, he knocked on Lena's dormitory door. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people present. The living room of room 314 was a cacophony of voices, with a group of men and women seated in a circle, and at the center was a red-haired woman clad in black leather, who could only be Lena. She was embracing a petite girl while regaling the crowd with tales from her days as a bounty hunter. The girl in her arms looked up at her with admiration, while the surrounding young men cast glances that were less than innocent. At that moment, a fifth-tier shadow leopard charged at me, barely an inch away from my face. Lena recounted, her enthusiasm evident as she conveyed her story with animated gestures. You must understand, that was a fifth-tier magical beast, but I was not intimidated. I cast a fireball directly at its face. And guess what? Haha, it was sent flying. Then my little brothers arrived, and I led them to encircle that shadow leopard and ultimately brought it down. Ooh! The crowd gasped in awe, followed by a round of enthusiastic applause. Who would have thought you were living such a lavish life? Gan Guyu chimed in with a smile, clapping along, a fireball sending a fifth-tier magical beast flying. You're quite the talent. Hey, how did you find me, you little brat? Lena exclaimed upon noticing Gan Guyu, standing up and addressing the crowd. This is Gan Guyu, my little brother. Haha, be sure to look after him. What do you mean, my little brother? Gan Guyu grimaced, greeting the crowd while shooting Lena a look that conveyed a promise of retribution later. Don't be shy. Just sit down. Everyone here is a new student like us, so let's get to know each other. Lena urged, unfazed, as she pointed at the petite girl in her embrace and laughed heartily. This is my new treasure, the little dumpling. I will be looking after her from now on. Lena, it's Xiao Xiao. The petite girl protested weakly, but was beautifully ignored by Lena. Seeing you thrive so well, I guess I worried for nothing, Gan Guyu remarked. Gan Guyu raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, saying, ILL, just take a casual look and then be on my way. Suit yourself. Lena waved her hand dismissively at Gan Guyu, then wrapped her arms around Xiao Xiao and settled down with enthusiasm, exclaiming, let us continue our conversation. Where were we just now? Gan Guyu shook his head in amusement, taking the opportunity to have a cursory glance around the dormitory in Building 4. IT was decidedly more spacious than Pei-Pei's accommodations, with a more upscale decor, featuring 2 bedrooms furnished with large beds. The bathroom was also larger, complete with a bathtub. Truly, this was the dormitory of the Cipralo's Academy of Magic. Gan Guyu admired the surroundings. He began to anticipate his own dormitory with eager expectation. Given this standard, even if the dormitory in Building 2 was somewhat inferior, it surely wouldn't be disappointing, would it? Chapter 138. The first night upon opening the door to his dormitory, Gan Guyu found himself troubled by his inability to break through his current limitations. Dormitory 617 in Building 2 still included a small living area, or rather, a diminutive study, as it housed 2 desks placed against the wall, leaving little room for anything else. There were 2 doors adjacent. Upon entering one, he discovered a bedroom with 2 single beds and a narrow bathroom. How trivial the past seems now, Gan Guyu sighed, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile. Why did I even seek thrills from that old hag? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the living conditions here were not unsatisfactory, and Gan Guyu soon accepted this reality. He glanced around and noted that his roommate had yet to arrive, though the room had already been tidied up by the academy staff. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he made his bed and lay down, swiftly drifting into slumber. While Gan Guyu slept, Lena was still engaged in lively banter with her newfound companions, and elsewhere in the academy, many were wide awake through the night, in a certain dormitory of Building 3. A delicate purple clay teapot shattered into 1,000 pieces. This teapot, far more precious than any diamond tea set from the mainland, bore witness to the fury of its owner. This is outrageous, exclaimed a tall, skinny man sporting a thin mustache, pacing back and forth with a darkened expression. All for the sake of a mere cook. He dares to assume the airs of the primary heir and executes my people in the name of the family. What is he trying to prove? A show of force against me? Young master, his actions clearly demonstrate a lack of regard for you. A gaunt man stole a glance at the mustached fellow and quickly lowered his head, adding, "Yet his audacity provides us with a pretext to retaliate. You could certainly bring this matter to the family's attention, and the Elder Council would surely support you." "Do I need you to remind me of that?" The mustached man replied coldly. "In recent years, how much has he spent to elevate that cook? Does he think that money comes solely from his own savings? I believe the family ought to conduct a thorough investigation." Hearing this, the slender man hastily interjected, "Young master, such claims must be substantiated with evidence. Otherwise, it could be used against you." The mustached man pondered for a moment and then declared, "Then what are you still doing here? Hurry and gather evidence for me." Yes, I shall take my leave." The gaunt man hurriedly bowed and exited. Meanwhile, in another dormitory of Building 4, Xianhuang sat quietly at his desk, engrossed in reading a scroll of parchment that on his desk lay a sweet potato, a bunch of grapes, and a handful of various spices like Sichuan pepper. "The intelligence is woefully inadequate," Xianhuang mused as he closed the scroll, staring blankly at the items on his desk. "Nevertheless, it is still startling." He plucked a grape and slowly popped it into his mouth, his expression conflicted. "To think he seems to have a grudge against that individual. What a delightful surprise that is it possible that EMO prefers shorter men? This could prove troublesome." At that moment, the object of his thoughts, EMO, was not in the academy, but in the backyard of an inn within Cipralo's city. Inlay had lost count of how many times he had come here to urge EMO. "Yemo, darling, can't you finish preparing the rest tomorrow? It's time to rest, you know." "Got it," Yemo replied without turning her head, showing no sign of halting her tasks. "Knowing is one thing, but you should say it less." Inlay stomped his foot and complained, "You've been in a daze since returning from the academy today. Look at you. The ingredients you've prepared are enough for an entire banquet, and you still think it's not enough." "It's just one banquet." Yemo maintained her focus, still not glancing back. "Oh, not just one meat, one vegetable, and one soup?" Inlay perked up with interest. "Are you hosting the head of a family, or perhaps the dean of the academy? It wouldn't be the emperor, would it?" No. Yemo finally completed her preparations for the night, washed her hands, and loosened the 2 purple hair ties from her head before turning around, only to be taken aback. "You wearing my nightdress again?" Before her stood Inlay, a burly figure clad in a tight-fitting nightdress that barely covered him, revealing his hairy legs. His face was smeared with thick foundation and bold lipstick, resembling a male performer from a brothel. Seeing Yemo's incredulous expression, Inlay quickly covered his mouth, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, it seems I've truly worn the wrong attire. I wondered why this nightdress felt so snug and had a peculiar fragrance." "Enough," Yemo said, feeling a headache coming on. "Take the nightdress. I'm going to rest now." My dear, you're so generous, giving me your clothes to wear," Inlay exclaimed, delight dancing in his eyes. "I need to remove my makeup too. Lately, I've been so busy that my skin has lost its former glow." Finally dismissing the incessantly chattering young man, Yemo returned to her room on the top floor of the inn. Shedding her clothes and stepping into the bathroom, submerging herself in the hot bath. After a long while, her flushed face resurfaced, gazing through the small window of the bathroom toward the southern part of the city. Lost in thought that it was only when the water had cooled that Yemo gracefully stepped out of the tub, wrapped herself in a towel, and returned to her bedroom. However, when she reached for the hanger, she paused, suddenly remembering that she had no nightdress to wear tonight. The following morning, at the Cipralo's Academy of Magic beneath Building 3. Apologies for the wait. Pepe rushed out of the dormitory, breathless. "I just arrived myself." Gan Guyu shrugged casually, eyeing the dark circles under Pepe's eyes, and inquired, "Didn't he sleep well?" Pepe smiled sheepishly. What was there to discuss about the insomnia that came with being in a new place? "It wouldn't be that your roommate snores at night, would it?" Gan Guyu suddenly recalled a certain university roommate and maliciously speculated. "No." Pepe shook her head, pouting. "That person didn't return last night. I was all alone in the dormitory." Gan Guyu teased. "You weren't scared to sleep alone, were you? If your roommate doesn't come back tonight, should I come keep you company? Get lost. You're the one who is afraid of sleeping alone," Pepe exclaimed in a flustered manner. "It's getting late. Let us hurry up." Gan Guyu nodded with a smile. "I've already inquired about the route. Follow me." Thus, the two made their way along the winding paths until they arrived at a quaint farmhouse. The style here bore some resemblance to Gan Guyu's bamboo cottage, albeit constructed from wood, with a pond in the front yard and a low hillside at the back. What a charming setting. This principal certainly has an eye for aesthetics, Gan Guyu remarked, raising an eyebrow as he and Pepe entered the yard. Chapter 139. The old man and the young boy Gan Guyu and Pepe stood still in the yard, and before they could speak, a small boy emerged from the wooden house, calling out to them, "Old, the teacher asked you to come in." With that, he scurried back inside. Gan Guyu and Pepe exchanged glances and followed him into the wooden house. To their surprise, the seemingly ordinary wooden house was spacious within, likely enhanced by a spatial magic array. The decor was not extravagant but exuded taste, clearly reflecting the style of the Heavenly Dynasty. Upon seeing Gan Guyu and Pepe enter, the small boy appeared somewhat timid, instinctively taking a step back as he said, "The teacher is in the study on the second floor. You can go up yourselves." Gan Guyu offered him a warm smile, remaining silent as he and Pepe ascended to the second floor. Once again, Gan Guyu was astonished to find that the expansive second floor was an open study, surrounded by shelves filled with neatly organized volumes. Morning light streamed in through the windows, where a lush pot of lucky bamboo sat on the sill. In the best-lit spot was a large desk, cluttered with an assortment of books and documents, starkly contrasting the tidiness of the rest of the space. Gan Guyu looked around, finding no sign of anyone. He called out, "Principal, sir?" No response. Gan Guyu and Pepe exchanged another glance and called again, "Principal, here we are." "Why all the noise so early in the morning?" A rather impatient voice emanated from behind the desk. Gan Guyu's lips twitched as he approached the desk, only to be met with the unpleasant sound of chewing resonating from behind. After a moment of hesitation, he circumvented the desk to take a look, and his expression turned peculiar. There beneath the desk was a scruffy old man, hunched over and diligently gnawing on a piece of braised pork ribs. His tattered gray robe was already stained with grease, yet he seemed utterly indifferent, as if the sky might fall, but he would first finish his ribs before attending to anything else. "You should be quiet." Before Gan Guyu could finish his sentence, the old man waved his hand and hushed him in a low voice. He shot Gan Guyu a glare, then quickly turned back to focus on his ribs. Gan Guyu and Pepe exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation before them. Finally, after the old man finished his ribs, he licked his fingers and emerged from beneath the desk. Just as he was about to speak, a shout came from downstairs, "Teacher, where's the braised pork ribs I just placed on the table?" Hearing this, the old man stiffened, inadvertently biting his own finger, but he hastily wiped his hands on his robe, coughed a couple of times, and exclaimed, "How should I know? Did you forget that you already finished the ribs?" "Impossible! You asked me to go greet guests, and I just placed them on the table." The small boy, who had just come upstairs, immediately spotted the grease stains on the old man's gray robe and protested, "Teacher, you stole my ribs again. Which of your eyes saw this old man stealing your ribs?" The old man wiped his mouth and blinked as he argued that "You're cheating." The child threw himself on the ground and started rolling around. "That was the last rib that Sister Emo gave me. I don't care. You owe me, you owe me, you owe me. All right, I'll compensate you." The old man looked pained, suddenly disappearing from his spot and reappearing beside the small boy, picking him up and surrendering. "Next time the Tingyu restaurant makes good ribs, I'll have Emo send over some more. But that won't be until 5 days later." The small boy, catching a whiff of the rib flavor in the old man's arms, struggled even more. "I want to accept that. I can't force someone to make them right now, can I?" The old man scratched his head helplessly. "How about I give you something fun instead?" "No, I don't want that." The small boy huffed. "Teacher only gives me magic scrolls, wands, and crystals. None of them are fun, ahem. How about I make some braised ribs for you all?" Just as the small boy prepared to continue his tantrum, the old man was at a loss when a gentle cough interrupted. The old man turned to see Gan Guyu, whose expression was rather strange, and asked, "Who are you? How did you end up in my study?" Gan Guyu and Pepe nearly choked on their disbelief, while the small boy was left utterly baffled. "Teacher, you asked me to bring them to your study." The old man knows. "No need for your reminder." The old man shot a glare at the small boy. "The little ones from the natural forest, they spoke with the old man yesterday." Upon hearing this, Pepe was left dumbfounded. Did he send his students to greet guests just to steal their ribs? Gan Guyu's expression was one of incredulity, his eyes twitching. This scattered old man was none other than the illustrious headmaster of the Cypros Academy of Magic, the 8th-tier dual-element time-space mage, Xianhuang. As the old man continued bickering with his student, Gan Guyu seized the opportunity to inquire, "You must be the esteemed headmaster Xianhuang, correct?" The old man is not. "Are you?" Xianhuang turned to glare at him, asking irritably, "Can you make braised ribs? Do you know how the sauce at Tingyu restaurant is prepared?" "I should know." Gan Guyu shrugged. "I happen to have some seasonings on me. But I can only go by the ribs now. No need." Follow the old man to the courtyard. Xianhuang picked up the small boy and headed downstairs. Gan Guyu gestured helplessly to Pei and followed suit. Until now, they had no idea why they were there. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Xianhuang waved his hand toward an empty space, and a colossal creature materialized before them, casting a shadow over the four of them. "Here are the ribs you wanted." Xianhuang pointed at the gigantic beast. "What is this?" Gan Guyu blinked in astonishment that a 7th-tier red-spotted mammoth. "Its meat is exquisite, truly a delicacy," Xianhuang boasted, then turned to glare at Gan Guyu, urging, "Hurry up and make a pot of braised ribs. If you can't, I'll use the dimensional blade to make you even shorter than you are now. And if I do manage to make them?" Gan Guyu's lips twitched in frustration. Here he was, kindly offering to cook, and yet he found himself in trouble. What did it mean to be shorter than he already was? Did he look short? If you truly managed to make them, would the old man treat you poorly? "Hurry!" Xianhuang stroked his beard, holding the small boy as he walked toward the wooden house. "The kitchen is on the side of the house. Whatever you lack, solve it yourself. The old man expects to see the braised ribs before lunch. Otherwise, little one, you'll be in trouble." Once Xianhuang was out of earshot, Pei muttered, "What kind of person is this? The esteemed headmaster actually threatening us to cook for him." Meanwhile, Gan Guyu circled the massive 7th-tier beast, a grin spreading across his face. "I've struck gold. This is a windfall." Chapter 140, Red-Spotted Mammoth Braised Ribs. Hearing Gan Guyu's maniacal laughter, Pei cautiously asked, "What is wrong?" "Look at this 7th-tier red-spotted mammoth. There is only one wound on its entire body, which must be the fatal injury." Gan Guyu pointed at a large hole in the mammoth's chest, excitement evident in his voice. That does seem to be the case." Pei nodded in confusion. "This wound appeared to have pierced its heart, delivering a fatal blow." Still not getting it. Seeing her expression, Gan Guyu chuckled. "The beast's head is still intact." "Oh." The head. Pei nodded again, suddenly pausing in delight. "You mean the head? What does the head signify?" "It means the magic crystal inside the brain. If a 7th-tier beast doesn't have a high-tier magic crystal in its head, Gan Guyu could just as well swallow an elephant whole." That he quickly gestured for silence. "Don't let that old man catch on. We need to bring this beast back. Quickly lend a hand. Help me process this mammoth." "All right." Pei immediately conjured a pair of sharp diamond knives, licking her lips in eager anticipation. "Wait a moment." Gan Guyu suddenly recalled something, regaining his composure, and hastily snatched the knife from Pei's hands, saying with trepidation, First, go check if the kitchen has everything we need, and if anything is missing, you must quickly run and buy what we need." Pei nodded, somewhat confused, and dashed toward the kitchen. Once she was gone, Gan Guyu wiped his brow in relief. He had almost lost his mind, letting Pei assist with this task. The scene of her slaughtering the black-toothed pig was still vivid in his memory. Taking advantage of Pei's absence, Gan Guyu hurriedly set to work on the colossal creature before him. It was unrealistic to fully dismember such a large beast within a short time, so he directly targeted the mammoth's abdomen, extracting the ribs he would need for immediate use and tossing the rest of the mountain-high carcass into his storage. The ribs he retrieved were quite fresh. Gan Guyu speculated that it wasn't merely because the mammoth had died recently, but rather due to Xianhuang's storage ring, which must have a drastically altered flow of time. Being a dual-element time-space mage, his storage ring would undoubtedly be the finest. After Gan Guyu had meticulously prepared a substantial quantity of ribs, Pei still hadn't returned. He decided to take the ribs to Xianhuang's kitchen to see what she was doing. Upon entering, Gan Guyu's expression darkened. How long had it been since this kitchen was used? It was covered in a thick layer of dust, and Pei had only managed to clean half of it. Though the pots and pans were all present, They looked as if they hadn't been washed in 800 years. Most of them adorned with a layer of mold, and some bowls even contained dark, unidentifiable substances that made Gan Guyu's scalp tingle. What drove him to the brink of despair was that wild grass had sprouted inside the stove. Gazing at the bright yellow flower peeking out from the stove, Gan Guyu suddenly realized that Xianhuang asking him to make braised ribs might have merely been a ruse to get him to clean the kitchen. Thus, the two of them began the arduous task of cleaning the kitchen for that irresponsible, scatterbrained old man. Fortunately, both were water mages. Otherwise, they might not have completed the task today, if that old man dares to mention the rest of the beast's carcass later. I'll definitely confront him. Gan Guyu finally finished washing the last of the kitchenware, gritting his teeth with a cold smile. It is truly unimaginable. Pei leaned against the door, sticking out her tongue. I can't believe someone's life can be so unique. What do you think they do when they eat together? A solitary man raising a child. It's nothing more than instant noodles and cola, along with takeout. Ganyu muttered under his breath, not caring whether Pei understood him, and began the preparation of braised ribs. When it comes to cooking, Ganyu found it considerably easier, and he first placed the meticulously trimmed ribs of the red-striped mammoth into water, adding slices of ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and a splash of white wine to simmer, removing the gamey odor before taking them out to cool, that he then fried them in oil until they turned a golden hue. Next, he added scallions and ginger to the pot, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Pei swallow hard. Sensing the timing was right, Ganyu poured water into the pot, submerging all the ribs that he then added some fennel seeds, star anise, a bit of sugar, some vinegar, and white wine as a substitute for cooking wine, finishing with the essential dark soy sauce, allowing it to simmer slowly over low heat. Why does it smell so good? Xianhuang rushed into the kitchen. His gaze immediately fixed on the ribs, his throat quivering in anticipation. Observing his fervent expression, Ganyu calmly picked up a pot lid, covering the ribs. Oh, that's what you get for staring. How much longer until it's ready? Xianhuang could no longer contain himself, his heart racing like a cat's claws. Not yet, Ganyu shrugged. To achieve the most delectable braised ribs, they must be cooked thoroughly, so be patient. A small boy darted in from under Xianhuang's arm, gazing hopefully at the steaming stove. His small hands clasped tight against his chest, unable to voice his eagerness due to his unfamiliarity with Ganyu. After all, the meat of a 7th-tier magical beast is far tougher than that of lower-tier beasts. And it wasn't until the sauce had thickened considerably that the meat finally became tender. Ganyu extinguished the fire and removed the braised ribs from the pot, filling 2 sizable bowls, the elderly man and the young boy. Waiting impatiently at the kitchen door, immediately grabbed a piece of rib each before they had even cooled down, they bit into the meat. The juices that had melded into the flesh burst forth, filling Xianhuang's mouth with an explosion of flavor. Causing his eyes to widen in astonishment, he quickly devoured the meat from the rib, chewing it slowly while reaching for another piece in the bowl. Each bite offered a tantalizing balance of savory and sweet that stimulated his taste buds, an unprecedented experience that brought tears to the eyes of this centenarian. This is exquisite, even better than the braised ribs from the Listening Rain restaurant. The small boy's eyes sparkled with delight, even going so far as to suck on the cleaned bones, desperately trying to extract every last drop of flavor. Ganyu turned to see Pei also indulging, a rib in each hand, and couldn't help but chuckle. He, too, picked up a piece to taste, and his eyes narrowed in bliss. This was a flavor he had never encountered before. With a keen sense of self-awareness, he understood that such a level of culinary delight could not solely be attributed to his own skills. The meat of the red-striped mammoth was indeed far superior to any black-toothed pig. Chapter 141. The Gluttonous Young Boy. The braised ribs from the Listening Rain restaurant were not crafted by Yimo's own hands. And combined with the disparity in ingredients, it was no wonder Ganyu's braised ribs outshone those produced by the restaurant. However, having garnered an additional 2 points of happiness, Ganyu was not inclined to disclose the truth to the elderly man and the young boy before him. What if the old man suddenly recalled the remaining red-striped mammoth and reclaimed it? That would be a tremendous loss. Stop! Just as Pei's hand reached for another rib in the bowl, Xianhuang called out loudly, swiftly gathering all the remaining ribs into his storage ring. Gan Yu and Pei Pei exchanged glances, somewhat helplessly shrugging their shoulders. Dear Dean, I did prepare these braised ribs. Surely it's not unreasonable for us to have a few. If you want ribs, go home and make them for yourselves. These are all for the old man. Xianhuang shot Gan Yu a glare, a sudden cackle escaping his lips. When did the creatures of the natural forest start eating meat? I must ask Fabina later. Dear Dean, I was merely jesting. All the braised ribs I made are naturally yours. Gan Yu quickly amended his statement. Xianhuang nodded in approval. Now, that's more like it. Hearing this, the little boy grumbled in discontent. But didn't you promise they were for me? Heh, old man, you've already devoured the ribs I promised you, haven't you? Xianhuang reached out with his greasy hand to ruffle the boy's hair. But the boy quickly recoiled in disgust. Ahem, dear Dean, the braised ribs are ready. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Gan Yu said, observing the situation with keen interest. What about the benefits we discussed? What is the rush? You young ones are truly impatient. Xianhuang, growing irritable, extended his hand. Hand over your student rings to the old man. Gan Yu and Pei Pei exchanged glances at the greasy hands, both hesitating in unison to their surprise. Their student rings slipped off their fingers, falling into Xianhuang's grasp. Holding the two rings, Xianhuang began to chant a spell that Gan Yu and Pei Pei had never heard before, and the rings emitted a glow of blue light. He then returned the greasy rings to Gan Yu and Pei Pei, saying, Here, each of you gets 20 contribution points to the academy. Nothing more. Contribution points to the academy. Gan Yu wiped his student ring clean, inquiring further. It's a very useful thing. You'll find out soon enough. Xianhuang waved his hand dismissively. All right, you've met the old man and accomplished what you needed. Now off you go. With Xianhuang dismissing them, Gan Yu and Pei Pei exchanged one last glance before bidding farewell. However, they had not ventured far when they spotted the little boy standing timidly in their path, looking at them with uncertainty. Seeing this, Pei Pei approached, squatting down with a smile. Is there something else you need, little brother? I'm called Bacon. The little boy hesitated for a moment before managing to introduce himself. Hello, Bacon. I'm Cheese. Gan Yu replied with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Pei Pei nearly burst into laughter at the little boy's face. That you're named Cheese. Well, I suppose I could be called Macaroni. I truly am called Bacon, the young boy insisted. I don't need you fabricating a name that suits me. All right then. Gan Yu shrugged. So, Bacon, do you need something from us? Bacon lowered his head, remaining silent. Pei Pei, it seems we're rather pressed for time. The old hag might already be waiting for us at the school gate, Gan Yu said, stepping around Bacon as if to leave. I was wondering if you could make braised ribs for me again. Bacon hurriedly called out, though his voice dwindled to a near whisper at the end. Well, I'm quite busy usually. Gan Yu felt a stir in his heart but shook his head. Seeing Bacon's face fall, Gan Yu leisurely added, However what? The little boy's face lit up once more. No delicacy can be obtained without magical crystals. If there is, it would require even more magical crystals. Gan Yu wagged his finger at the young boy, revealing a sly merchant smile. Magical crystals. Bacon's face instantly clouded over with worry. I don't have many magical crystals. Can I offer something else instead? That depends on what it is, Gan Yu replied, shrugging. Bacon bit his lip and emptied a plethora of items from his storage ring. Do you see anything here that you might want? Gan Yu suppressed his excitement, squatting down and pretending to sift through the items with disdain. There weren't many magical crystals, and none of them were of high grade. Did a wand, specifically for space mages, and a few odds and ends of magical materials that were of no immediate use to Gan Yu. How could a direct disciple of a Grand Dean be so poor? After a considerable search, Gan Yu finally stumbled upon two treasures, a 6-tier dark magic scroll for invisibility and a 6-tier space magic scroll for spatial travel. These were both invaluable for escaping danger, and it seemed that old Xianhuang had gone to great lengths for the child's safety. But before Gan Yu could speak, Bacon snatched both magic scrolls back. This one do. The teacher said these are for emergencies, and I can't give them to you. Invisibility is one thing, but you can let me have the spatial travel scroll. Just ask the dean to make you another one. Gan Yu pouted. Do you think it's that easy to create one? Bacon rebutted. The success rate for crafting space magic scrolls is incredibly low. Gan Guyu smacked his forehead. Lately, he had been using bamboo paper, forgetting that crafting magic scrolls could indeed fail. He wanted to simply hand Bacon a stack of A5 paper, but such items were as sensitive as weapons. And without certainty, he hesitated to reveal them. Sensing Gan Guyu's waning interest, Bacon bit the bullet. How about I trade you with contribution points instead? Contribution points again? Pepe asked curiously. What are those good for, little brother Bacon? The utility is immense, Bacon exclaimed dramatically, gesturing with his arms to illustrate a grand circle. It can be exchanged for magical crystal wands, spell scrolls, and other marvelous treasures. Each contribution point can be converted into 5 points for the annual assessment, and 20 points can grant access to the Academy Library for a week. 1 contribution point for a bag of soy ribs. How about that? Gan Guyu immediately proposed. Bacon's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested. Do you think contribution points are so cheap? A regular student might not even earn a single point in a year. Your price is exorbitantly higher than that at the Listening Rain Tavern. But the soy ribs at the Listening Rain Tavern are in limited supply. They aren't available at any time, Gan Guyu replied, shrugging. The tavern could only produce soy ribs because of the spices he had given to Emo. How many soy ribs could be made from that small amount? For the tavern to mass-produce soy ribs, they would have to wait until their homemade soy sauce was ready, which would certainly take at least half a year. Chapter 142. Inventions akin to black technology. Bacon glared at Gan Guyu, who appeared indifferent, his teeth clenched in frustration as he retorted. No way. Your price is too steep. Did I propose 1 contribution point for 10 bags of soy ribs? Are you trying to rob me? Gan Guyu replied, dissatisfied. 10 bags of soy ribs should last you a year, right? The young boy huffed, glaring at him. The offer I made isn't unreasonable, Gan Guyu shrugged. Besides, if you're short on contribution points, why not just ask your teacher for some? He won't just give me contribution points for no reason, the young boy muttered. Why not? Even Pepe became curious. To her, it seemed that Zifurensha was rather generous, having casually given her and Gan Guyu 20 contribution points. Given this situation, if Bacon acted cute or threw a tantrum, surely he could acquire those points. Right? Because Bacon opened his mouth to speak but then reconsidered, his eyes darting around before saying, anyway, contribution points are precious. 1 point for a bag of soy ribs is utterly impossible. Seeing the young boy's attitude, Gan Guyu conceded, 1 point for 5 bags, no more. That I can prepare other delicacies for you in the future at a discounted price, like steamed lamb, bear paws, deer tails, roasted flower ducks, roasted chicks, roasted goslings, and various cured meats. As he listed off the dishes, Bacon barely caught most of them, and even if he did, he had not heard of many. However, this did not deter his eyes from lighting up and saliva from pooling. Eventually, he could no longer resist and nodded. All right, 1 contribution point for 5 bags of soy ribs. It's settled. Deal. Gan Guyu clapped his hands. Whenever you want the goods, just bring your contribution points and meat ribs to find me in room 617 of Building 2. I have to prepare the ingredients myself? Bacon pointed to his nose, looking astonished. The other ingredients are the main focus. I'm handling those for you, Gan Guyu replied with a nonchalant expression. If you don't have the meat ribs, I'll have to make do with black-toothed pig ribs. And if it doesn't taste as good as the ones we just discussed, don't blame me. Fine, I'll grab the ingredients and come find you shortly. After contemplating for a moment, Bacon nodded like a chick pecking at grains. But if I remember correctly, Building 2 doesn't have a kitchen. Gan Guyu paused, then sighed with a wry smile. It seems I'll have to ask Emo if I can borrow her tavern's kitchen. Let's exchange contact information. Bacon extended a fist, revealing his student badge. You haven't used it before, right? Bring your student badge close. Like this. Gan Guyu complied. The 2 student badges touched, and soon they both flashed 3 blue lights simultaneously. Bacon withdrew his fist, his magical energy surging, and at that moment, Gan Guyu's student badge vibrated, flashing blue light again. Gan Guyu lifted his hand, gazing at the student badge in confusion. Observing this, Bacon instructed, quick, channel your magic into the student badge. Hearing this, Gan Guyu focused his thoughts, directing magical energy into the student badge. Consequently, both their badges projected a phantom image of each other, capturing their current appearances. complete with the actual background. All right, our student badges can now communicate. Both the real Bacon and the phantom Bacon exclaimed joyfully. From now on, you can reach me through the student badge. Is this the legendary visual phone? Gan Guyu was astonished. Could this be considered black technology? Had the technological tree on the Xianhuang Continent taken a wrong turn? Do all student badges possess this feature? Pei Pei stared in disbelief. This is my teacher's invention. Isn't it impressive? The young boy said proudly. However, if the two badges are too far apart or obstructed by something special, communication won't be possible. Moreover, the farther apart two individuals are, the more magical energy is consumed over time. Gan Guyu know that. Shutting off the visual phone feature of the student badge, then inquired, but what if someone keeps bothering me through the student badge? You can temporarily block them or erase the established connection between the two badges, Bacon continued explaining. Demonstrating, if you don't want to be disturbed, you can also set it to not receive communication requests from others. The features are quite comprehensive. Gan Guyu nodded in satisfaction and extended his fist toward Pei Pei. Let's pair up too. Pair up. Pei Pei's face flushed instantly, and she exclaimed in exasperation, Who wants to pair up with you? There are children around. How inappropriate. Gan Guyu was taken aback, feeling perplexed by her reaction. Why was she so shy? What was there to be embarrassed about? No wonder the teacher said women are strange. Xianhuang sat at his disheveled desk, unrolling a blank piece of bee skin and beginning to write. Dear Miss Fabina, whom I long for day and night. It has been a full day since I last wrote to you, and my yearning for you seems to torment me, as if a year has passed. Teacher. Just as Xianhuang was pouring out his sappy and clitch love letter, Bacon rushed up from downstairs. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Xianhuang replied without looking up. You owe me some of today's soy ribs, the young boy shouted. Hands on his hips. Xianhuang paused his writing, looking up at the young boy with a sly grin. Why should I? Have you finished your homework today? Hurry up and go. Don't bother me. I have Gan Guyu's contact information now. Bacon waved his student badge. Gan Guyu. That sounds quite affectionate. Xianhuang made a face at the young boy. Perfect, if you want soy ribs, just go to him. If you don't give me soy ribs, I'll tell Gan Guyu about the 20 contribution points. Bacon grinned mischievously. What do you think he would say if he knew those 20 contribution points were a subsidy for every recommended student in the natural forest? You little brat, are you threatening me? Xianhuang quickly appeared in front of Bacon, glaring at him and puffing out his beard. Do you know that I exchanged a 7th level earth magic crystal for these soy ribs? Huh, when did you give Gan Guyu a magic crystal? The young boy was taken aback, realizing that the teacher was even more generous than he was. According to the Academy's rules, a regular 7th level elemental magic crystal required 5 contribution points to exchange. And the total amount of soy ribs that Gan Guyu made was less than 1 BAG. In that case, the deal he had just struck was even more worthwhile. Xianhuang glanced at Bacon and reluctantly pulled out a piece of soy rib. You can have one after you finish your daily homework. I'm advancing this one to you today. Now hurry up and do your homework and don't bother me. Bacon snatched the soy rib and happily dashed downstairs. Xianhuang turned to gaze at the rich bamboo on his windowsill. Returning to his desk to continue writing to the high priest. I have met that little girl you sent. She's quite intriguing. Chapter 143. The Big Sister when Gan Guyu and Pei Pei arrived at the Academy's north gate. Lena had not yet arrived. The two realized they had come a bit early. However, Lena did not keep them waiting long and soon appeared. Yet, her entrance left the two with remarkably expressive faces. Lena strode ahead, exuding confidence, while a large group of men and women trailed behind her, fawning over her with expressions of admiration and adoration. When Lena reached Gan Guyu, she turned around, waved her hand grandly, and proclaimed proudly, No need to see me off any further. This is far enough. Everyone head back. Yes, big sister. The crowd responded in unison, some respectfully, some adoringly, before preparing to turn back. Lena, her petite roommate Xiao Xiao said, looking at her with eager eyes, When will you be back? Hee-wah. Little dumpling. Lena stepped forward and pinched her little chin, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she said, Remember to wash up nicely when you return tonight. Wait for your elder sister to come back and shower you with affection. Hee-wah. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao unexpectedly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, lowering her head and hardly daring to breathe. Gan Guyu stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before him, momentarily at a loss for words. How could just one night have made this world feel so strange? Had that wretched woman already formed her harem? Once they were finally alone, Pei Pei blinked a couple of times and asked, "What on earth is going on?" "Ha! What else could it be?" Lena scoffed, hands on her hips, her pride evident in her demeanor. "That group of kids admires me and recognizes me as their big sister. Impressive, isn't it? Spill the beans," Gan Guyu commanded. Did she think these fourth-tier mages were fools? Just because she bragged boastfully last night, did she expect them to kneel before her leather pants? With a sly grin, Lena eventually revealed the truth. Last night, a bunch of new students from Building 4 had gathered in Lena's dormitory to listen to her reminisce about her glorious past. During her tales, she had boasted so grandly that it naturally invited skepticism. Consequently, the attendees split into two factions, Lena's admirers and her critics, leading to an intense debate. Ultimately, they found mere verbal sparring unsatisfactory and agreed to meet early this morning at the Academy's arena for a proper showdown. To make things more interesting, they decided on a wager. Pairs would duel, and the victor would be declared the leader of their group. These individuals were all ordinary students without any notable backgrounds. Having just entered the Cyplos Mage Academy, with their magical incantations limited to a few first- and second-tier spells. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly stand against Lena? Thus, everyone fell before her fireball technique. After ascending to the throne of Big Sister, Lena still craved more excitement and welcomed a series of challengers that in the end, everyone was thoroughly convinced by Lena's prowess, regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned. And they collectively hailed her as their esteemed leader. After listening to the events unfold, Gan Guyu found himself at a loss for words. However, Pei Pei wore a discontented expression. She's merely a big sister. In the end, she's still just a maid, that I must warn you, wretched woman, enjoy these good days while they last. Once they learn higher-tier spells, they'll surely rebel against you. Ah, what a joke, Lena replied nonchalantly. If they learn new spells, does that mean I won't? I'll teach them a lesson just the same. Cough, cough, I think this is quite good. Gan Guyu suddenly chimed in. Wretched woman, from now on, you shall be the one to discipline them properly. What do you mean? Lena asked, taken aback. Gan Guyu shrugged. The little brothers of my maid are also my little brothers. Master, do you think it's time for them to lead their little brothers in rebellion? Lena shifted the conversation with a playful tone. Then you must plan meticulously. Be careful not to leak any information beforehand, or else it wouldn't end well for you. Gan Guyu, serious in his counsel, strategized. Humph, how boring. Lena ceased to tease him and changed the subject. She revealed her student badge, boasting, "You all probably don't know yet, but this student badge has a communication function. Show me your badges, and I'll teach you how to use it." Gan Guyu and Pei Pei exchanged amused glances and promptly presented their badges. Establishing a contact list with Lena. So you all know how to use it? Huh, how dull. Lena pouted, glancing at their badges that were even more exquisite than hers, muttering in displeasure. Gan Guyu smiled softly. Let's go. We finally have a chance to leave. We shouldn't remain in the Mage Academy all the time. Since the semester hasn't officially started yet, shall we explore Cyplos City? Upon hearing this, Pei Pei leaped for joy. Yay! Let's go shopping. Regardless of the circumstances, the mere mention of shopping instantly revitalizes any woman that if one day even shopping fails to entice a woman, aside from her being a complete recluse, the only other explanation could be that she hasn't washed her hair. Gan Guyu glanced at Lena, who appeared equally eager, and jokingly asked, "Do you still have money for shopping?" At this, Lena's expression turned awkward. Her savings, along with the money she borrowed from Gan Guyu, had all gone toward her tuition fees, leaving her with hardly a coin to spare. However, she immediately laughed. Who says shopping always requires buying something? Can't we just look? With that, she strode towards the school gate. The northern gate of the Mage Academy was separated from the southern gate of Cyplos City by a spacious academy square. The three crossed the square and soon entered Cyplos City. Once inside, Pei Pei was like a rabbit freed from its cage, eagerly looking around the bustling streets, thoroughly enjoying herself. Yet like Lena, she only looked and did not buy, still relishing the experience. Siplo City was perhaps the most magical city on the salty wilderness continent and one of the cities with the highest concentration of mages. The streets were lined with shops, primarily selling magical-related items, alongside standard campus amenities like inns and taverns. However, akin to many prominent towns across the continent, Siplo City was most famous for two establishments, the Geely Trading Company in the north and the Listening Rain Tavern in the south. Both were colossal enterprises with chains spanning the entire continent, one selling goods and the other serving food. Yet while Geely Trading Company had been established for a millennium, the Listening Rain Tavern, run by Yimo, had only been in operation for a few years. Since Gan Guyu promised Yimo he would visit the Listening Rain Tavern tonight, they planned to first explore the Geely Trading Company and then return to the southern gate for dinner later. Thus, they did not linger excessively in the various shops along the way, but hastily finished their lunch before heading north to arrive before a hexagonal high-rise. Chapter 144. Geely Trading Company. Wow. So this is the legendary Geely Trading Company? Pei marveled at the hexagonal building before her, exclaiming, "How impressive!" This tall structure was located at the intersection of several main streets within the city, boasting an excellent location. Its exterior was constructed almost entirely from meticulously carved stone bricks, adorned with wooden windows and diamond murals. Exuding grandeur while retaining elegance, subtle magical fluctuations emanated from the outer walls, clearly indicating the presence of defensive magical arrays that rendered it nearly indestructible. Of course, this hexagonal architecture symbolizes the six-pointed star of magic, which serves as the emblem of Geely Trading Company. Lena explained to her companions, gesturing towards the large character spelling out the company name at the entrance. Moreover, the 10 floors of this building represent the 10 tiers of mages. Gan Guyu regarded her with newfound respect. "I never knew you understood so much. Well, you should consider who I am. Speaking of which, most of the magical crystals and materials I obtained from hunting magical beasts in the past were sold to them." Lena reminisced about her days as a bounty hunter, feeling a pang of nostalgia. "Oh, do they offer a high price?" Gan Guyu inquired curiously. "Quite the opposite. Their purchasing prices are notoriously low in the industry," Lena said with a hint of self-deprecation. "Yet, people still prefer to trade with them because Geely Trading Company is also known for being fair and transparent, ensuring no one gets cheated." "What is the story behind that?" Pei asked. Intrigued, Lena nodded. "I remember once, someone stumbled upon a bone radiating faint magical energy and intended to exchange it for a pittance at Geely Trading Company. However, upon inspection, they realized it was a dragon bone. Subsequently, Geely Trading Company proactively offered a price of 10,000 third-tier magical crystals for it." Gan Guyu chuckled. 1,000 gold for a bone. Now that's a business-savvy move. But that's not all. Geely Trading Company, fearing that the fortunate individual might be robbed on the way home, even sent someone to escort him back. Lena continued. Later, Geely Trading Company announced that whether one came to buy or sell, as long as they were under their protection, any losses incurred due to robbery would be covered by them. Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu couldn't help but ask, what if the protected individual dies? Or if someone deliberately orchestrates a robbery? Initially, many shared similar thoughts. Lena glanced at Gan Guyu, a mischievous grin on her face. Unfortunately, such situations have never occurred in thousands of years that I know one has ever been able to commit murder or theft while under Geely Trading Company's protection. That formidable? Pei exclaimed in surprise, then seemed to recall something, gasping as she continued. Could Geely Trading Company possibly be connected to the Su Geely family? Correct, Lena replied, a look of realization dawning on her face. The owners behind Geely Trading Company are one of the 4 great mage families, the Su Geely. Therefore, the items from Geely Trading Company are generally unattainable for the average person, and those who manage to acquire them have no need to steal. Gan Guyu nodded thoughtfully. An ancient family that had stood for thousands of years was indeed not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the Su Geely family did not abuse their quasi-monopolistic position in the industry. Instead, they focused on putting people first, investing considerable effort into public relations and advertising. Simultaneously, they did not neglect to regulate themselves, carefully safeguarding their image and reputation. Regardless of the Su Geely family's stance in resisting the continent's famine, they have indeed excelled remarkably in the realm of commerce. As the trio stepped into the Geely Trading Company, it appeared that the first floor was devoid of other patrons than a young woman. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, promptly approached them. "Welcome to the Geely Trading Company, Cipralo's branch, that I am Xiaodao, your welcoming guide. How may I assist you today?" Gan Guyu smiled at Xiaodao and replied, "We are merely here to browse, so you need not attend to us." Yet, Xiaodao's smile remained undiminished. She continued cheerfully, "Very well, that if you three do not possess our esteemed guest card, you may freely select your desired items from the first to the fifth floor. Each floor is staffed with a guide, so please feel free to consult us with any inquiries." Gan Guyu inwardly commended the quality of the staff here, which was a stark contrast to the disdainful salespeople he had previously encountered, who would scorn customers who did not make a purchase. He nodded and began to browse with Lina and Peipei. After a cursory glance around, Gan Guyu noticed that the items displayed on the first floor were not merely trivial low-end goods, but rather distinctive products that exuded an impressive aesthetic appeal. For instance, a pelt labeled Extreme North Ice Wolf fur adorned the wall, priced at 1,000 third-tier magic crystals. Yet it also bore the cautionary note, "Extremely rare magical beast fur. The specific uses are currently unknown. Please purchase with caution." Moreover, a display case housed a marbled red and blue magic crystal, tagged at 500 third-tier magic crystals, with an accompanying note stating, "A third-tier mixed water and fire magic crystal. Currently the only one discovered on the continent. While it provides an equal amount of magical energy to a standard third-tier magic crystal, no other uses have been identified. Please purchase with caution." Clearly, such items possessed little practical value. Aside from extreme collectors, few would be willing to spend such sums on them. Yet, these displays were adept at attracting considerable foot traffic. Was the illustrious Sujilai family truly ignorant of the utility of such items after thousands of years of heritage? Perhaps not, as long as they remained unspoken. Curiosity would always draw visitors. After Xiaodao served them tea and snacks, she prepared to retreat when Gan Guyu suddenly inquired, "Why do I get the impression that your prices are quite high?" "Indeed, the prices of our items are generally higher than those found in smaller shops outside," Xiaodao candidly acknowledged, patiently explaining. "However, we can guarantee that these products are absolutely authentic. Should a customer purchase an item that does not correspond with its described function, or worse, a counterfeit, we shall refund 100-fold as compensation." Seeing Gan Guyu nod, Xiaodao continued, "Furthermore, if you become our esteemed guest, you will enjoy certain discounts, and we will also ensure the safe delivery of your purchases, or even escort you to a designated secure location." "And how might one become your esteemed guest?" Peipei leaned in to ask. "Customers who accumulate 1,000 third-tier magic crystals and purchases across the first to fifth floors automatically become our level 1 esteemed guests, granting them access to the sixth floor for shopping. Those who spend a certain amount on the sixth floor will become level 2 esteemed guests, with privileges to shop on the seventh floor, and so forth, up to level 5 guests who may ascend to the top floor," Xiaodao explained, still smiling. 1,000 third-tier magic crystals. Peipei exclaimed, her eyes wide. "That equates to 1 million light sun coins, at the market rate for a single third-tier magic crystal. Haha. However, for your esteemed selves, I can make an exception and grant you level 1 guest cards directly." A voice resonated from the staircase above. Hearing this, Xiaodao promptly turned and offered a slight bow towards the stairs. The trio followed her gaze to see a portly middle-aged man slowly descending, who approached them with a smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed guest, that I am Bart, the manager of this establishment." Gan Guyu smiled slightly. "Good day, Mr. Bart. Sir, did you just mention you would give us guest cards? Is that true?" Lina immediately inquired. "Of course, that was merely a jest," Gan Guyu interjected before Bart could respond, not even glancing back. Bart paused, taken aback. "I was not joking. That statement was made on behalf of the Geely Trading Company. I cannot go back on my word." "We appreciate your kind intention, Mr. Bart," Gan Guyu said with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of refusal. "But we shall forego the guest cards that we have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Lina and Peipei exchanged glances. Bewildered, they had only just arrived and had not begun to explore. Why were they leaving already? Bart's expression stiffened, and he quickly blocked Gan Guyu's path. "May I kindly request that you stay, young sir?" Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have a custom of forcibly keeping guests? Not at all. Not at all. Bart protested. Yet he maintained an apologetic demeanor as he obstructed Gan Guyu's exit. I was being presumptuous that in truth, I have a favor to ask, if you would be willing to assist. I promise a generous reward. Gan Guyu internally scoffed, aware that there are no free lunches in this world, especially not in a place like the Geely Trading Company. Lina and Pepe also came to the same realization. Understanding Gan Guyu's reluctance to accept the offer, it was clear that Bart had ulterior motives. Given the nature of the Geely Trading Company, exchanging 3 guest cards for this so-called favor could not possibly be advantageous. Gan Guyu pondered briefly before responding, "You may express your request, and I shall consider whether to acquiesce." Bart's face brightened. "Please, allow me to escort you to the courtyard for a more private discussion." The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Following Bart to the back courtyard of the Geely Trading Company, they settled around an outdoor tea table, where Bart ordered tea and refreshments, smiling as he inquired, "May I know the names of the esteemed guests?" Understanding that Bart's capabilities would make it easy for him to discover their identities. Gan Guyu confidently introduced the 3 of them. Bart nodded, smiling. "Young Master Gan Guyu, then let me be forthright that I wish to purchase a piece of information from you for 3,000 third-tier magic crystals. What secret intelligence could you possibly possess that is worth such a sum?" Lina exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Gan Guyu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What information?" "I wish to know the name of the master who crafted your attire," Bart stated, fixing his gaze on Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu suddenly understood, realizing that their unique clothing, crafted by himself, had caught Bart's attention in a clothing store. Having grown accustomed to seeing Pepe and Lina dressed in such a manner, he had overlooked this detail. "To speak candidly, your outfits are unlike anything I have ever encountered, and thus could not possibly be products of our establishment," Bart sighed. "It is not unusual for there to be extraordinary individuals skilled in cotton cultivation. However, the design of the garments worn by the 2 young ladies has truly opened my eyes. Especially the hem, if possible, I would like to visit this fashion designer." "Mr. Bart, I fear you may be disappointed," Gan Guyu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. "The master does not wish for his name to be known." Lina and Pepe exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that he already knew the so-called master's name. "Ah, so it is an enigmatic recluse." Bart's expression shifted to one of disappointment, and he reluctantly asked, "Is it truly impossible to divulge?" Gan Guyu sighed regretfully. "If I were to disclose his information, he would certainly be displeased, perhaps even violently so. You know how temperamental these artistic masters can be." "Artistic masters, indeed. These designs are akin to works of art," Bart mused, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to Lina and Pepe. "Aside from what you wear, do you possess any more of such trousers? Might I borrow a pair for my inspection?" "Trousers?" Lina blinked, then realized. "Ah, you mean these stockings?" "These are stockings," Bart exclaimed in astonishment. "What a novel design!" Gan Guyu stifled a chuckle at Bart's apparent fascination. The middle-aged man had zeroed in on the essence of their attire. The clothing style could vary infinitely, but it was the stockings that served as the pièce de resistance. Lina looked towards Gan Guyu, who pondered for a moment before subtly nodding. Thus, Lina retrieved a roll of stockings from her storage ring and handed it to Bart. Pepe had intended to offer her own pair of long cotton socks, but was discreetly halted by Gan. Lina's black stockings were crafted using an agricultural product processing device, and without it, Gan Guyu himself was unsure how to create such thin, yet elastic fabric from bamboo, cotton, and the feathers of the azure finch. Pepe's student long cotton socks, on the other hand, could likely be easily replicated by Bart given a careful examination. Gan Guyu was not so generous as to casually hand over such valuable information to a stranger. Indeed, Bart held the stockings, turning them over and over for an extended period, ultimately exclaiming, "Remarkable craftsmanship! I truly cannot fathom how one might create such delicate yet elastic hosiery." "Young Master Gan Guyu, may I inquire if that esteemed artisan has registered these stockings as a proprietary invention?" "Proprietary invention," Gan Guyu replied, puzzled. "What might that entail? Is it possible that these stockings have yet to be registered?" Bart's expression shifted. "I implore you to urgently inform that esteemed artisan to register this proprietary invention. It could yield immense wealth." Gan Guyu immediately grasped Bart's intent. He was suggesting that he should pursue a patent. Bart continued, much like the advanced magical incantations possessed by the Cipralo's Academy of Sorcery, which are protected as proprietary inventions and may not be utilized by those who are not students of the Academy. Moreover, the magical arrays on the robes we sell are also our proprietary invention. Should anyone profit from the unauthorized use of these magical arrays, our Geely Trading Company reserves the right to hold them accountable. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Bart, Gan Guyu nodded. The Geely Trading Company indeed conducted its affairs with commendable integrity. Bart could have easily withheld this information from Gan Guyu, later developing the idea independently, potentially discovering a synthetic fiber substitute, and securing the patent for the stockings. I do have a rather delicate request, Bart said, somewhat sheepishly. Please do share. Gan Guyu's demeanor softened. I would like to ask if you could convey a message to that esteemed artisan, Bart tentatively proposed. Our shop wishes to collaborate with him on these stockings. This proposition piqued Gan Guyu's interest. His foray into stocking production was merely to indulge a personal whim. He had never considered that stockings could be patented or that they might generate profit. That it was a revelation to him that the desolate continent had a relatively developed intellectual property protection system. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke. How does Mr. Bart envision this collaboration? You possess the manufacturing technique for these stockings, while we have the reinforced magical arrays and sales channels. Together, we could certainly profit handsomely from the sale of these stockings. Bart suggested with excitement. Gan Guyu nodded nonchalantly. That sounds quite promising. I currently have two proposals, Bart elaborated. Our shop could either purchase the proprietary invention outright or enter into a long-term, compensated lease for its usage rights. Alternatively, the esteemed artisan could provide the technique and design, while our shop supplies labor and materials, managing the sales of the stockings, with profits shared proportionately. Regrettably, Mr. Bart, Gan Guyu interjected, as far as I know, the technique for crafting these stockings is exceedingly complex and a unique skill of that esteemed artisan. It is unlikely that anyone besides him could replicate it. Thus, transferring the usage rights or providing the so-called technique are not feasible, as he is the essence of the craft. Bart was taken aback. Is that so? No wonder he has not registered the proprietary invention. These stockings are crafted solely by that esteemed artisan. Thus, mass production is quite challenging, Gan Guyu continued. After pondering for a while, Bart inquired, might I ask how efficient the esteemed artisan is in producing these stockings? I recall him mentioning that, provided the raw materials are sufficient, Gan Guyu mused, perhaps producing 300 pairs of such pantyhose in a month would not pose a problem. In truth, with adequate raw materials and magical energy, it would be feasible to produce 3,000 pairs of pantyhose in a single day using agricultural byproduct processing devices. However, Gan Guyu deliberately understated this to maintain the facet. 300 pairs a month, Bart contemplated, ultimately stating, if that is the case, could our shop be granted exclusive rights to sell these stockings? We would only charge a 10% channel fee. That matter is beyond my authority to decide. Mr. Bart, Gan Guyu replied, maintaining his composure. In truth, I am unaware if the artisan would be willing to produce 300 pairs of pantyhose for sale each month. Artisans can sometimes have idealistic notions and may be reluctant to engage in material pursuits. Upon hearing this, Lena and Pepe nearly burst into laughter. Keep up the charade if you wish. Even if he could not produce 300 pairs, creating 100 would still be acceptable. Bart quickly responded, higher quantities have their own sales strategies, while lower quantities can adopt different marketing approaches. Once the stockings arrive at our shop, we could engrave our magical arrays upon them. Any magical array can be engraved, except for the reinforced magical array, Gan Guyu interrupted, unless the client specifically requests it. Bart looked puzzled. But if that is the case, these stockings would seem prone to damage. At this point, he suddenly halted, noticing Gan Guyu was looking at him with a knowing expression. I understand now, Bart remarked. The two shared a meaningful smile, while Lena and Pepe sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air. Another crucial issue is that the esteemed artisan likely does not possess an abundance of raw materials, Gan Guyu stated earnestly. If we wish for this collaboration to succeed, it is imperative that your side finds a solution for the raw materials. If the raw materials are not difficult to procure, our shop would be more than willing to assist, Bart replied, his heart soaring at the prospect. Owning the raw materials was considerably more advantageous than merely controlling the sales channel. However, he maintained a calm facade, saying, that being said, we would need to renegotiate the profit-sharing ratio. That is only natural, Gan Guyu nodded, rising to his feet. In that case, I shall return and relay Mr. Bart's proposal to the esteemed artisan to assess its feasibility. Bart was elated, hastily standing to express his gratitude. That would be greatly appreciated. Here are 3 VIP cards I promised you. Please accept them. Additionally, the 3,000 magic crystals shall be dispatched immediately. How kind of you! Gan Guyu smiled. Should this collaboration come to fruition, our shop will offer further rewards. Bart chuckled in response. At Gan Guyu's gesture, the 3 departed from the Geely Trading Company. As they were about to leave, Gan Guyu discreetly ushered Lena and Pei Pei away, turning to Bart with curiosity. Mr. Bart, I am quite intrigued that if that esteemed artisan is disinclined to mass-produce stockings or chooses not to collaborate with your company, what course of action would you pursue? Bart replied candidly. In truth, over the past millennium, the Geely Trading Company has frequently encountered such situations. Those who choose to collaborate with us ultimately reap substantial rewards, while those who opt not to collaborate do not incur losses. However, those who partner with other merchants often find themselves at a complete loss. Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow. Should I interpret this as a form of threat? I am merely stating the facts, Bart replied with a calm smile. The Geely Trading Company is undeterred by competitors. Yet it will not tolerate any adversaries that threaten its position. After all, rivals are often foes. I believe you can appreciate this. Gan Guyu fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. However, I dare say, the Geely Trading Company possesses a plethora of strategies and an array of transparent dealings, ensuring that every action taken is honorable and above board, with no resorting to unscrupulous competition. Bart asserted earnestly. I believe you, Gan Guyu sighed in agreement. A trading company that endures for a millennium cannot rely solely on a robust background. Cunning schemes will not suffice either. However, once you reach such a level, you become the architect of the rules of the game, rendering petty tactics unnecessary. Bart chuckled. I do not deny this point and see no impropriety in it. Gan Guyu nodded in silence, bidding farewell as he departed. The Geely Trading Company on the desolate continent bore a striking resemblance to certain companies in the Celestial Empire, having evolved into a mature commercial ecosystem, rather than perpetually guarding against them. Treating them as imagined foes from the outset, it would be wiser to contemplate how to integrate into this ecosystem and collectively pursue the maximization of benefits. Even with grand ambitions, one must recognize that the most fortified bastions are often breached from within. With this clarity, Gan Guyu formulated a general approach to managing his relationship with the Geely Trading Company that he caught up with Lena and Pei Pei, guiding them through several streets, and once assured they were not being followed, they split up cautiously, concealing their movements as they slipped into one small shop after another. Chapter 147. The Proprietary Invention Maintenance Association, approximately 8,000 years ago, the Luminous Federation, which ruled over the Luminous Continent, embarked on a protracted civil war due to dwindling food resources. Member states waged war against one another, seizing grain and farmland, while simultaneously diminishing their own populations. However, contrary to expectations, the conflict escalated, ultimately spiraling into a situation beyond control. The cataclysmic onslaught of the 10th tier forbidden magic spells transformed much of the continent into a desolate wasteland, rendering it utterly incapable of cultivation. Numerous plant species faced extinction, including various grains and fruits. The member states of the Radiant Federation largely perished amidst the flames of war, while some fled across the seas, embarking on lives of exile. Ultimately, only 5 duchies remained on the Radiant Continent, once powerful, but now in a state of disrepair. Recognizing that continued conflict would lead to mutual destruction, these duchies initiated peace negotiations that in the end. The Duchy of Radiance, having preserved its strength relatively intact, unified the continent peacefully, establishing the Radiant Empire. The royal families of the other 4 nations relinquished their territories, which had lost much of their significance, in order to safeguard their remaining means of production and continue their development as familial entities. These included the Sujali family from the north, the Xianhuang family from the southeast, the Chongbang family from the extreme east coastal region, and the Meridian family from the west. The imperial capital of the Radiant Empire was centrally located on the continent, initially intending to rename the land as the Radiant Continent. However, counsel was given to the royal family to constantly remind themselves of their duty to guard the continent, combat famine, and address the needs of the populace, leading to the decision to name the land Xianhuang, a moniker that would remain until famine was vanquished. Thus, the designation Xianhuang Continent endured for 8,000 years. Despite the peaceful unification of the Xianhuang Continent under the Radiant Empire, undercurrents of unrest persisted. Tio maintained their rule and prevent further civil strife. The imperial family began to devise a strategy for relative control over magical incantations, thereby regulating the power of mages across the continent. The four prominent mage families welcomed this initiative, proposing the concept of exclusive inventions concerning magical incantations, and subsequently formed an association dedicated to the maintenance of these exclusive inventions. At that time, the number of mages on the Xianhuang continent had dwindled significantly, resulting in this resolution encountering minimal resistance and being smoothly ratified. Initially, some mages privately took apprentices to teach magical incantations, but the association, in collaboration with the imperial family, apprehended any violators. Concurrently, the Cipralo's Mage Academy emerged to consolidate the power of mages across the continent, coupled with the stringent control exerted by the four major mage families over the dissemination of magical incantations. It has come to pass that today, mages in the Xianhuang continent find themselves in a position where, without seeking education at Cipralo's, they are devoid of access to advanced magic. At first, the association's role was solely to oversee the exclusive invention of magical incantations. However, it later expanded to provide patent registration and protection for various new inventions. Backed by the imperial family and the four major mage families, the association has, over millennia, cultivated a relatively comprehensive intellectual property protection system on the continent. After listening to Lena and Pei Pei recount this historical segment, Gan Guyu gained a deeper understanding of the Xianhuang continent, but he gazed at the entrance of the Association for Exclusive Inventions, nodded, and led the two women inside. The headquarters of the Association for Exclusive Inventions is situated in the imperial capital, Radiant City, with branches established in several key locations throughout the empire, including Cipralo's city. Upon entering the association's hall, Gan Guyu observed many individuals conducting business, a scene that diverged from his expectations. The emergence of new inventions was not as facile as he had imagined. He had assumed that the association would remain dormant, akin to a shop that had not opened for 3 years. "May I assist you?" A young woman clad in the association's uniform approached, noticing Gan Guyu and his companions looking around inquisitively. "Greetings. We are here to register an exclusive invention," Gan Guyu replied, recognizing her as a staff member. "Register an exclusive invention?" The woman paused momentarily before gesturing to a notice on the wall of the hall, stating, "Please proceed there to familiarize yourself with the relevant regulations. Once you comprehend them, you may directly approach counter number 1 to complete the necessary procedures." Grateful for her guidance, Gan Guyu led the two women to the wall and began to read attentively. After a while, he exhibited a look of realization that it turned out not all exclusive inventions qualified for protection. For instance, new strains of crops and their cultivation techniques could not be monopolized by any individual or organization. So the improved varieties of grapes and regenerating rice that Gan Guyu cultivated fell into this category. However, these could still be registered, allowing the inventor or discoverer to achieve a place in history. Conversely, certain large-scale breeding techniques for magical beasts could indeed be registered as exclusive inventions, such as the Xianhuang family's flame hounds and the Chongbang family's aquatic magical beast breeding techniques. After all, the process of taming these magical creatures demands substantial time, effort, and financial resources for preliminary research. The silk stocking fabric that Gan Guyu intended to register fell under the category of general artificially synthesized materials, whereas pantyhose would be classified as a general design and processing type of exclusive invention, both of which could be registered. Nevertheless, the regulatory extent of these inventions paled in comparison to that of magical incantations. Once an exclusive invention was registered, others could still produce silk stockings or breed various magical beasts, provided they possessed the requisite skills. The only stipulation was that such creations could not be exploited for commercial gain. In other words, one could craft a pair or two of silk stockings for personal use without issue, provided one had the ability to do so. However, should one wish to mass-produce silk stockings for sale, one would need to seek the consent of the exclusive invention's owner. Similarly, one could keep a flame hound for personal protection or raise lower-tier aquatic magical beasts for future culinary delights without issue. Hunting and capturing wild magical beasts for profit was likewise permissible. Yet if one intended to engage in large-scale breeding for sale, one must determine whether the breeding techniques for such magical beasts had been registered as exclusive inventions. In addition to possessing the necessary capability that if anyone made improvements to an exclusive invention, the Association for Exclusive Inventions had its own set of criteria to ascertain the ownership of the improved invention. In principle, minor modifications would merely credit the modifier, leaving the ownership of the exclusive invention unchanged, though such cases were rare. Conversely, if the improvement constituted a significant breakthrough, it would be registered separately as a new invention. Most assessments requiring evaluation by the association typically fell into this latter category. Gan Guyu found these stipulations quite comprehensible. However, upon encountering the final few regulations, he finally understood why so many individuals occupied the hall and how the Association for Exclusive Inventions sustained itself. The association not only needed to employ staff, but also required sufficient power to combat those who infringed upon patent rights. Otherwise, the association would lack any credibility that if they had no means to enforce their claims. One could easily contest ownership, declaring that an exclusive invention belonged to someone else. Consequently, the association's daily expenses constituted a considerable sum. The Radiant Empire and the four major mage families were unlikely to altruistically support such an organization for the public good indefinitely. Therefore, depending on the type of exclusive invention, the association would charge a one-time registration fee of varying amounts and an annual maintenance fee. Considering some inventors were destitute and their exclusive inventions had yet to yield profit, these fees could be deferred unconditionally for 1 year, after which late fees would be imposed at a predetermined rate, that if these fees remained unpaid for 3 consecutive years, the ownership of the exclusive invention would revert to the association. Should the owner of an exclusive invention transfer or lease it, the association would collect a service fee based on the transaction amount. Upon the death of the exclusive invention's owner, ownership would transfer according to their will. If no will existed, the transfer would follow the empire's general inheritance laws. The first heirs would be their eldest son or daughter, followed by their eldest grandson or granddaughter, if none existed. The spouse would inherit that if no heirs remained, ownership would revert to the association. Inheritors of exclusive inventions must pay a substantial inheritance tax up front and continue to pay the annual maintenance fee. This fee could also be deferred unconditionally for 1 year, after which late fees would be assessed, that if these fees remained unpaid for 3 consecutive years, ownership would revert to the association. Some inheritances included conditions that must be fulfilled, and failure to meet these conditions would result in the exclusive invention also reverting to the association. Many exclusive invention owners found themselves unable to bear the burden of the maintenance fees, consequently losing ownership of their inventions. While many such inventions existed, their commercial value was often negligible. However, some individuals passed away without designating inheritors for their exclusive inventions and lacked legal heirs, for various reasons. After 3 years without payment of maintenance fees, the exclusive inventions would revert to the Association for Exclusive Inventions. Over the years, the association amassed a substantial collection of exclusive inventions. Through the transfer, leasing, or operation of certain inventions, the association accrued considerable wealth, and combined with the stable collection of maintenance fees, not only were their daily expenses covered, but they also enjoyed a modest surplus. It seems that all these people are here to make payments, Pepe remarked, sticking out her tongue. Business appears quite thriving, Lena noted, arms crossed. Gan Guyu sighed. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the populace's welfare, this association for exclusive inventions would likely be bustling far more than it is now. The two women fell silent at his words. Indeed, there are many individuals on the mainland who have yet to fully resolve their basic needs, spending their days preoccupied with thoughts of how to satisfy their hunger. How, then, could they possibly find the leisure to tinker with inventions? were it not for a handful of individuals who swiftly escaped poverty through one or two unique inventions, thereby serving as a catalyst for change. It is likely that the Association for the Maintenance of Exclusive Inventions would cater solely to the affluent nobles and mages who are well-fed. In reality, however, the ordinary folk who frequent this place remain as rare as exotic creatures. When the trio arrived at Counter 1, they discovered that the staff had all succumbed to slumber, presenting a stark contrast to the adjacent counter where maintenance fees were collected. After much effort, Gan Guyu managed to rouse the individual behind the counter, who then provided a registration form for exclusive inventions. "Excuse me, could I possibly have a few more registration forms?" Gan Guyu inquired. The man responsible for registrations, clearly irritable from being awakened, pointed disdainfully at the sample on the counter and said, "Only one to fill it out according to this, that if you make a mistake, you can come back to ask me." Gan Guyu merely rolled his eyes, remaining silent as he filled out the form before returning it. The man glanced at the form and remarked, "For a conventional synthetic material exclusive invention, where's the sample? And why have you only listed the raw materials? You haven't filled in the production process." Gan Guyu produced a square swatch of fabric intended for making stockings and presented it, saying, "The production process is a closely guarded secret." The man examined the fabric briefly, finding it quite thin and elastic, but seemingly unremarkable and rather prone to damage. That a sense of disdain welled up within him. It appeared to be nothing more than a trivial invention, a disturbance to his rest. Consequently, his tone grew increasingly impatient. "If you do not provide the production process, the registration fee and maintenance fee will be 10 times the basic amount. You better think this through." Not providing the process meant that even if one day the Association for the Maintenance of Exclusive Inventions confiscated the exclusive invention, it would likely be rendered useless, hence the stipulation. Gan Guyu was already aware of this, but he could hardly admit that it was a product of an agricultural processing device. That he simply nodded in acknowledgement. While this approach was indeed costly, it bore a certain advantage. Even if someone were to replicate the fabric using cotton and the feathers of the blue sky sparrow by any means, it would still be regarded as Gan Guyu's exclusive invention. This was precisely why, despite the fabric currently lacking any producers, Gan Guyu chose to register it as an exclusive invention, although the man's demeanor was less than amiable. He worked with commendable efficiency, perhaps eager to expedite Gan Guyu's departure so he could return to his slumber, in no time. He collected the registration form and sample, completed the registration, and handed Gan Guyu a roll of the special exclusive invention certificate. The material of this certificate was distinctly unique, evidently infused with some alloy, endowing it with exceptional anti-counterfeiting capabilities. The certificate documented all pertinent information regarding the material Gan Guyu had named special stocking fabric, including a string of codes akin to a patent number. The man concluded, "The registration fee is 100,000 light coins, and the annual maintenance fee is 50,000 light coins. You must present this certificate at the adjacent counter for payment within a year." He then prepared to return to his slumber. This was the price after being multiplied tenfold. It was a sum that would be nearly unbearable for an ordinary person. When converted to third-order magic crystals, it amounted to 100 for the registration fee and 50 for the annual maintenance fee. Lena was taken aback by this amount. Among bounty hunters, she was considered exemplary, yet her annual earnings barely matched that, and on occasion, her fortune might yield even less. However, Gan Guyu was not in need of such a trifling sum at this point. Excuse me," Gan Guyu called out awkwardly as he noticed the man preparing to return to sleep. "Are you done yet?" The man replied, lifting his head with irritation. "Haven't I already processed your request? I meant to say, I have several other exclusive inventions I wish to register." Gan Guyu spread his hands in explanation. The man paused, anger rising. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have given you a few forms at once, so you could fill them out together. This is such a hassle." Gan Guyu and his companions remained silent, observing him. The man suddenly seemed to recall something, silencing himself as he retrieved a stack of registration forms and pushed them toward Gan Guyu. When Gan Guyu once again submitted a stack of exclusive invention registration forms, complete with design sketches and samples, the man was momentarily taken aback. The samples had been hastily crafted by the trio, who had separately procured the raw materials. Gan Guyu still had plenty of cotton on hand, as well as some bamboo, but they had run out of the blue sky sparrow feathers. These feathers, derived from a low-tier avian magical beast, held little value and were rarely found in magic supply stores. Even if available, the inventory was scant. The three of them scoured several streets, with Lena even venturing into a market to purchase a blue sky sparrow directly. Ultimately gathering the necessary quantity for Gan Guyu for the design sketches, Gan Guyu was unable to draw them himself. The images in his mind and the act of translating them on a paper were two different matters altogether. Fortunately, Pei Pei was at hand, swiftly and deftly producing the design sketches based on the finished product designed by Gan Guyu. With the finished item in hand before the sketches, Gan Guyu himself found the situation somewhat intoxicating. "This is called tights, made from the same fabric you just registered?" The man inquired, scrutinizing the first registration form as he lifted the tights for closer examination. "Indeed," Gan Guyu replied nonchalantly. "It's a standard design for processed exclusive inventions." "Isn't it? There's no issue, but wait a moment." The man turned to Gan Guyu, intending to question the significance of this peculiar design. However, as he turned, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lena's legs, after a prolonged moment of staring. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, She is wearing those tights?" "Huh." Lena immediately flaunted her legs, playfully exclaiming, "Little brother, only just noticing now. Your eyesight leaves much to be desired. Goodness, I was barely awake and irritable moments ago." The man internally raged that in truth, it was primarily because the effect of the tights was not easily discernible unless worn. Only after closely comparing the material did he recognize the issue. Although he lacked expertise in fashion design, he possessed a standard sense of public aesthetics. The tights, when worn by a woman, were astonishingly beautiful, exuding a captivating aura. After inspecting the tights once more, he had silently discarded his initial disdain, having served in the Association for the Maintenance of Exclusive Inventions for several years. The man had overseen numerous registrations. Thus, he quickly discerned that this invention was certainly not a worthless trinket. He had just asked himself whether he would purchase a pair of these tights for his wife if they were presented to him. Without a doubt, he would nod in agreement. Even if it meant parting with a considerable sum of his private savings, he would grit his teeth and buy a pair. Realizing this, he found himself eagerly anticipating the sight of his wife adorned in these tights. "Huh, little brother, where are you lost in thought?" At last, the increasingly impatient Lena roused him from his reverie. "You've only finished reviewing one exclusive invention. There are more to come." "Oh!" The man hastily fumbled for the second registration form, knee-high cotton socks. Just like the ones on this lady's legs," he muttered to himself, casting sidelong glances at Pei Pei. Gan Guyu cleared his throat discreetly, leaning forward to shield Pei Pei from view, prompting the man to hastily retract his gaze. The knee-high socks previously made for Pei Pei were entirely cotton. Yet the knee-high cotton socks Gan Guyu was registering this time included blue sky sparrow feathers that, if merely lengthening pure cotton socks, they might fail to qualify as an exclusive invention. Hence, Gan Guyu had ingeniously altered the raw materials, skirting the boundaries of the regulations. This led to the creation of slightly thinner and more elastic knee-high socks, providing a snug fit around the calves. Subsequently, the man began reviewing the remaining exclusive inventions. Gan Guyu had chosen to submit all the stocking designs he could conceive in one go, leaving little room for others to suggest improvements. Thus, the man found himself dazzled by a series of designs, including knee-high stockings, garter socks, faux sheer, and faux thigh-high tights, that he was tempted to crack open Gan Guyu's head to see how his mind worked, producing such a plethora of innovative concepts. Notably, Gan Guyu incorporated lace designs into both the knee-high socks and garter socks, prompting him to register lace as an exclusive invention as well. Lace had broad applications across various garments, and Gan Guyu foresaw its value to be on par with that of the entire collection of stockings. Finally, after thoroughly reviewing the pile of documents submitted by Gan Guyu, the man took a deep breath and stood up. "Please wait here for a moment." With that, he departed with Gan Guyu's stack of inventions. Before long, the man returned with a stack of exclusive invention certificates, stating, "After assessment, your exclusive invention registrations have been approved. However, the knee-high stockings and knee-high cotton socks are considered one design, while the faux sheer and faux thigh-highs are also classified as one. Therefore, apart from the certificate for the special stocking fabric provided earlier, here are certificates for the tights, knee-high socks, garter socks, faux sheer, and faux thigh-high leggings, totaling 5 certificates. So, This was the process for certifying the brothers' inventions. Gan Guyu nodded slightly, accepting the certificate. "You've worked hard. I'm not finished yet," the man replied, his gaze toward Gan Guyu markedly transformed, as if he were looking at a newly minted tycoon. "Although there are 5 certificates, the appraisal fee is charged as if it were 7, totaling 35,000 light dawn coins. Additionally, the registration fee for these 5 certificates amounts to 50,000 light dawn coins, with an annual maintenance fee of 5,000 per certificate, bringing the total to 25,000 per year. That I calculated it for you. Today, the total cost for these 6 certificates comes to 260,000 light dawn coins, which needs to be settled within a year." Gan Guyu nodded in appreciation and promptly made his way to the adjacent payment counter. Although this was akin to an interest-free loan for a year, the affluent Gan Guyu couldn't be bothered to return just for the payment later. He decided to settle it today. After an immediate payment of 263rd-tier magic crystals, Gan Guyu and his companions finally exited the doors of the exclusive Invention Maintenance Association. However, just as they stepped outside, the same man called out to them. "Haha, little brother, why did you come out?" Lena teased. "Work's done," the man explained. "At this hour, I would usually be home. Your job seems rather leisurely," Gan Guyu thought to himself. Yet outwardly he inquired, "Is there something you need?" The man swallowed hard, looking at Gan Guyu with a hint of hesitance. "Are you willing to transfer these designs? I have a friend at Geely Trading Company who could introduce you." The expressions of Gan Guyu and his companions turned peculiar, and after a moment's pause, they declined the man's offer. The man hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then, when and where can I buy those stockings?" "Oh, you want them?" Gan Guyu replied with a smile. "They're designed for ladies. You think I have a cross-dressing fetish?" The man internally screamed, forcing a smile as he said, "I just want to buy a pair for my wife. They won't be too expensive, right?" Gan Guyu couldn't help but be amused by the man's cautious inquiry, casually handing over a bundle of fabric. "Sorry for disturbing your sweet dreams today. Consider this a token of apology." With that, he led Lena and Pei Pei away. The man stood there, staring blankly at the pantyhose in his hands, overwhelmed with emotion. What a good person! Gan Guyu, having already exited, did not hear the man's exclamation, but instead heard the familiar sound from the universal biological control panel indicating an increase in happiness levels. Chapter 150. The banquet. "Could you two walk a bit faster? At this rate, we'll be late." Gan Guyu get. "Why don't you just let me fly?" Pei Pei complained breathlessly. "I've spent the entire afternoon managing your affairs. And you call it a shopping trip with your mother?" Lena retorted, her face twitching, scoffing. "Now it's even worse. Being late is also your fault." Their complaints left Gan Guyu speechless. There was no arguing with their well-founded points. Upon exiting the exclusive Invention Maintenance Association, Gan Guyu realized they were close to the time agreed upon with Xianhuang, and he hurriedly dashed towards the Listening Rain restaurant in the south of the city. As dusk began to settle and the lights illuminated, it was the peak time for the restaurant that I end these days. With the new academic year approaching at the Cyproth Mage Academy, both new and old students with a bit of disposable income chose to gather here. Listening Rain restaurant held a dominant position in the culinary scene, renowned for its exquisite dishes and exceptional reputation. Rumor had it that the renowned chef Feng Lei was personally overseeing the Cyproth branch, further attracting a crowd. While these ordinary diners wouldn't get to enjoy the one meat, one vegetable, and one soup personally crafted by Xianhuang, merely catching a glimpse of Chef Feng Lei's elegance would make the trip worthwhile. Therefore, by the time Gan Guyu and his companions arrived at the restaurant, they were met with a line stretching well beyond 100 people. Stunned by the sight, Gan Guyu contemplated whether to just walk in or to simply walk in. Before he could deliberate further, a welcoming hostess swiftly approached, bowing slightly. "Are you Master Gan Guyu?" Gan Guyu smiled and nodded. Given his distinctive attire, it was no surprise that someone from Xianhuang's circle could recognize him immediately. "Please, you three may enter. The young lady has been waiting for you." The hostess bowed deeply again. "She sends her apologies for not being able to greet you in person. I hope you can forgive her. I'm not such a big deal. I'm just here for a meal." "There's no need for such formality." Gan Guyu waved his hand. "Let us go." The hostess nodded repeatedly and led Gan Guyu and his companions into the Listening Rain restaurant, the crowd waiting outside. Though some felt indignant, did not voice their grievances. After all, the nobility frequenting the restaurant over the years had become so common that it numbed their senses. Yet, among the throngs of people milling about outside, a group suddenly came to a halt. Did I just see right? Isn't that the big sister? What do you mean I sent that? It's clearly her. Who else would wear that outfit? Oh no. This morning she told me someone was inviting her to dinner at Listening Rain restaurant tonight. I didn't believe her then, and even mocked her. Maybe she just decided to treat herself? Don't be ridiculous. She didn't even have to wait in line. They ushered her right in. Even if she were treating herself. I doubt she is just pretending to be someone big. Could it be that we accidentally latched onto a big fish? This big sister actually has some profound background. Please, you're overthinking it. At that moment, another figure who had remained silent sneered. This big sister, seen from any angle, is merely a bounty hunter. How deep could her background possibly be? Besides, didn't you notice that among the three, the little one in the middle is the focus? Hey, I think I've seen that person before. Isn't he just a little brother to the big sister? Looking at the situation earlier, who in terms of little brothers? Are you suggesting that our big sister is someone else's little follower? What does that make us? Followers of the little followers. The crowd fell into a deep silence, awkwardly ending that line of conversation. Gan Guyu and his companions were led directly to the second floor by the welcoming hostess. The second floor was entirely comprised of private rooms, and even the decor in the corridors was of a higher caliber than the main hall downstairs. Seemingly adorned with soundproofing magical arrays, that it was evident that tonight, Yimo had arranged the banquet here. However, upon arriving on the second floor, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Gan Guyu, blocking his path. Looking up, Gan Guyu nearly jumped out of his skin. Before him stood a burly man, heavily made up, wearing an obviously ill-fitting long red dress that exposed half of his hairy calves. Leaning forward with a coy expression, he looked at Gan Guyu and squeaked. "Oh, so this is the main guest for tonight's little darling. Huh, quite handsome indeed." Gan Guyu was immediately left bewildered. What was happening? The hostess beside him respectfully introduced Sister Lei. This is Master Gan Guyu, along with Mrs. Peipei and Lena. Sister Lei. Such a peculiar title. Gan Guyu's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, upon receiving confirmation, the cross-dressing man suddenly became overly enthusiastic. I've heard this child is quite a looker, and seeing him now, it certainly holds true. Come here, give your sister a hug. With that, the cross-dressing man opened his arms and lunged toward Gan Guyu, instantly engulfing him in shadow. Already feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of this figure, Gan Guyu's expression darkened at the phrase, quite a looker. He quickly dodged backward, inadvertently pulling Lena in front of him to block the man's advance. Lena was thrust into the embrace of the cross-dressing man, her face turning a shade of green as she instinctively chanted a repulsion ring, attempting to escape his grasp. However, the moment the repulsion ring manifested, it triggered a fourth-tier thunder magic array on the man's clothing, causing the spell to fizzle out. The cross-dressing man was momentarily stunned, realizing what had just occurred. In the meantime, Gan Guyu, flustered from the sudden turn of events, forgot that he had just ascended to the second floor, and behind him were the stairs. Combined with the residual force from the repulsion ring, he lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs, only managing to summon a vine to break his fall midway, landing awkwardly on the stairwell. This sight horrified Peipei, who rushed to Gan Guyu's side, concerned. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Gan Guyu gasped, clutching the back of his head, as Peipei helped him to his feet. "I should be fine. Let me take a look." Peipei turned around, prying his hand away to reveal a slightly swollen bruise on the back of his head. If it were not for the enhanced resilience of wizards compared to ordinary folk, this situation would have been sufficient to send Gan Guyu into a drunken stupor. In the past, a mere stitch or two would have sufficed to mend a small wound. "Quick! Summon a water mage skilled in healing." Peipei shouted in a state of urgency. The cross-dressing man, upon witnessing this, hastily turned to the dazed receptionist girl beside him and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Go fetch someone." Chapter 151. A tale unfolds as the incantation of a magical spell resonated in the air. Gan Guyu immediately felt a significant alleviation of the pain at the back of his head. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Jinzeren replied with a faint smile. However, it seems that young Master Gan has quite the unfortunate streak that I in our brief acquaintance. I have already had to treat you on 2 separate occasions. Gan Guyu shrugged. Choosing not to respond, he possessed healing scrolls himself, but seeing someone else offer assistance, he preferred not to squander his resources. You ought to be grateful for this opportunity. Pei, overhearing Jinzerin's teasing, immediately expressed her displeasure. What nonsense, and what business do you have here? Having heard that Miss Een intends to showcase her culinary skills tonight, it is only natural for me to shamelessly indulge, Jinzerin replied with a smile. It is not often one can savor dishes crafted by the renowned chef of wind and thunder. Usually, one must bid competitively for just a single dish, let alone enjoy a lavish banquet like tonight's. To mooch off food and drink while speaking so boldly, Pei huffed, turning her head away, only to catch sight of the 2 women and 1 man across the room. Their expressions peculiar. Oh no, 2 women and 1 man. Jinzerin followed her gaze and remarked in a hushed tone, how curious. Miss Een is typically so stoic and reticent, yet whenever young Master Gan is present. Well, how remarkable. Lena's expression was still dark, her face pallid as she leaned against the wall, visibly disgusted. Pei couldn't help but find it amusing. The usually boisterous woman had clearly been traumatized. Meanwhile, Een Yimo sat rigidly on a chair. Her demeanor icy, blue electric sparks flickering from her hands. Before her, the cross-dressing man crouched pitiably, gripping his ears with both hands. Perhaps due to the prolonged crouching, his calves began to tremble slightly. Oh dear! Can you forgive me? He whined in a high-pitched voice. It was an unintentional mistake, and I have already apologized to my sweet little heart. Who are you calling sweet little heart? Gan Guyu. Pei and Een Yimo chorused in unison. Gan Guyu felt a discontent brewing within him. He was utterly bewildered as to when this cross-dressing man had begun to refer to him in such a manner, leaving him feeling utterly exasperated. Pei and Een Yimo shared his sentiments, their own annoyance mirroring his. However, Lena's expression seemed to lighten slightly. Serves you right. How dare you use me as a shield as if it were anyone else? I would have turned them to dust. Gan Guyu rubbed the back of his head and stood up, saying, Yimo, let it go. We can't place all the blame on the innkeeper. I was careless myself. Indeed, this cross-dressing man was none other than Een Lei, the proprietor of the Listening Rain Tavern. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's words, he nodded vigorously, looking at Een Yimo with hopeful eyes. Go back, Een Yimo declared after a moment of silence. Her voice cold and clipped. Go back? Very well. I shall return to my room this instant. Een Lei exclaimed joyfully, springing to his feet. However, his sudden movement caused his legs to cramp, and he nearly fell back down. Go back, Een Yimo reiterated, each word heavy with finality. Een Lei was taken aback. What do you mean? Return from whence you came, Een Yimo replied, locking her gaze onto him. You want me to go back to Guangyao City? It finally dawned on Een Lei, and he shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. I want to stay with you, my darling. Watching the cross-dressing brute whine and plead, Gan Guyu felt a surge of relief for not having eaten much at lunch. His intention had been to indulge in Een Yimo's culinary delights that evening, but it seemed to have served the dual purpose of preventing nausea. Jinzerin, clearly unable to bear the sight, cleared his throat and suggested, Miss Een, since all our guests have arrived, should we take our seats? Een Yimo cast one last glance at Een Lei, sighed softly, and walked over to Gan Guyu, bowing slightly. My uncle has been quite uncouth and presumptuous. Not at all. Yimo, you are far too gracious. Gan Guyu quickly waved his hand, only to suddenly realize, Uncle. He instinctively glanced at Een Lei and then back at Een Yimo. Previously, he had assumed that since they shared the same surname, Een Lei must be some distant relative, perhaps a cousin or younger uncle. Never imagining he was her actual uncle, he blurted out, Your biological uncle? Jinzerin cleared his throat and quietly interjected, due to certain circumstances. Miss Een takes her mother's surname. Een Yimo, feeling somewhat vexed by Gan Guyu's inquiry, thought to herself that none of them wished for such an awkward situation. Ultimately, she said, Please, take your seats. I must excuse myself for a moment. She offered a polite bow to the group, then exchanged a knowing glance with Een Lei before departing the private room. Young Master Gan, ladies, please take your seats, Jinzurin said with a sigh of relief as Een Lei exited. Miss Een has gone to fetch the dishes. With her speed, we shall soon savor the delicacies prepared by the chef of wind and thunder. Gan Guyu nodded, unapologetically taking the seat of honor. Jinzurin did not mind and took a seat below him, while Peipei and Lena sat opposite. Noticing Lena's continued sour expression, Jinzurin expressed sympathy, saying, As for Sister Lei, we have all grown accustomed. Please do not take it too much to heart. Miss Lena, that is of secondary concern, Lena retorted, her anger flaring. The most detestable part is that certain individuals used me as a scapegoat to extricate themselves. Luckily, the god of fire has seen fit to ensure they receive their comeuppance. Jinzurin cast a gleeful glance at Gan Guyu, only to hear Lena continue. You are no better accomplice. Why did you have to treat his wounds? He deserves to learn a lesson. Fully aware of his fault, Gan Guyu shrugged and muttered, I merely acted on impulse. Besides, were you not meant to be my maid and protector? It is only natural for you to act as my shield. Maid? Protector? Jinzurin asked, his expression turning peculiar, before he could not help but whisper, Isn't that the opposite? Gan Guyu found himself at a loss for words. But fortunately, Jinzurin did not dwell on the matter, shifting the topic instead. I recently heard a joke titled Click to Receive. Have the three of you heard of it? Peipei paused at this, as though recalling something, then burst into laughter. Suddenly remembering something else, she quickly composed herself and shook her head firmly. Do tell, Lena said, intrigued. Jinzurin glanced at Gan Guyu, seeing no reaction, began recounting the tale of a certain individual who encountered the Click to Receive monument, ultimately falling into a trap. Puffed. Lena burst into laughter, spewing her tea. That person is truly foolish to fall for such a trap. This is killing me, but that trapmaker must be incredibly bored. Was it a deliberate attempt to mock people? Hey, why aren't you all laughing? Chapter 152. Yimo's culinary creations during the joyous spring festival. Xiao Jiang and her family extend their heartfelt New Year greetings to everyone, wishing all a prosperous New Year, good health, family happiness, and new beginnings. After a fit of laughter, Lena finally realized the atmosphere in the private room had turned awkward, and the noise gradually subsided. Peipei, prompted by Lena's question, suddenly began to laugh. That is so funny. That person is just a fool. Gan Guyu sighed, thinking, could you laugh any more insincerely? Jinzurin turned to Gan Guyu. Don't you have anything to say? Well, that fool was simply greedy for wealth. He clearly had his suspicions, yet could not resist the temptation, so falling into the trap was entirely deserved, just adding to the amusement, Gan Guyu replied, crossing his legs and shaking his head. As for the designer of the trap, one must commend them. They deftly exploited human weaknesses. The preparatory deceit was simply irresistible that I give it 32 thumbs up. Observing Gan Guyu's expression, Peipei felt utterly speechless. She had the urge to march over and pinch his cheeks to see how thick his skin truly was. However, I am quite curious about how this joke spread, Gan Guyu continued. I cannot believe that the fool would have the audacity to share such an experience. Rather, one would expect a gag order. I have my own methods, Jinzurin replied with a knowing smile. Then, what is your intent in sharing this joke, young Master Jin? Gan Guyu inquired, still swinging his legs. Do you not wish to know what happened afterward? Jinzurin smiled slightly. That individual returned with a special contract, only to be reprimanded thoroughly. I suspect he shall never tread that sorrowful path again. Gan Guyu nodded in agreement. Yamashita Yoshihisa was removed from his position overseeing the procurement of natural resources, a development that did not come as a surprise to him. After all, the contract remained intact, and his fate was of little concern to his brother. However, Jinzurin's subsequent remarks struck him with a jolt. I neglected to mention. That individual is, after all, a sorcerer and teaches a compulsory course at the academy. You will have the opportunity to encounter him again. Moreover, the Durant who vanished yesterday at Miss Yin's behest is the son of that very sorcerer. Is he the not-so-friendly cousin you mentioned? Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow. Jinzurin nodded. It is evident that he will be even less amiable towards you. Do you take me for a fool? Gan Guyu slammed the table and smirked. Let us not forget. It was you, young Master Jean, who managed the aftermath last night. How could you possibly remain uninvolved? My relationship with him, whether or not it pertains to this matter, is of little consequence. That I can predict his next moves with a fair degree of accuracy. It does not concern me. However, you are different, that he may perceive that you and I are aligned on the same front. Jean Zurin mimicked Gan Guyu's gesture of raising his hands in resignation, then pointed towards the table still awaiting its dishes. You see, I have come to remind you of this. So tell me, should you not treat me to a fine meal? Brother, I appreciate your concern. Gan Guyu retorted with a cold smile. Young Master Jean, what a cunning strategy of diverting trouble eastward. I commend you. Is it truly so? You too have had your share of minor frictions, have you not? Jean Zurin responded with a faint smile. Rather than a mere diversion, it would be more accurate to say it is a case of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Grateful as I am for your regard, I wonder if I am a tiger or a wolf. Gan Guyu scoffed. Rather than driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, is it not more akin to killing two birds with one stone? Watching the tiger fight from a distance? That is of little importance, Jean Zurin replied. Indeed, it is of little importance. Gan Guyu nodded, for young Master Jean considers himself a hunter. Whether wolf, tiger, or little bird, you have no intention of letting any of them escape. Your intelligence is commendable, young Master Gan. Jean Zurin laughed heartily. After all, I genuinely hope you will keep your distance from Messine. As a rival in love, I believe I have done my utmost. Are you afraid I might meet my end too swiftly, and wish to present them with some challenges? Gan Guyu pierced through his facade. Nevertheless, I can honestly inform you, brother is indeed a tiger, but not one that drives the tiger to swallow the wolf, nor one that watches the tiger fight from afar. Rather, he is a tiger scheming with the tiger's skin. Upon hearing this, Jean Zurin burst into laughter. Then I wish you, young Master Gan, a resounding victory and swift success. Gan Guyu beamed, yet his words were laced with irony. I wish the best for your entire family. Pepe, listening to their exchange, felt somewhat bewildered but ultimately discerned that Jean Zurin harbored ill intentions. She immediately stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him, ready to unleash her wrath, only to be yanked back by Lena, who shot her a glare, signaling her to refrain from such futile gestures that so this is what they call a battle of wits and bravery. She had witnessed it. However, on another note, that little brat was rather clever. Yet, considering the other party belonged to the Zhongbang family, what a disaster. Alas, as her bodyguard, would it be too disloyal to make a hasty retreat? Curse it, she had truly lost out this time. If Gan Guyu were to hear her inner monologue, he would undoubtedly scoff. This is not a loss at all. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and In Yimo entered, followed by a procession of maidens bearing an array of delectable dishes, swiftly arranging them in an aesthetically pleasing manner upon the dining table. Gan Guyu took a closer look and couldn't help but nod slightly. The dishes prepared by In Yimo were exquisitely crafted, numerous in variety, yet each serving was but a mere morsel, allowing each of them only a bite or two. This was clearly a deliberate arrangement by In Yimo. She wanted Gan Guyu to sample as many dishes as possible without indulging in excess. However, this meant she had to invest considerable time in preparation. Gan Guyu, having witnessed In Yimo's culinary speed, surmised that she had likely begun preparing this feast as early as last night. What Gan Guyu could perceive, Jean Zurin could not possibly overlook. More importantly, he had never seen most of the dishes laid out before him. Jean Zurin maintained his smile, yet the melancholy in his eyes was unmistakable. Gan Guyu, you truly deserve the elaborate scheming of Jean. In Yimo offered a slight bow to everyone before taking her seat at the head of the table. What were you discussing? We are all eagerly anticipating Miss Yin's culinary creations. Jean Zurin promptly brightened, responding thus. Young Master Jean was enlightening me about the local customs of Cypros. Gan Guyu chimed in almost simultaneously. After exchanging glances, they hastily elaborated again. What I meant to say is that the dishes at the Listening Rain restaurant incorporate elements of the local cuisine. The people here seem quite fond of the Listening Rain restaurant. Yimo's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. Listening to the two of them weave their fibs, In Yimo merely nodded in silence, Observing her still somewhat agitated demeanor after taking her seat, Gan Guyu felt a pang of sympathy and stood behind her. "You forgot to untie your hair ribbon." Yimo froze at his words. With so many dishes, she had prepared all the ingredients to ensure freshness and stored them in a space ring with a significantly faster time flow, only retrieving them moments ago to begin cooking. Even though her cooking speed was superb, today she had to manage 18 different heat levels across the stoves, in addition to 6 sets of cold dishes, which was quite the challenge, leading her to forget to untie her hair ribbon after serving the meal. Gan Guyu helped transform her dual ponytails into long, straight hair, advising, "Brother will be staying at the Mage Academy for quite some time. Since you are also a student there, I will have plenty of opportunities to dine with you. So you needn't exhaust yourself." "Oh, has my oversight been discovered?" Yimo nodded, understood. Chapter 153. Confidence on the return journey. Pei appeared somewhat sullen. Lena wrapped her arm around her shoulders, chuckling. What is the matter?" Feeling a tinge of jealousy, seeing that little brat and the flat-chested girl, so affectionate. "What are you even saying?" Pei's face flushed crimson at the remark, though the darkness of the night obscured it. She instinctively glanced at Gan Guyu. "I am concerned about the conversation he had with that Jinzurin. Could he be in danger? Speaking of which, I was just about to ask you the same." Lena turned her gaze towards Gan Guyu. "Little brat, what are your thoughts? That is the Xianhuang family we're talking about. You two truly lack romance." Gan Guyu replied with a teasing smile. "Shouldn't we be appreciating the moon and reminiscing about the delightful dishes we just enjoyed?" Burp! Lena's expression turned serious. "You have quite the appetite, huh? How can you still eat so much? One cannot refuse hospitality, can they?" Gan Guyu shrugged with a wry smile. To honor Yimo's heartfelt efforts. He had indeed taken at least a bite from every dish. Pei, lacking enthusiasm, would likely not have lifted her chopsticks had it not been for the deliciousness of Yimo's cooking. Jinzurin, confident in his status, devoted most of his energy to conversing with Yimo, merely sampling the dishes. Meanwhile, as the host, Yimo naturally refrained from overindulging and continued directing the maidens in serving the dishes. The only one with a hearty appetite was Lena, who ate voraciously. However, halfway through the meal, she excused herself to step outside for a drink. Gan Guyu found himself at a loss for words. This exquisite banquet was no match for a mere half bottle of wine. All you do is eat. Eat, eat! Pei could no longer contain herself, stamping her foot in frustration. "While you still have your life, you might as well eat a little more." Gan Guyu turned to her, suddenly chuckling. "Why are you more anxious than I am? Rest assured, this matter will not implicate either of you. Perhaps we should part ways right here." The only response he received was a splash of water and a ball of fire. "You jerk!" Pei shouted angrily before storming off. Gan Guyu swiftly conjured a water shield to block the attack, only to be met with another fireball hurled at him with Lena's mocking laughter. "I didn't catch that, little brat. Care to repeat yourself?" Gan Guyu dodged the fireball, swiftly moving to Pei's side, urgently grasping her arm. "I was just joking. Please don't be angry." Pei lowered her head, halting in her tracks, tears glistening in the moonlight. Gan Guyu panicked and hurriedly attempted to console her. Lena approached, pulling Pei into her embrace. All right, don't stoop to the level of this little brat. Little brat, take a fireball from me to help calm her down." With that, she quickly cast another fireball spell aimed at Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu had no choice but to shield himself, closing his eyes. Feeling the warmth of the fireball approach, he involuntarily let out a yelp, startling Pei into turning back and pushing Lena away. "No, get out of the way. Little brat." Lena's fireball was actually aimed at the ground in front of Gan Guyu, posing no threat to him. However, Pei's push caused Lena to lose control of the fireball's trajectory as Lena stumbled backward. She shouted in alarm, desperately trying to regain control of the fireball. Suddenly, upon hearing Lena's shout, Gan Guyu opened his eyes, only to see the fireball soaring directly above him. He had just exhaled a sigh of relief when a whiff of charred odor wafted down from above. Rubbing his hand through his hair, he was dismayed to find it covered in ashes. "My hair!" he exclaimed. "Ugh! You wretched girl, look what you've done!" Lena stared at Gan Guyu, momentarily taken aback, her expression a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "What does that have to do with me?" He had it coming. Pei said, Her eyes reddened as she cautiously eyed Gan Guyu's new hairstyle, muttering under her breath, while other people's mohawks merely featured a strip of hair down the center. Gan Guyu's was a different story. The fiery mishap had left only a patch of stubble, resembling an expansive canyon, rendering it utterly ludicrous. The trio fell silent for a moment, but ultimately, Lena could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Soon after, Pei Pei joined in, her tears of distress transforming into mirth. Observing their reactions, Gan Guyu had little to say, merely shrugging with self-deprecating humor as he approached Pei Pei. "Are you calmed down now? How dare you say that?" Pei Pei playfully punched Gan Guyu in the chest. "What was that earlier? Do you think I'm the kind of person to cower in fear?" "Naturally not," Gan Guyu replied earnestly. "I was merely overthinking the situation." "Well, that's more like it," Lena chimed in with a playful giggle. "But looking at your unfazed demeanor, does that mean you already have a plan?" Upon hearing this, Pei Pei regarded Gan Guyu with hopeful anticipation. "I suppose I have a rough idea," Gan Guyu nodded. "Upon reflection, the issue isn't as grave as you might think." "Do tell," Pei Pei urged eagerly. "It's quite simple, really. What we face isn't an entire powerful family, but merely a small faction within it," Gan Guyu explained, gesturing with his hands. "Moreover, there are also a few individuals standing behind us." "Are you referring to that wealthy heir? But isn't his intention to have you and his rival eliminate each other?" Lena frowned. "If he drags me into this, I can certainly pull him down with me," Gan Guyu chuckled. "In their eyes, Jinzurin is far more of a target for ridicule than we are." "That makes sense. Isn't he an heir? Their primary goal is likely to eliminate him to usurp his position." Lena nodded in agreement. "I suspect that Jinzurin wants to involve the natural forest. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with me," Gan Guyu remarked with a cold smirk. "Furthermore, he is genuinely concerned about my ability to protect myself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to warn me that so. He doesn't truly wish for me to face life-threatening danger. He merely wants me to experience some hardship. If I can make his adversaries suffer, that would be an unexpected delight. However, if something were to happen to me, it would only bring him harm." Ultimately, Gan Guyu concluded, "So, while I may have gained another enemy, I have also acquired a caretaker. Oh no, make that two. I will have to venture out again tomorrow." After listening to Gan Guyu's discourse, Lena remained silent for a considerable time before finally embracing Pei Pei and striding forward. "All right then, you think more clearly than anyone else. I've wasted my efforts worrying. Time to head back and get some sleep." "Wait, there's one more thing," Pei Pei interjected, breaking free from Lena's grasp and looking at Gan Guyu. "What was in the gift box you sent to Sister Yimo when you left?" The abrupt shift in topic was startling. Was she truly feeling jealous? Gan Guyu sighed with a wry smile and replied honestly, "You once asked me what kind of clothing I prepared for Yimo, didn't you? That's what it was." "Really?" Pei Pei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind?" "You'll have to wait a couple of days to see her wear it," Gan Guyu teased. However, before he could elaborate further, the three of them felt their student rings pulsate with blue light simultaneously. Pei Pei had no choice but to temporarily release Gan Guyu, channeling her mana into the student ring, and an immediate message materialized. Gan Guyu also opened his student ring and chuckled softly. "Ah, the opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. It seems we are gearing up for school once more." Chapter 154. The return to the Merchant Guild. Gan Guyu abruptly flung open the dormitory door and hurried towards the bathroom, only to collide head-on with someone at the entrance. Ouch! He staggered back a step, finally noticing a boy of similar height standing by the bathroom door. Though he was referred to as a boy, his youthful visage clearly indicated he was under 18, dealt with a shock of white buzz-cut hair and draped in a black cloak. He bore an indifferent expression. Both of them froze for an instant, and then Gan Guyu realized, "You must be my roommate. Hello, hello." "Hello," the boy replied coolly. "I am. We'll talk later. Just step outside for now." Gan Guyu interrupted, eager to avoid any self-introduction at that moment, pulling the boy outside and slipping into the bathroom. After a while, feeling refreshed, Gan Guyu emerged only to nearly bump into the boy again. However, this time it seemed the boy was prepared. Stepping back a pace, "What are you doing standing here?" Gan Guyu asked, bewildered. "Do you have an upset stomach?" The boy shook his head and replied, "I am Tang Nuo, a second-tier ice mage." You waited here just to introduce yourself? Gan Guyu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Tang Nua nodded. You asked me to wait until later. That self-introduction is part of training. Gan Guyu was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause finally said, I am Gan Guyu. A natural mage, I suppose. Natural mage. Tang Nua gazed at Gan Guyu, momentarily lost in thought before nodding again. I will return to my room to meditate. With that, he walked into the bedroom, falling silent thereafter. What a quiet little boy. Gan Guyu glanced at the bedroom door, subconsciously lightening his movements. Having had a busy day, he too felt fatigued, and after a hasty wash, retreated into his room to rest, upon opening the bedroom door the next morning. Gan Guyu found Tang Na still seated on his bed in the same meditative posture he had maintained throughout the night. Could he really have meditated all night long, since becoming a second-tier mage? Gan Guyu had realized that whether through meditation or through consuming fruits and vitamin C, his magical power would only increase in totality, but could not enhance his actual strength, which puzzled and frustrated him. Thus, apart from times of mana depletion, he rarely engaged in meditation. Well, if others are willing to work hard, who was he to complain? It was merely a scholarly roommate. After all, he had seen his share of those. Gan Guyu shook his head and left the dormitory. Upon entering the Geely Merchant Guild, he was greeted once more by the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Tao. Upon seeing Gan Guyu, she promptly bowed. Young Master Gan. Gan Guyu was still unaccustomed to this form of address, but he inquired nonetheless, Is Mr. Bart here? The master is entertaining guests in the backyard, Xiao Tao replied. However, he has instructed that whenever young Master Gan arrives, I must inform him immediately that I will go now. Please wait a moment. After a slight bow, she hurried towards the backyard. That I in no time, Xiao Tao returned. Young Master Gan, the master has sent me to bring you over. Gan Guyu stood up and followed Xiao Tao to the backyard once more. There, at the same table as yesterday, Bart was engaged in conversation with an elderly man clad in a wizard's robe. Upon seeing Gan Guyu, Bart immediately rose and exclaimed with a smile, This morning, I heard the joyous chirping of birds outside. I thought it was an old friend visiting, but it seems we have a double celebration today. Mr. Bart, it is good to see you again. Gan Guyu greeted from afar, smiling. How did you know my arrival was a joyous occasion? If it weren't a joyous occasion, would you visit my humble establishment so early in the day? Bart laughed heartily and quickly instructed for tea to be served. No need for tea. Just a glass of water will suffice, Gan Guyu interjected. The fine tea served at the Geely Merchant Guild was nothing more than mere leaves, far inferior to water infused with holy tree fruit. As a native from the Celestial Empire, he could hardly stomach it. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not linger, the old mage stated as he prepared to take his leave. No. Bart quickly stopped him. I believe the topic we are about to discuss will pique your interest, old friend. Young Master Gan, do you mind? Gan Guyu shrugged, indicating he had no objections. Bart then turned to the old mage with a grin. This is young Master Gan, our business partner. Young Master Gan, this is my old friend. Mage Maikata, he is a renowned researcher, specializing in the engraving and invention of various magical arrays, and is also quite adept at wand crafting that he has just agreed to officially join our Cyplos branch. Oh, congratulations to both of you, Gan Guyu remarked with a smile. Haha, Bart waved his hand, inviting them to sit down before continuing. Young Master Gan, let us hear your good news. With a calm smile, Gan Guyu placed a stack of exclusive invention certificates on the table. Bart's eyes lit up as he picked up the certificates. Examining them closely, moments later, he exclaimed in admiration, Old chap, your magical arrays have found new applications. Mac received his exclusive invention certificate and stared at the design blueprint printed on it, his eyes widening in astonishment. The design of these trousers is indeed quite ingenious. However, it states here that the magical array depicted will somehow amplify its power. I do not believe it. This contradicts the principle of conservation of magical energy. Gan Guyu said nothing further and directly presented a piece of his own clothing, laying it on the table. This garment is made from the very material in question. Why not put it to the test? With a confident glance at Gan Guyu, Mac promptly inscribed a magical array onto the fabric. The moment he completed the array, he immediately gauged its strength, exclaiming in disbelief, How can this be possible? I am unaware of what you mean by the conservation of magical energy, but I suspect there must be some secret to that master's weaving technique. Gan Guyu replied deliberately. In truth, it was merely the efficacy of bamboo fiber, which he was not yet ready to disclose. Mac pondered for a long while before suddenly chuckling. Interesting. Upon my arrival, I am greeted with such a grand gift. Excellent. Bart, from now on, any fabric delivered by this young friend shall be inscribed with magical arrays by me. Gan Guyu chuckled inwardly, realizing that Mac was eager to uncover the secret behind it. Though he would likely be disappointed, Bart noticed that all the certificates bore Gan Guyu's name and magical seal, but chose to remain silent, in his view, since the stockings required that master-esque craftsmanship. Gan Guyu could not possibly claim the invention as his own. Given the current situation, Bart harbored two suspicions. Point one was that Gan Guyu was a descendant of that master and would become his representative in the future. Alternatively, it was possible that these stockings, along with the lace and other elements, were Gan Guyu's own inventions, and that the so-called master was a mere fabrication. Regardless of which possibility held true, Bart concluded that Gan Guyu was no longer just an intermediary, but would become a crucial partner in the days to come. Chapter 155. Collaboration reached. Bart returned the exclusive invention certificate, smiling. Does young Master Gan Guyu intend to entrust these inventions to our humble store for promotion and sale? Gan Guyu shrugged. If the price is agreeable, our store will handle the marketing, while you shall provide the finished goods. Of course, the so-called finished goods will not have the magical arrays inscribed. We will add them according to customer demands, Bart stated immediately. Gan Guyu nodded. Precisely. Additionally, young master mentioned providing raw materials. I reviewed the certificate, and while cotton and azure jay feathers are straightforward, the bamboo— I must confess my ignorance here, Bart admitted, a hint of helplessness in his expression. That is a type of plant that grows freely in the wild, requiring no farmland, Gan Guyu explained, producing several bamboo segments along with a prepared bamboo whip. This is bamboo, and this, Mr. Bart, can be understood as bamboo seeds. Plant them underground, water them, and they will soon sprout. Oh, a new raw material. No wonder, Bart mused thoughtfully. Gan Guyu smiled. As for the difficulty of cultivating bamboo, you need not worry. Until your side can mass-produce bamboo, I only require cotton and azure jay feathers from you. Bart's brow relaxed. That is good to hear. Regarding the marketing of these stockings, I have some humble suggestions. Given the variety of stockings, including pantyhose and thigh-highs, and considering our current production capacity, I suggest we release them in batches. Gan Guyu beamed at this. Indeed. Mr. Bart, your insight as the head of Geely Trading Company is commendable. This approach will surely maintain a steady sales momentum for this series of stockings. Haha, it seems young Master Gan Guyu is well versed in this matter. Bart laughed heartily. If that is the case, do you have any proposals on how we should collaborate? I desire a guaranteed sales volume, along with a profit share, Gan Guyu replied without hesitation. Bart appeared to anticipate this response, quickly stating, upon delivery of the goods to our store, we shall first prepay based on the price of 3 grade magic crystals for each pair of stockings. Once sold, the profits will be split evenly between us. During the period when we cannot provide bamboo, we shall retain an additional 10%. Settlements will occur at the end of each month, of course, deducting the prepaid amount. Should the net profit after deductions be negative, there will be no need for you to refund anything. How does this sound? Gan Guyu nodded. The terms are quite fair, with the other party providing raw materials and sales channels. While he focused on processing, the cost of producing 300 stockings would only amount to the magical energy contained in a single 3-grade magic crystal. This would yield a profit of 300 times, and that was merely the baseline. Gan Guyu was quite satisfied with the terms, especially since he had ulterior motives. Bart smiled. So, can we consider our collaboration established? Gan Guyu nodded. However, I have one small request. Please do share, young master. Bart said graciously that he was unconcerned about the specifics now that the main agreement was in place. As a businessman, he understood better than Gan Guyu what stockings represented. They were not merely a product. For Geely Trading Company, they were a means of innovation and advertising. Even if a stocking could hardly fetch half a 3-grade magic crystal, would a customer leave after just one purchase? Surely, he would entice them to buy something else. Moreover, he had plenty of marketing tactics to inflate the price of these stockings. What? You claim Geely Trading Company profits excessively. Please, my procurement costs are not low. This is a mutually beneficial transaction, and there are no other establishments like ours. Plus, since these are not necessities, if you find them overpriced, you are free not to purchase. Seeing Bart's nonchalant demeanor, Gan Guyu felt assured and said, "Isn't it Geely Trading Company's tradition to protect its partners? I must admit, I have some concerns regarding my safety in the future. I understand now. To be without envy is to be mediocre," Bart chuckled. "This is a minor issue and falls within our responsibilities. Leave it to me." Geely Trading Company has never disappointed any of its partners in this regard. Gan Guyu was overjoyed. "That would be greatly appreciated. Young master is too kind." Bart retrieved a roll of animal skin parchment from his storage ring and handed it to Gan Guyu. "This is the contract. Aside from the specific profit-sharing ratios yet to be filled in, everything else is prepared. Please take a look." Gan Guyu accepted the contract and examined it carefully, while Bart explained, "The primary detail you need to pay attention to is the delivery timeline. Once we provide you with the raw materials, we require the finished goods within 30 days. Not to mention 30 days. 3 days would be ample time." Gan Guyu chuckled inwardly, but replied, "Though the timeline is rather tight, it should not pose a significant issue." "I agree." Thus, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the contract was signed. Bart smiled as he tucked away his copy of the agreement and addressed Gan Guyu and Mac. "To celebrate your future collaboration with our humble store, I have prepared a modest banquet at the Listening Rain Tavern this evening that I hope you both can grace us with your presence." Gan Guyu was not fond of such social gatherings, but recognizing that Bart would exert effort to ensure his safety, he nodded. "I shall attend punctually," Bart added with a smile. "If those two young ladies from yesterday are free, they may join us as well." "I will relay the message to them," Gan Guyu replied, smiling. Mac was initially reluctant to attend the banquet, but seeing Gan Guyu's willingness, he reconsidered and nodded in agreement. However, he simultaneously turned to Gan Guyu and asked, "Young friend, might I request some of that fabric of yours?" "Since you have requested, I shall oblige." Gan Guyu indicated the garment on the table. "Why not consider this piece as a gift for you, old sir?" Mac was primarily interested in studying the material. Whether it was a garment or a skirt was of little concern to him. He promptly accepted Gan Guyu's clothing, saying, "Thank you, young friend, that I cannot take advantage of you without offering something in return. Allow me to craft a wand for you." Mac's words struck a chord with Gan Guyu, who replied with delight, "I must admit, I have yet to find a suitable wand, so I am truly grateful, old sir." "Young master lacks a wand?" Bart exclaimed in surprise. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? Our store has quite an assortment of wands. With Mac here, customizing one will be no trouble at all." Mac retrieved several pieces of wood from his storage ring, saying, "Feel free to choose the material for your wand. I recommend this camphor wood. A rare find indeed." Gan Guyu glanced at the pieces of wood, which, while acceptable in the desolate continent, appeared rather mediocre to him. With signs of insect damage and decay, he waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "To have the esteemed Mac craft my wand is already a privilege. I cannot ask you to provide the materials as well. How about this, Mr. Bart? Do you have any vacant land available? Approximately half a zhang in length and width will suffice." Bate was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why Gan Guyu posed such a question. Nevertheless, he pointed towards a corner of the backyard and inquired, "Is that area suitable? I've just harvested some wheat and have yet to plant anything else." Indeed, it seemed to be a nationwide endeavor, with even the Geely Trading Company not exempt. Gan Guyu glanced upwards, nodding in agreement. "That will do perfectly." Chapter 156. A century-old tree. Upon witnessing Gan Guyu effortlessly digging a hole in the ground, Bate expressed his surprise. "So it turns out that young Master Gan is a soil mage. But what exactly are you planning to do?" "Naturally, I intend to plant a tree," Gan Guyu replied, conjuring a sapling out of thin air. "Plant a tree." Bate's face contorted in confusion as he watched Gan Guyu plant the sapling into the earth. He asked, "Do you mean to say you plan to cultivate a tree for its wood to craft a wand? By the time this little sapling matures, it will take several years." "No, not years, but centuries," McCarthy interjected solemnly. "If I am not mistaken, young friend, this sapling you possess is indeed a Dalbergia. Your eyesight is commendable." "Old sir, this is indeed Dalbergia," Gan Guyu acknowledged, continuing to water the sapling to ensure it took root. Bait, witnessing this exchange, was momentarily struck with astonishment. Dalbergia is renowned for its exceptionally dense wood structure. Among its species, the most famous is the Hainan rosewood. However, the specimen Gan Guyu presented was Shandong Dalbergia. Compared to Hainan rosewood, this variety is far more drought-resistant and adaptable to poor soil conditions. As long as it is not salt-alkali land, it can thrive. Dalbergia has an extensive root system and possesses root nodules that can fix nitrogen, making it perfectly suited for regions like Cyprus. Furthermore, the sapling Gan Guyu procured had been optimized through a seedling cultivating apparatus. Due to the presence of Bate and McCarthy, Gan Guyu did not make a grand display of replacing the soil with a more fertile alternative. Instead, he enhanced the sapling's drought resistance, frost tolerance, and acid-alkali adaptability. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's affirmative reply, McCarthy was internally astonished and gazed deeply at him. In this day and age, very few can present a Dalbergia sapling. Gan Guyu quickly laughed off the compliment. I merely happened upon this one. This wood should suffice for crafting a wand, should it not? Not merely sufficient. It is indeed a rare material. McCarthy scoffed. However, as far as I know, Dalbergia takes decades to grow, and its trunk is hardly thicker than a bull's rim. To truly cultivate it to maturity, one must wait at least 3 centuries. Are you suggesting that you would chop down this young tree in just a few years to make a wand? Such an act of wastefulness is something I cannot condone. Gan Guyu smiled at this remark. You truly have an appreciation for wood, old sir. However, I have my methods to ensure this Dalbergia grows into a towering tree in no time. Bates' interest was piqued. Could it be that you are acquainted with the nature mages of the Forest of Nature? However, I have heard that the nature mages from the Academy have been dispatched and have yet to return to Cyprus. Ah, but there should still be 2 new students. Yet it seems improbable that those 2 could facilitate the growth of this sapling to resemble one hundreds of years old in such a short span. Wouldn't you agree? Gan Guyu merely smiled and remained silent. Indeed, among this year's new arrivals in the Forest of Nature, Pei could only water plants, and Gan Guyu himself was still only at the 2nd tier of power, capable of accelerating growth for a maximum of 4 years. Not nearly enough. However, he possessed the all-growth scroll crafted by the High Priest and others. The all-growth scroll of an 8th-tier mage could shorten the growth cycle by as much as 250 years. Not wanting to reveal the bamboo paper just yet, Gan Guyu turned away and retrieved an all-growth magic scroll from his personal storage, quickly activating it while pretending to recite the incantation aloud. Thus, before the astonished gazes of Bate and McCarthy, the Dalbergia sapling seemed to be invigorated, rapidly sprouting branches and leaves, visibly growing taller and thicker until it transformed into a magnificent tree. Once the spell was complete, Gan Guyu surveyed the Dalbergia with satisfaction, nodding. It's thriving splendidly. Old sir, I believe this single Dalbergia could easily produce 10 wands. Wouldn't you agree? McCarthy rushed over to inspect the tree, circling the trunk multiple times, patting it before slapping his own forehead in disbelief, muttering, Over 200 years of age, top-quality wood, free from pests. How is this possible? Immersed in his own world, McCarthy seemed oblivious, while Bates stared at Gan Guyu in astonishment. Bewildered by his ability to control earth and water elements, alongside the all-growth spell that he stammered. Jigan, may I inquire as to your origin? A tri-element mage? Oh, Mr. Bate has not looked into my background. Gan Guyu turned back with a smile, displaying his student badge. Upon seeing this specially crafted badge, Bates slapped his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked such a crucial detail. Previously, he had merely considered Gan Guyu an intermediary, failing to investigate further. He had intended to assign this matter to his subordinates, but it seemed unnecessary now. Only those from the 4 great mage families or the royal family, alongside the nature mages of the Forest of Nature, could possess such a badge. Since he was already acquainted with those noble scions, Gan Guyu's identity became glaringly apparent. Initially, Bate had planned to engage with Gan Guyu purely as a business partner, but now his attitude towards him had to change significantly. So it turns out young Master Gan is a new student from the Forest of Nature this year. I must admit my oversight. Bates sighed, bowing respectfully. However, I have never heard of a male nature mage before. I suppose I truly am an exception. Gan Guyu shrugged with a smile. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to accelerate the growth of a dalbergia of over 200 years. Wouldn't it? Today, I am truly enlightened. Bate nodded in agreement. With this revelation, Gan Guyu's various peculiarities started to make sense. Nature mages are indeed a unique group of individuals that he hurried over to nudge McCarthy, who seemed entranced by the tree. Old friend, wake up. Stop staring blankly at the trunk. McCarthy jolted back to reality, staring intently at Gan Guyu. Young friend, why does this dalbergia not attract pests, as far as I know? While dalbergia is excellent, pest infestations are a significant challenge. Gan Guyu was well aware that McCarthy's concerns were valid. The most notorious pest of the dalbergia tree is the larva of the yellow twig moth, colloquially known as the foreign spicy bug. When these larvae proliferate, they can strip the dalbergia's leaves down to mere veins and petioles, and they were among the most terrifying caterpillars in Gan Guyu's childhood memories. Just a single touch could leave a tingling sensation that lingered for days. However, Gan Guyu had no idea how to explain to McCarthy that the saplings he provided were immune to pests and diseases. Ultimately, he could only smile and divert the conversation. Old sir, I leave this dalbergia in your capable hands. McCarthy's eyes lit up at this, his breath quickening. You mean to say that this dalbergia is being gifted to me? This could easily yield a dozen top-tier wands. Then let us take only the upper portion of the wood, allowing this dalbergia to continue growing here. What do you think, Mr. Bate? Gan Guyu turned to Bate with a smile. This, such precious wood. How could I accept it without recompense? Bate quickly shook his head. How about this? The magic crystals used for crafting the wands will be provided by my store. Chapter 157. The confrontation at the school gate. Bate was truly a clever man. Upon learning of Gan Guyu's background, he did not offer to protect the dalbergia or anything of that sort, but instead indirectly arranged to purchase it. This way, he not only befriended Gan Guyu, but also acquired a rare material, all while ensuring that McCarthy would be thoroughly captivated, thereby solidifying his loyalty to the Geely Trading Company. Truly a multifaceted gain. McCarthy scrutinized the dalbergia for a long time before suddenly unleashing a wind blade. Cleanly severing a robust branch, he swiftly removed the smaller branches and leaves, cutting the main branch into 4 segments, stating, "This branch can be fashioned into 4 wands. I hope you do not mind my taking one. The remaining 3, I shall make into wands and gift to you, my young friend." Bate immediately chimed in. Since young Master Gan is a tri-element mage of water, earth, and nature, I shall offer 1 piece of 7th-tier magic crystals from each element to craft the wand to your satisfaction. Wouldn't that mean yet another expenditure for you? Mr. Bate? Gan Guyu. There is no need for you to be polite with him. McCarthy interjected, clearly in high spirits, jokingly adding, "This fellow is likely reveling in his joy right now." The 3 exchanged knowing glances, all breaking into laughter. By the way, young Master Gan, what specific aspect do you wish to enhance with your wand? Bates suddenly inquired. My old friend, being a wind mage, can significantly shorten incantation times with his wands. I would recommend that kind of enhancement. Gan Guyu chuckled bitterly, wondering if an instant casting mage truly needed equipment to reduce incantation time. He quickly shook his head, pondering for a moment before articulating his desires. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's requests, Bate and McCarthy exchanged curious glances. Bate confirmed, "Are you certain about this arrangement, young Master Gan?" McCarthy also glanced at Gan Yu, his expression laced with a hint of perplexity. After confirming Gan Yu's intentions multiple times, McCarthy slowly nodded. "In that case, as you wish, my young friend, I shall take my leave now and endeavor to deliver the crafted wand to you by this evening." Gan Yu was overjoyed. "In that case, I greatly appreciate your assistance, esteemed sir." McCarthy nodded once more and departed on his own. With matters settled, Gan Yu also took his leave. As he exited the city and reached the Academy Square, Gan Yu furrowed his brow. Ahead, by the fountain, 2 groups of individuals were confronting each other, seemingly embroiled in a conflict. He had no intention of getting involved and planned to circumvent the situation, but when he discerned who was leading one of the groups, he resignedly approached. "What is the situation here?" Gan Yu inquired of Lena. "You arrived just in time, you little rascal. Help me deal with that bunch of curs over there, Lena said fiercely. Those who dare to threaten me are asking for trouble. Gan Guyu immediately grasped the predicament at hand. This was undoubtedly the archetypal scenario of a confrontation just outside the school gates, wasn't it? Oh, are you trying to make me laugh to death? A tall, lanky figure with a sharp face and a mustache cackled in response to Lena's shout. You've just added another victim to the mix. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and apologize to young Master Brandon. If he's in a good mood, he might let you off the hook today. I didn't expect you to be so ugly while thinking yourself so handsome, Lena retorted mockingly. How about you and that Brandon fellow come out, bark like dogs, and crawl 3 laps around the Academy Square? If you do that, I might generously allow you to leave alive today. At this, the crowd behind Lena erupted in laughter, incensing the mustached man further. Just as he prepared to retaliate with insults, a young man raised his hand to silence him. If old George were present, he would certainly recognize it as young Master Brandon, who had just enrolled. Brandon, clad in luxurious attire, stepped forward, pointing a wand that glimmered with golden light at Lena, coldly proclaiming, Dare to insult me, step forward to face your doom. You think I'm afraid of you? Lena scoffed, and then quietly instructed her companions. You all step back a bit to avoid any collateral damage. But keep an eye out for any hidden threats in that crowd. If anything seems off, we'll strike together. Lena's followers nodded in unison, retreating a few steps and spreading out to be ready to support her. Meanwhile, Pei seized the opportunity to pull Gan Guyu aside, briefly explaining the events that had transpired. Having been preoccupied with Gan Guyu's matters the previous day, the 3 of them hadn't had the chance to explore the city. So today, Lena and Pei had agreed to venture back into Cypros for a thorough exploration of its streets and alleys. However, they had hardly arrived at the Academy Square before discovering a group bullying an individual. If it had been a one-on-one fight, Lena would likely have merely observed the spectacle. Yet seeing a multitude ganging up on one, she felt compelled to intervene. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the victim was one of the new recruits she had recently taken under her wing. Enraged, Lena charged into the fray, shielding her subordinate with a fiery display of resistance. The assailants, caught off guard, were sent sprawling, with only Brandon and the mustached man managing to escape the onslaught. However, the tide quickly turned, and the assailants regrouped, encircling Lena, Pei, and the young recruit. Undeterred by the encirclement, Lena unleashed a barrage of fireballs, preventing anyone from getting too close. Seizing the moment, her allies activated their student rings to summon reinforcements. Upon learning that their comrade was under attack and their leader was surrounded, Lena's followers rushed to her aid. Lena, alongside Pei, held her ground until help arrived. Now, the assailants found themselves at a numerical disadvantage, leading to the current standoff. Are you injured? Gan Guyu scrutinized Pei from head to toe. Feeling warmth in her heart at Gan Guyu's concern, Pei quickly shook her head. Gan Guyu sighed in relief before asking, What about the person who was being assaulted? Are their injuries severe? They've already been taken back to the dormitory. There's a water mage waiting there to provide healing. Pei replied. Gan Guyu nodded, somewhat reproachful. That's good. But why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter sooner? It was that troublesome woman's decision. Pei replied. Sticking out her tongue, she said her subordinate was in trouble and that she would handle it herself. Let her continue her charade. Gan Guyu shot a displeased glance at Lena, who was now locked in combat with Brandon, and remarked, That troublemaker clearly instigated this situation and simply doesn't want me to know. Who are those people over there? Pei shook her head in confusion. I haven't had the chance to ask yet. I know. At that moment, one of Lena's subordinates quietly interjected. That sharp-faced mustache man is a young master from the Xianhuang family, named Xianhuang for this Brandon. Nobody seems to recognize him. He is probably just another freshman like us. However, if Xianhuang is bowing down to him, it's clear that Brandon's background is quite impressive. Chapter 158. The inquisitive informant. Upon hearing the name Xianhuang, Gan Guyu couldn't help but smile subtly. Could it be such a coincidence? Turning around, he saw a small boy without even a wizard's robe and remarked, What is your name, and how do you know about Brandon's background? My name is Baoda. The brothers affectionately call me the informant, Baoda said with a shy smile before continuing. Anyone who can make the Xianhuang family members lick their boots must surely be from the Meridian family. Who doesn't know that the Xianhuang family is merely a lapdog of the Meridian family? Gan Guyu chuckled. Since you are known as the informant, you must possess a wealth of information, no? I'm not boasting. Whatever I wish to know, I can ascertain without fail, he said with pride. I arrived in Cypros just a day earlier than the boss lady, yet I've already grasped the ins and outs of this wizarding academy. Oh, that's quite impressive, Gan Guyu remarked, observing the ongoing scuffle between Lena and Brandon, while addressing Buddha. I take it you have a rather poor opinion of the four great wizarding families? The four great wizarding families? Well, aside from the Xianhuang family being somewhat decent, the other three are rather contemptible, always looking down on us common wizarding folk. Bao scoffed. Just now, when Little Six was leaving the city, he didn't allow Yamashita and Brandon to pass first, resulting in a collision. Brandon merely suffered a minor bruise. Yet Yamashita demanded Little Six pay a medical fee of 10,000 light coins or kneel and apologize that I wouldn't pay him a single copper coin. It's blatant bullying. Little Six is the one who was injured, Pei added. Providing further context, Bao continued, seemingly unable to contain his thoughts. In this wizarding academy, the members of wizarding families are mostly arrogant and domineering, while we common wizards occupy a lowly status, often caught in the crossfire of the royal nobility's intrigues. The enchanting women of the forest of nature are held in high regard, but in reality, they often have to keep a low profile due to their numerical disadvantage. Furthermore, the four great wizarding families, while appearing united, are rife with internal strife, particularly the Xianhuang family, which has been plagued by historical conflicts and internal discord for centuries. Go on, Gan Guyu encouraged, intrigued. Bao nodded. The Xianhuang family suffers from severe internal strife, making them the weakest among the four great wizarding families. Originally, the Sujali family was the leader, but a significant schism occurred hundreds of years ago, resulting in a loss of power and allowing the Meridian family to rise to prominence. There are rumors that Sujali's internal conflict was closely tied to the Meridian family. Gan Guyu nodded, finding the situation all too familiar to comment on. And what about the Xianhuang family? Pei asked curiously. The Xianhuang family is known for playing both sides, seizing opportunities to develop quietly that if it weren't for their occasional support of the imperial family during famines, their power would likely be on par with the Meridian families, Bao explained, shaking his head. However, it is unfortunate that just recently, I heard the head of the Xianhuang family has fallen gravely ill and may not have long to live. The Xianhuang lineage is dwindling, with only one young master named Tang Jie remaining. This Tang Jie possesses impressive skills as a 6th-level magic tutor, but his temperament is notoriously violent and bloodthirsty. The family's retainers are reluctant to accept such a young man as their head. During his years of study at the academy, he has failed to establish a loyal following. Thus, should the head pass away, the Xianhuang family may very well follow in the footsteps of the Sujali family. Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu's brow furrowed slightly. In every regard, his initial impression of the Xianhuang family had been the most favorable. Should such a fate befall them, he would genuinely feel a sense of regret. He cast his gaze towards Yamashita, who seemed oblivious to his presence, as he remained fixated on the unfolding battle between Lena and Brandon. With a sly smile, he inquired, "That gossip, do you know who Yamashita-jin's father is?" "A rather well-off mage, named Yamashita Xiongjiu, and he happens to be the cousin of the head of the Xianhuang family, Yamashita Jinren," the gossip-monger replied disdainfully. His connections with Yamashita Jinren, both of whom are keen to ingratiate themselves with Meridian, have earned him Jinren's favor, allowing him to flaunt his underhanded triumphs. However, I've heard he recently made a blunder and was reprimanded by the Academy Council. His fortunes have reportedly taken a turn for the worse. Gan Guyu turned to Pei, exchanging a knowing glance, to which Pei responded with a look of bemusement. Gan Guyu chuckled, suddenly posing the question, "So, do you know who I am?" "Well," the gossip-monger hesitated, then quietly remarked, "I may not know your name, but you must be the big brother, right?" "Ah!" Gan Guyu nearly choked on his own laughter. "Big brother? What on earth does that mean?" "Well, you're the leader of the big sister, aren't you?" The gossip-monger instinctively glanced at Lena in the distance before continuing. "Word is spread that you escorted the big sister into the Listening Rain Tavern yesterday. My name is Gan Guyu, not Big Brother," he quickly introduced himself, feeling the title was utterly incongruous. Then I shall call you boss from now on, the gossipmonger declared, taking the liberty. Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow, bemused. Let us set that aside. I see you all seem to hold the foul woman in quite high regard. The big sister is formidable, the gossipmonger exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising. Look at that, Brandon is completely being overwhelmed by her, plus she is quite loyal. She went to the Listening Rain Tavern for a feast yesterday and returned with souvenirs for all her comrades. As he spoke, he produced a small object, showcasing it to Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu was momentarily rendered speechless. Impressive, isn't it? This specially crafted blue and white porcelain chopstick rest is exclusive to the second-floor private rooms of the Listening Rain Tavern, marked with the characters for Listening Rain at the bottom. The gossipmonger quickly tucked the chopstick rest away, treating it as a cherished treasure that in the desolate lands of Xianhuang. Porcelain is indeed a highly esteemed luxury. Gan Guyu blinked several times. You mean, she gifted each of you one of these chopstick rests? Everyone received one, the gossipmonger replied, a hint of happiness in his voice. Gan Guyu surveyed their half-circle of companions, ultimately resting his gaze upon Pei Pei. Noticing her evasive expression, he felt a pang in his chest. You knew about this all along, didn't you? Pei Pei, slightly embarrassed, chuckled sheepishly, revealing a similar blue and white porcelain chopstick rest. Gan Guyu suddenly felt as if he no longer recognized this world, exclaiming, Spill the beans. What on earth is going on? Well, last night the foul woman left midway. Pei Pei murmured, her fingers entwined. Looking down, Gan Guyu recalled. Nodding, I remember she went off to drink alone. Then she encountered that uncle in a skirt in the back courtyard of the Listening Rain Tavern. Poor fellow, he was punished by Sister Yimo to hold a horse stance while carrying 4 full buckets of water with his arms up. Supposedly for the entire night, Pei Pei continued. Yinlei? Gan Guyu was taken aback. Go on. Then the foul woman struck a deal with the uncle, promising to plead with Sister Yimo so the uncle could get some sleep in exchange for some trinkets. Pei Pei's voice dwindled, almost inaudible, as time passed. Brandon became increasingly apprehensive. Before he could act, Lena had already expended considerable energy, which emboldened him to confront her with his third-tier strength. He had observed her for a while and noted her apparent reliance on Fireball and Resistance Fire Ring, while he had a plethora of spells at his disposal. Moreover, with the robust wand he had brought from home, he expected to easily overpower her. However, contrary to his expectations, Lena grew more tenacious, her incantation speed accelerating to the point where he began to struggle to keep up. Gan Guyu, watching from the sidelines, was equally astonished. When did that foul woman reach such a level? In truth, Lena was reveling in delight. Recently, she had developed a fondness for the potent liquor brewed by Gan Guyu. But such concoctions were scarce. After all, it was unlikely Gan Guyu would brew them solely for her. Thus, she often resorted to pestering him for some grape wine instead. With the wine in hand, she would indulge when in high spirits, sip when feeling low, enjoy during leisure, and take a swig in preparation for battle. Most of the wine's nutrients remained unabsorbed. Unexpectedly, this series of battles helped her digest a significant amount of the accumulated nutrients within her body. Consequently, not only did she not exhaust her magical energy, but her magical intensity also increased. Due to Gan Guyu's stagnant cultivation, he overlooked the fact that his companions had a substantial intake of vitamin C. Yet their abilities had not surged dramatically. In reality, the inhabitants of the desolate lands often suffered from vitamin C deficiencies, leading to a phenomenon known as weakness not benefiting from supplementation, resulting in low absorption rates. Beyond the natural loss of most nutrients, some remain stored within the mages, awaiting development. Nevertheless, the effect of utilizing vitamin C to replenish magical energy was quite evident, albeit its impact on enhancing strength was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, this realization relieved Gan Guyu, as at least he would not have to step in to assist, knowing Lena was the type to prefer independence and would not welcome unsolicited help. Eventually, a fireball spell from Lena pierced through the first-tier earth wall conjured by Brandon. Grazing his arm, Brandon swiftly retreated to his side of the crowd. Seeing this, Yamashijin hurried to his side, casting a healing spell. Once he confirmed Brandon was unharmed, he immediately shouted, "How dare you injure young Master Brandon? Let us all join forces to wipe them out." The ruffians behind Yamashijin echoed his call, but Brandon raised a hand to halt them. Yamashijin looked momentarily confused, glancing at Brandon. "Young Master." Brandon ignored Yamashita Jin, staring intently at Lena. You are quite impressive. What is your name? Ha ha ha, little brother, you should concede defeat. Lena chuckled heartily. I am who I am, and my name is Lilith. At her declaration, those behind Lena collectively gasped. What a bold proclamation of identity. Lilith. Yamashita Jin furrowed his brow at the mention of the name. Why did it feel familiar? Noticing his puzzled expression, a subordinate leaned in to whisper in his ear. Yamashita Jin's eyes widened in realization, a malicious glint surfacing as he sneered. What a coincidence. I thought you were someone else, but it's you, Lilith. I should have known. Who else would dress like that? Lena placed her hands on her hips, scoffing. How I dress is none of your concern. Yamashita Jin sneered. You dress like that just to catch a man's eye. At his words, the ruffians behind him erupted into laughter. Lena was undeterred, retorting, and you looking like that, just to be targeted. Gan Guyu couldn't suppress his laughter any longer. However, his outburst caught Yamashita Jin's attention. His subordinate scrutinized Gan Guyu's attire before hastily whispering to Yamashita Jin. Yamashita Jin's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with malice as he pointed at Gan Guyu, barking, Take them out, especially that ragged little one. Gan Guyu instinctively glanced at the rips in his 7-point jeans, a surge of indignation rising within him. Being mocked for his height was one thing, but questioning his taste, that was intolerable. Boss, shall we fight them? The gossip monger eagerly suggested, just as Gan Guyu was about to nod in agreement. Ready to charge and give Yamashita Jin a sound thrashing, Brandon interjected, Hold on. Yamashita Jin and his thugs paused, perplexed as they looked at Brandon. That moment, a cheerful voice called out from a distance. Oh. Xianhuang, come look. It seems like there's about to be a brawl. Let us go join the fun. Wow, what a lavish lineup. I assent that the newcomer from the Meridian family. Oh, Yamashita, you're here too. Hello, everyone. Gan Guyu turned towards the voice, momentarily taken aback that a cheerful blond boy with round glasses and fair skin bounded over, waving at everyone present. Following closely behind was none other than his roommate. Tang Nu. Lucas. Yamashita Jin's expression faltered upon seeing the newcomer, and he scoffed. What are you doing here? Oh, Xianhuang and I were just passing by, but seeing how lively it is here, I had to come take a look. The golden-haired youth spoke with a rapid-fire eloquence, explaining it in astonishing speed. But since it's you all, let's not fight. Come, let me treat you to a meal at the Rain-Listening Tavern. They've introduced many new dishes at this branch recently, and I haven't had the chance to try them yet. No need for that. You can go eat by yourself. Xianhuang Jin replied tersely. After saying this, he turned to Brandon and quietly inquired, Young Master Brandon, what do you think about this? Let's go, Brandon replied. Xianhuang Jin felt somewhat reluctant, but he gritted his teeth and called out to Lena and Gan Guyu. Today, young Master Brandon has graciously spared you. From now on, tread carefully. If I catch you again, I'll turn you all into lifeless fish. Cut it out. Lena and her gang immediately responded with a chorus of derisive hisses. Lilith, is it? Unexpectedly, Brandon let out a cold snort and pointed at Lena, declaring, One day, I will defeat you and make you my woman. But the expressions of everyone present instantly became animated. Gan Guyu widened his eyes in shock at Brandon's serious demeanor and instinctively rubbed his ears. Could he have misheard? It was understandable that he wanted to defeat that foul woman. But what did that last, overly dramatic declaration mean? Chapter 160. The prince-level backup Lena was also taken aback by Brandon's sudden proclamation. Thankfully, she quickly regained her composure and laughed. Haha, little brother. Even though your confession is quite unique, it won't sway me. Brandon turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. I always keep my word. Xianhuang Jin shot a cold glance at Gan Guyu before leading the group away with Brandon. Once they had distanced themselves, the golden-haired youth approached Lena, saying, Hello. Are you all right? That guy Xianhuang Jin loves to bully others that if you encounter him seeking trouble in the future, do let me know, and I will come to your aid at once. Ha! Lena chuckled. Little cutie, are you saying you came here specifically to rescue us? Upon hearing Lena refer to him as little cutie, the golden-haired youth's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Yes, indeed. I was just on my way with Xianhuang when I saw your friend being helped back and hurried over. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Lucas, a prince, And this is my good friend Xianhuang. I'm Lena. Lena finally revealed her name. So, thank you, little cutie, for your timely assistance today. No need for thanks. I actually find it quite strange that Shan Xiangjin showed you such courtesy and left without a fuss. Lucas scratched his head and smiled. That guy usually has a lot of tricks up his sleeve and is not easily dealt with. Every day, I am exhausted from maintaining peace and stability in the academy. Lena was amused by Lucas, while the others internally shouted in exasperation that wasn't it you who drove off Brandon's group? Do you know this person? Gan Guyu gently nudged Baoda. Didn't he just introduce himself? Prince Lucas, of the Guangyao Empire, Baoda whispered. Although I have never seen him before, even without his introduction, I could guess it. Who else in the academy could be so loquacious and speak at such a rapid pace? Gan Guyu nodded in agreement and approached to greet Tang Nuo before turning to Lucas with a smile. Hello. Prince Lucas. Hello, hello. Oh, you know, Xianhuang, that's quite rare. Does Xianhuang have other friends in the academy besides me? Xianhuang, you've grown. Lucas gazed in astonishment at Tang Nuo. Friendship is also a part of cultivation. Tang Nuo nodded slightly. Gan Guyu. My roommate. Oh, so you are Xianhuang's roommate. Hello, hello. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Guyu. Lucas nodded repeatedly. Gan Guyu felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Was it really okay for him to call her Xiao Guyu so naturally? Being overly familiar was one thing, but did this nickname really need to be passed from the natural woods to Cyprus? Ha, little cutie, how old are you this year? Lena laughed heartily. Is it really appropriate to call this brat Xiao Guyu? But adding Xiao makes it cuter. Lucas insisted, Dil no. Xiao Guyu, Xiao Lena. I suppose I'll just call you little cutie, as that is the nickname Xiao Lena gave me. Little Lena? Lena squinted her eyes and smiled mischievously. Little cutie, you mustn't call me that randomly. I am not little anywhere. You should call me big sister instead. She emphasized the word big heavily. But little Lena sounds better. Lucas muttered before finally conceding. All right, big sister it is. Now that's more like it. Lena patted Lucas on the head as a gesture of praise. Cough, cough. Gan Guyu, with an odd expression, interjected. May I ask, big sister, what does it feel like to be confessed to? Haha, I am naturally beautiful. Being confessed to is something I have grown accustomed to. Lena boasted. Upon hearing this, Lucas seemed to recall something and hurriedly exclaimed, Oh no, you aren't talking about Brandon, are you? Big sister, don't misunderstand. Brandon has always been like this. Whatever he fancies, he must possess, regardless of whether it's a person or an object. He often says things like wanting someone to be his man or woman. When he doesn't speak, he is quiet, but when he does, it's always something peculiar, so you can't take it too seriously. Lena and Gan Guyu exchanged glances, finally extracting useful information from Lucas's lengthy explanation, and they spoke in unison, so that's what it meant. Pei, suppressing her laughter, approached. Before she could say anything, Lucas's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Wow, miss, your outfit looks amazing and adorable. May I ask your name, your age, where you live, and if you have a crush? If not, what do you think of me? If you do, would you consider switching? If you don't want to switch, how about trying another one like me? Pei was momentarily flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. Tang Nuo, feeling a bit exasperated, reminded him, You talk too much. You're scaring her. Then may I ask for your name? Miss. Lucas finally managed to be succinct. Pei. Pei answered, feeling somewhat flustered. Hello, little Pei. I am Lucas, the 4th Prince of the Guangyao Empire, and I was previously the captain of the 3rd Battalion's 6th team of the Imperial Magicians. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucas said excitedly. Oh, hello. Pei smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Gan Guyu quickly grabbed Pei's arm and forced a smile. We have something urgent to attend to, so we must take our leave. With that, he pulled Pei away in haste. Lena watched as Gan Guyu and Pei quickly disappeared into the distance, letting out a few dry laughs. That it was only then that Lucas blinked a couple of times and cautiously asked, Did I miss something? Tang No nodded. It seems so. Lucas suddenly looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Xianhuang, what do I do? I've suffered a heartbreak. I won't be able to eat later and will lie awake at night. Are you sure you were actually in love? Well, unrequited love should count, right? Lena's expression was peculiar. Hey, little cutie, don't cry. We won't bother with that nasty girl. Don't worry, big sister will help you find someone even prettier and cuter. Little Pei is not a nasty girl. Lucas retorted loudly before falling back into a reverie. No, I need to ask little Pei if she minds me being a backup boyfriend. What if one day Xiao Guyu doesn't T1 her anymore? Or she doesn't T1 Xiao Guyu? At least I would have a chance and wouldn't be beaten to it by someone else. Which dorm does she live in? The gazes of everyone present shifted towards him, their expressions filled with pity. Chapter 161. The feast. For some reason, after Gan Guyu dragged Pei away, he never let her out of his sight again. Pei found his behavior amusing, yet secretly appreciated it. Pei's roommate had still not shown up, so Gan Guyu decided to rest in Pei's dorm for a while. When the time was right, he led Pei to the rain-listening tavern for the feast. As for Lena, Gan Guyu contacted her through the student ring to see if she wanted to join them for a meal, only to be met with a curt, "I'm busy." Consequently, they encountered each other again at the entrance of the rain-listening tavern. Gan Guyu looked at Lena, his face twitching. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" "Huh." Lena pointed at Lucas beside her, and then at Bauda and the others behind her. "I have no interest in your business, socializing. But if little cutie is treating everyone to a meal, I definitely have to show up. Then enjoy yourselves." Gan Guyu nodded hastily, pulling Pei along as they hurried up to the second floor. Lucas barely had time to raise his hand to speak, and before he could utter a single word, he felt utterly deflated. Beside him, Dano wore a look of pity. "Give it up. There's no chance." "I know. I just wanted to express my stance." Lucas, feeling somewhat disheartened, had fewer words to say. "Ha ha." Lena draped an arm over Lucas's shoulder and said, "Come on, big sister is taking you out for drinks today. Unrequited love and heartbreak are also part of the journey," Dano comforted. Lucas shook his head and walked directly into the listening rain tavern. It was still early, and only a few tables were occupied in the hall. Awaiting Lucas and his companions was the flamboyant crossdresser, Inlay. Upon seeing Lucas, Inlay's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over in a few brisk steps. "Your Highness has arrived. Please, follow me. The old spot in the private room on the second floor has already been reserved for you." "Who said I was going upstairs? Can't you see I've brought so many friends? Can your cramped second floor accommodate us?" As Inlay approached, Lucas instinctively dodged behind Lena, raising his voice in mock bravado. "I've reserved the entire hall. Tell any new guest that it's full after the current diners finish." Inlay paused, sensing that Lucas seemed to be in a rather foul mood today, that he glanced at the number of people behind Lucas and realized that one private room would indeed be too crowded. But 2 rooms would suffice. This many people taking over the hall. Was he trying to defy financial logic? "Even if you are a prince, we cannot offer you excessive discounts." Inlay was correct in his observation. Lucas's mood was certainly not pleasant. However, there was another person whose mood was equally dismal. Lena squinted her eyes, nearing the brink of an explosion. "What in the world is happening? Using me as a shield for 2 consecutive days." With that, she yanked Lucas out from behind her and, flashing a smile at Inlay, bypassed him and walked inside. A bit confused, Inlay looked at the retreating Lena, then back at Lucas before his gaze settled on Dano. However, Dano merely offered him a helpless look and continued to ignore him. "What is going on?" At that moment, Emo, with her twin ponytails, emerged from the kitchen and looked at Inlay. "Darling," Inlay exclaimed, as if he had found salvation, and hurried over to whisper something in Emo's ear. After listening, Emo furrowed her brow slightly and approached Lucas, asking, "How many people?" Lucas appeared somewhat flustered, stammering for a while before finally replying, "Just this many. Upstairs," Emo instructed. "Emo, let me tell you, I met a girl I really like today, but it seems she already has a boy she likes. And that boy seems to care for her and protect her." "Upstairs," Emo repeated firmly. "Emo, I fell in love at first sight and immediately felt heartbroken that I just wanted to enjoy some time with my friends in the hall. One private room is too cramped, and it would ruin the atmosphere. Upstairs." Emo raised her right hand, with tendrils of blue electricity dancing between her fingers. Without uttering another word, Lucas bolted for the second floor. Only then did Emo lower her hand, letting out a sigh, and turned to Dano, saying, "Please." Dano nodded and followed her upstairs. Seeing this, Lena returned with a playful laugh. Who would have thought that even the imperial prince would be so obedient to you? Emo merely nodded slightly. Remaining silent as she headed back to the kitchen, Lena watched her retreating figure, amused. After a while, Lucas, who had not seen Lena and her companions ascend, returned. Big sister, why are you all still dawdling? Hurry up. Oh, and Legia, please make sure to adjust the prices on the 3 bidding boards. Don't forget. Understood, Your Highness. Lei replied, heading to the counter and instructing a servant. Raise the prices on tomorrow's 3 dishes and note that they are quoted by Prince Lucas. The servant slightly bowed and then turned to make the necessary adjustments to the prices displayed on the 3 wooden boards hanging on the wall. Lena beckoned her little brothers to go upstairs. But she herself approached the counter, gazing at the inscriptions on the 3 boards, chuckling. Goodness, the combined price for this meat, vegetable, and soup is nearly 23rd tier magic crystals. Is this the price for the dishes personally prepared by the Wind and Thunder chef? Not at all. Lei squeaked in a high-pitched voice. It's still early. You'll see the true allure of our darling's dishes when the dining peak hits. Lena's heart stirred at this. This is the bidding for tomorrow's dishes. But what were today's winning prices? Lei proudly announced a figure. Lena clicked her tongue and shook her head as she went upstairs. Good grief. A few plates of food devoured my hard-earned money for an entire year. This is incomprehensible. Had I known, I would have eaten more last night. Lena was guided by a welcoming maid to a private room, only to discover that at Lucas's insistence, there were barely 2 tables squeezed into the room, making it feel exceedingly cramped. However, despite the crowding, it was undeniably lively that Lena's little brothers had never been to such a grand place, and they were all visibly excited, looking around and discussing amongst themselves. Resembling Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, Lena found it amusing and decided to take out all the remaining wine from her storage ring, exclaiming, "Tonight, the lovely ones are treating everyone to a feast. And I'll take care of the drinks. Make sure to pack some for Little Six and his crew while everyone is still sober. They're all brothers, and we mustn't show favoritism." Little Six had sustained serious injuries and needed to recuperate even after treatment with the water therapy spell. So Lena had instructed 2 people to look after him. Upon hearing this, warmth spread through everyone's hearts, and they responded in unison. Lucas, feeling the lively atmosphere, found much of his gloom dissipating, and he slammed the table, declaring, "Bring on the dishes. Pour the wine. We won't leave until we're drunk." Chapter 162. The wand in hand, Gan Guyu thought he had arrived quite early, only to find that Bart and Micah had come even earlier. "Am I late?" Gan Guyu glanced at the sky outside and smiled. "Not at all, young Master Guan." Bart chuckled, waving his hand and gesturing toward Micah beside him. "It's this old fellow. As soon as the wand was completed, he eagerly dragged me here." "Oh, the wand is ready." Gan Guyu looked at Micah with hopeful eyes. "Old sir, you made the wand so quickly." Practice makes perfect," Micah replied with a smile. "The reason I rushed over was to share my joy with my young friend." As he spoke, he produced a wand, its magic subtly emanating. Immediately, the entire wand glowed with a yellow hue, releasing gentle ripples of earthy magical energy. Gan Guyu's eyes brightened. Since Micah was a wind mage, the fact that he could activate this wand with his magic indicated that it was indeed powerful. "I must say, the quality of the rosewood and the compatibility with the magic crystal is truly remarkable," Micah remarked, handing the wand to Gan Guyu. "This time, I abandoned the embedded style of wand making, directly grinding the magic crystal into powder and incorporating it into the magic circle's engraving. Finally, I enchanted it with the antlers of a stone-patterned deer. The effect is quite satisfactory." Gan Guyu took the wand and examined it closely, that he noticed that the slender wand, measuring only 1.5 feet in length, was engraved with intricate magical patterns that in the gaps of these patterns, the dark yellow magic crystal powder shimmered alluringly under the light. Seeing Gan Guyu's expression of delight, Micah couldn't help but beam with pride. "At your request, this wand maximizes the amplification of magical strength, even sacrificing a bit of casting speed. Using this wand to cast earth magic will undoubtedly enhance its power by 30 to 50%. "That's fantastic," Gan Guyu exclaimed. The reduction in casting speed was of no concern to him. while the increase in magical strength was invaluable. You flatter me, young friend, Maika humbly replied, though he could not conceal the look of satisfaction in his eyes. He then produced a second wand. Take a look at this one. This was also a slender one-handed wand. Upon holding it, Gan Guyu immediately felt a fierce aura of fire emanating from it. This wand was not engraved with magic circle patterns using magic crystal powder. Rather, it was crafted using the embedding method. However, instead of embedding a whole magic crystal at the tip, Maika had cut and polished it into many small particles, which were neatly embedded in the wand, giving it a lustrous and eye-catching appearance. This fire wand has only a slight enhancement in casting speed, while the focus remains on amplifying magical strength, Maika explained. However, such a choice is quite common among fire mages. The distinction lies in the quality of the materials used for the wand. Your craftsmanship is truly impressive, old sir, Gan Guyu praised as he stored the fire wand away. Maika chuckled, then presented a thicker wand. Finally, here is the water wand, which emphasizes enhancing casting speed. That I have researched this aspect the most, so the effect of accelerating casting speed should be considered top-notch. This is a two-handed wand, nearly half a zhang in length, adorned with intricate patterns of various magical arrays. Some of these designs align perfectly with the natural grain of the wood, showcasing the meticulous effort that Maika invested in their engraving. At the wand's apex lies a palm-shaped base, into which an ice-blue water crystal is snugly embedded. As Gan Guyu holds it and activates it with her magical energy, the crystal at the tip immediately emanates a cerulean glow, causing a delicate mist to swirl around the wand. Standing beside Gan Guyu, Pei Pei gazes at the wand, momentarily entranced. She feels as though her very soul is drawn to that ethereal ice blue, and in her gaze, the blue light seems to draw ever closer. Suddenly, Pei Pei feels a weight in her hand, snapping her back to reality. She looks down to find the water wand resting firmly in her grasp. Observing this, Maika smiles knowingly. Bart, clapping his hands, exclaims, "It appears our Gan Guyu is quite the gentleman, cherishing delicate treasures. I'm just worried that if I don't offer her something nice soon, someone else might whisk her away." Gan Guyu replies with a hint of jest. Turning back to Pei Pei, "So, what do you think? Do you like it? What do you mean by not giving me nice things? Am I to be whisked away by someone else?" Pei Pei shoots Gan Guyu an incredulous look, before playfully tapping him with the wand in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she lowers her head and softly says, "Well, since you put in such thought, I shall accept it. Thank you." This wand, designed to significantly enhance the speed of spellcasting, is clearly not intended for Gan Guyu's personal use, a fact that Pei Pei is well aware of. Thus, it becomes evident that he had long been planning for her wand, rather than making a spontaneous gift. Meanwhile, blissfully oblivious to the earlier existence of a fire element wand, Pei Pei remains lost in delight. Bart and Maika, although fully aware that the fire wand was also meant for gifting, wisely refrained from mentioning it at this moment, not wanting to disrupt the enchanting atmosphere created by the lovely lady. After Maika hands over the promised 3 wands, everyone takes their seats, enjoying a meal and engaging in conversation. Since today's feast was not prepared by Yin Yimo herself, both Gan Guyu and Pei Pei, having experienced the bitterness of parting, find themselves somewhat disinterested. However, Gan Guyu is not there merely for the food, so he does not mind much. Pei Pei, still basking in the joy of receiving a gift, finds everything delicious. Bart, being a seasoned host, skillfully steers the conversation, ensuring that everyone present feels included. Once the dishes are nearly finished, Bart produces a storage ring, wipes away the magical seal, and hands it to Gan Guyu. "Gan Guyu, here are the materials for approximately 50 pairs of pantyhose that I present them to you now, as I believe the sooner they are produced, the sooner we can profit." In just one afternoon, Mr. Bart has gathered such a substantial amount of materials. The strength of Geely Trading Company is evident. Gan Guyu smiles as he accepts the storage ring, examining its contents to confirm the quantity before putting it away. "If all goes as planned, I shall deliver the 50 pairs of pantyhose within 5 days. Bart beams with delight. "In that case, I shall trouble you, Gan Guyu." "It's no trouble at all," Gan Guyu waves dismissively. Indeed, producing 50 pairs of pantyhose is a trivial task for him. Even the 5-day timeline is merely a precaution to prevent Bart from questioning the processing speed. Bart raises his glass in a hearty laugh. Let us toast to our collaboration. May it yield bountiful profits. Absolutely. Gan Guyu responds with a confident smile. Chapter 163. Insomnia after an enjoyable gathering. Gan Guyu bids farewell to Bart and Micah, preparing to escort Pei back to the academy. However, as soon as they descend the stairs, they encounter Tang Nua, who is supporting Lucas against the wall, the ground before them in disarray. What happened? Gan Guyu asks, furrowing his brow. He doesn't usually drink much, Tang Nua explains, holding Lucas firmly. But the wine Lena brought seemed harmless at first, yet the after-effects are considerably stronger than ale. Gan Guyu feels a surge of frustration. Where's that troublesome woman? Dun no. Initially taken aback, eventually points upstairs, still drinking. Xiao Gan Guyu? Lucas suddenly looks up, grinning foolishly at Gan Guyu. I really envy you. Xiao Pei is all yours. I will bless you both. With that, his head droops again, quickly giving way to the sounds of snoring. Gan Guyu exchanges a helpless glance with Pei and shrugs. Well, let's just carry him back. Tang Nua, do you know where he lives? Tang Nua nods. I can take him back. No need. Gan Guyu begins to suggest accompanying them when a voice interrupts. They turn to find Yin Yimo approaching gracefully. Sister Yimo? Pei calls out, puzzled. Yin Yimo nods slightly, taking Lucas from Tang Nua. Wrinkling her nose slightly at the smell of alcohol, she states, let him rest here with me. Gan Guyu is taken aback, taking a moment before asking, is that all right? Yin Yimo nods, glancing at the stains on Lucas's clothing. Who will help him clean up when he returns? That works. Tang Nua interjects before Gan Guyu can respond. Miss Yimo, you plan to return to the academy early tomorrow, right? You can take Lucas along then. Yin Yimo nods and turns to Gan Guyu. Today has been quite busy. I apologize for my negligence. Please don't take offense. Ah. Oh. There's no need for such formalities, Yimo. Gan Guyu replies with a dry laugh. You must be exhausted. Remember to rest early. Yin Yimo nods again and proceeds to carry the unconscious Lucas upstairs. Gan Guyu opens his mouth to say something, but ultimately holds his tongue, taking Pei by the hand as they exit the Listening Rain Tavern. Tang Nua glances at Gan Guyu's departing figure, then looks up at Yin Yimo, but says nothing as he leaves. On the way, Tang Nua remarks, his gaze fixed ahead. You seemed to want to ask something earlier? Not at all, Gan Guyu replies, falling into silence. After a while, he can no longer contain himself and chuckles. It seems Lucas and Yimo share quite a close relationship. Huh? Tang Nua nods. When I first met Miss Yimo last year, she and Lucas were already quite close. Otherwise, today, she wouldn't have taken Lucas back to her own chamber. Her chamber? Gan Guyu and Pei exclaim in unison. Tang Nua turns to them, nodding. Oh, Lucas once told me that the only room above Listening Rain Tavern belongs to Miss Yimo. I just saw her carrying Lucas upstairs, didn't I? Wow, that's some groundbreaking news. Pei exclaims. Doesn't that imply he has visited Sister Yimo's room more than once? But wait, hasn't he fallen for Pei at first sight? Gan Guyu furrows his brow deeply. Tang Nua is momentarily stunned by this, before looking at Gan Guyu and saying, you might be overthinking it. Their relationship is likely not what you imagine. Perhaps more of a kindred friendship? This relationship is already quite precarious. Gan Guyu internally rages. You. Tang Nua glances at Pei, then fixes his gaze on Gan Guyu, as if to say, didn't you have Pei already? Do you still harbor feelings for Yin Yimo? Gan Guyu feels embarrassed under Tang Nua's scrutiny and turns his head to focus on walking. Thus, the three fall silent once more. That be why the time Gan Guyu returns to the dormitory. Hastily washes up and lies down on his bed. He remains quiet, his mind heavy with thoughts. Damn it, is this feeling? Jealousy. Tang Nua, on the other hand, appears unfazed as he sits calmly on his bed, preparing for meditation. Gan Guyu tosses and turns, unable to sleep, and finally asks, do you meditate every night instead of sleeping? Tang Nua nods. Meditation is a vital part of cultivation that my innate talent is lacking, so I must compensate with diligence. Ah, so he is not just a scholar but a diligent student. With no inclination to sleep, Gan Guyu decides to inquire further. Have you ever encountered a situation where, after meditating, the expended magical energy is replenished and the total amount increases? Yet the intensity of the magic remains stagnant, preventing advancement. Tang Nuo contemplates for a moment before shaking his head. The first half of what you described is indeed the expected result after meditation. However, logically speaking, an increase in magical capacity should also enhance its intensity, that a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, resulting in a mage's advancement. Oh, Gan Guyu pouts at this revelation, pondering what his current situation signifies. Noticing Gan Guyu's silence, Tang Nuo closes his eyes. When Gan Guyu regains focus, ready to ask something else, he finds Tang Nuo already in a meditative state, leaving him to reluctantly close his mouth, but as thoughts of the loquacious Prince Lucas he met today and his own stagnant progress swirl in his mind. Gan Guyu grows increasingly troubled. Unable to find sleep, he begins to experiment with various methods of inducing sleep until dawn breaks. As the morning light filters into the room, Tang Nuo opens his eyes, nearly startled awake. Before him, on the bed, lay Gan Guyu, his face turned sideways, his bloodshot eyes wide open. Taking a moment to steady himself, he cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gan Guyu struggled to sit up, vigorously rubbing his face as he sighed. "The sun is already up. We should get moving." Tang Nuo observed him for a moment before giving a slight nod and stepping out of the bedroom. Today marked the commencement ceremony, so after freshening up, Gan Guyu and Tang Nuo made their way to the cafeteria within the academy for breakfast and then proceeded directly to the grand hall. Before long, Pei Pei arrived, her excitement palpable. Clad in a pristine student sailor uniform, she had even adorned herself with the bunny-shaped headband that Gan Guyu had designed for her. While undeniably cute, it seemed to lack a certain gravitas. Unaware of Gan Guyu's internal musings, Pei Pei spotted him and hurried over, only to be taken aback. "Did you not sleep?" Gan Guyu blinked in surprise. "Is it that obvious?" Pei Pei stuck out her tongue at him. "With those dark circles under your eyes. How could it not be?" Soon, the grand hall began to fill with more people, including members of the student council who came to maintain order and arrange seating. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Curiosity piqued, Gan Guyu turned to see a crowd gathered, but he could not discern what was happening. Pei Pei, equally intrigued, climbed onto a stool to get a better view, her eyes lighting up instantly. Chapter 164. Nemo is also in new clothes. The Hanfu, centered around the ceremonial culture of the Celestial Empire, has evolved naturally to embody a unique ethnic character, showcasing the splendid craftsmanship and aesthetics of Han embroidery. It constitutes an essential part of the Celestial Empire's ceremonial attire, having influenced the clothing transitions in the Empire and neighboring nations for thousands of years. Entering the Grand Hall was Nemo. Resplendent in a style of Hanfu, the cross-collared RU skirt. The pristine white long-sleeve top was elegantly tucked into the chest-high skirt. The floor-length skirt, a subtle cream color, was adorned with delicate violet embroidery. A purple ribbon tied into a bow at her chest cascaded down to the hem of her skirt, while another purple ribbon secured a small bunch of her black hair, allowing the bow's tassels to flow gracefully alongside her long hair, giving her an ethereal and serene appearance reminiscent of a celestial being. Additionally, the design of the RU skirt effectively complemented Nemo's figure, and coupled with her already striking beauty, she effortlessly captivated everyone's attention. As Nemo made her way, many had already noticed her distinctive attire, but by the time she reached the entrance of the Grand Hall, it had incited a flurry of excitement. "Who is that? Such a unique outfit. You don't recognize her? It's Nemo, the culinary prodigy." "So it's her. I only heard tales of her culinary prowess. I had no idea she was this beautiful. What a stunning chef. My heart is melting. It's settled. From today onward, she shall be my ultimate goddess." "Nonsense, she is my goddess. The goddess belongs to us all." Amidst the enthusiastic chatter, a mischievous whistle pierced the air, met with disapproving glares from Jean Zhe Run and Lucas, who were accompanying the whistler. Meanwhile, in the girls' circle, the discussion had already ignited. "She is so gorgeous. I mean the outfit. Is this the latest from the Geely Trading Company? Ladies, shall we go check it out later?" "Absolutely. No matter the cost, I must get one for myself that I'll look even better than her." "You dream on. She is a fine horse with a fine saddle. If you wore that, you'd ruin its reputation." "How dare you speak like that? And thus, the battle of words among the girls began. Alongside Emo, Lena occasionally cast glances at her. The little imp has talent. A single outfit transformed her modest bosom into something so alluring. I'm stealing my thunder? I am still the bigger presence here. Pei dashed through the crowd and seized Emo's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Emo, you look so beautiful today. Thank you. Emo nodded. Has Gu arrived yet? Pei turned to point in Gan Guyu's direction. And Emo made her way toward him, slightly bowing as she said, Thank you for the gift. I truly love it. I'm glad you like it. Gan Guyu replied, his eyes widening in delight as he remarked, This outfit suits you perfectly. But in truth, it's your natural charm that makes anything look good on you. Emo lowered her gaze, choosing silence to at that moment. Lucas emerged from the side, saying, Little Guyu, you have no idea. Last night, Sister Lei almost swiped this outfit, but I caught her just in time. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Gan Guyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he imagined the sight of Lei in that beautiful hanfu, sending a shiver down his spine. If Emo looked like a celestial being, what would it become in Lei's hands? Surely a sight that would require censorship. Caught in time, you say? Pei interjected, sticking out her tongue. You were so drunk last night. Did you even have any awareness? Upon hearing Pei address him, Lucas turned beet red, seemingly recalling something, and fell silent. However, Lena was evidently not inclined to let him off easily, teasingly chiming in, Haha, you're right. It was indeed that little cutie who discovered it. That lecherous guy was about to get his hands on the little flat-chested beauty. But she turned over and threw up all over him. When he made a commotion, we caught him red-handed. You wouldn't believe how furious the little flat-chested girl was. She nearly turned that lecher into charcoal. I don't go by flat-chested, Emo interrupted. I think I just heard a washboard talking. Lena pretended to look around. Emo fell silent, unwilling to engage further, while Pei, siding with her, retorted, just a foul-mouthed hag with a pair of ridiculous breasts. As the battle of words among the girls threatened to escalate, Gan Guyu quickly interjected, redirecting the conversation toward Emo. You didn't give Uncle Ian a hard time, did you? I heard from Pei that you made him carry a bucket of water all night without letting him sleep. This time, I didn't keep him from sleeping, Emo replied, shaking her head lightly. Gan Guyu chuckled. That's good. After all, he is an elder, even if he has some peculiarities. He should be able to sleep soundly for the next few days, Emo added. Gan Guyu paused, puzzled. What do you mean? It means Sister Lei probably won't be getting out of bed for a while, Jean Zayrin shrugged, missing ICT allowing any spa treatments. Gan Guyu? The din did not last long. As the commencement ceremony was about to begin, members of the student council quickly ushered everyone back to their respective seats. Gan Guyu, Pei, Lena, Tang Nuo, and the other new students were seated together. While Emo, Jean Zayrin, Lucas, and other upperclassmen occupied another section. Coincidentally or not, seated next to Lena was none other than Brandon, who had just had a rather chaotic encounter with her the previous day. Brandon sat with a serious expression, gazing ahead, while Lena, upon noticing him beside her, merely chuckled and returned to her own business. Soon, a rousing piece of music filled the air, and a tall man dressed in a crisp white suit ascended the podium. From the moment he stepped onto the stage until he stood at the magic amplification device and signaled for silence, the crowd erupted with enthusiastic screams from the women that in fact, one individual rose to clap fervently, only stopping when an orderly signaled for him to sit down. This individual was none other than the outspoken Brandon. Gan Guyu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation, and he glanced back, spotting Lena's little brother. Bauda, who noticed the confusion in Gan Guyu's eyes and leaned in to whisper, that is Carl Maligan, the student council president, known as the most handsome man in the academy. A 6th-tier earth mage and Brandon's brother. Only then did Gan Guyu understand, glancing at Brandon before returning his attention to the stage. Carl adjusted his bow tie, gracefully bowing to the audience below before proclaiming, the commencement ceremony for the Cipralo's Academy of Magic officially begins. First, we invite the esteemed chairman of the Cipralo's Academy of Magic, Mr. Cameron Maligan, to deliver his address. Chapter 165. The commencement ceremony Gan Guyu was roused by thunderous applause that he hadn't expected that no matter where one went. The leader's speeches would always be so predictably lengthy and tedious. When the chairman finally concluded his speech, having recited a plethora of well wishes, the audience erupted into a cacophony of gratitude, resulting in the thunderous applause. When Carl returned to the center of the podium, perhaps due to the lengthy speech, his pace quickened. Next, we invite the principal of Cipralo's Academy of Magic, Mr. Sifrenza, to deliver his address. This time, the applause from the audience was noticeably sparse. It is not that people refuse to acknowledge the merits of West Florence. Rather, they are simply fatigued by the endless speeches of this and that individual to everyone's surprise after a while. No one took the stage. Carl waited a moment before speaking up again. May I invite the Dean of West Florence to deliver his address? What's all this ruckus? Disturbing the old man's peaceful slumber. A voice suddenly echoed from behind Carl. He was promptly yanked aside, and the audience finally noticed another figure standing behind him, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Dean Yu. Carl quickly stepped aside, but upon glancing up at West Florence's attire, he was momentarily taken aback. With his unkempt beard and tattered gray robe, which was visibly more soiled than a few days prior, West Florence still held a greasy rib in hand, untouched as if it had just been retrieved. Ahem! West Florence approached the magical amplification device, cleared his throat, and began. The old man has nothing of consequence to say. A plethora of rambling serves only to induce slumber. Come to the academy and study diligently, striving for an early graduation. Moreover, the ribs from the Listening Rain Tavern are not the finest. Yimo, you must put in more effort, that you'll not merely revel in the joy of your new attire. And that is all. With that, a wave of magical energy rippled out, and West Florence's figure vanished as if he had never been there. The grand hall fell silent for a considerable time before a cacophony of discussions erupted. That disheveled old man, is the dean. Did he just critique the chairman's address? He truly spoke for us. Goodness, what a character. I like him. These were the remarks of the new students. Indeed, as expected. The dean truly lives up to his reputation. However, such a brief speech is quite splendid. Hush! Did you not see how pale the chairman's face has become? These were the exclamations of the seasoned students. Gan Guyu and Pepe were left dumbfounded. They had thought that the West Florence they encountered in the small cabin was merely a unique circumstance, yet he was just as eccentric at the opening ceremony. Yimo was equally bewildered. The content of West Florence's address had included a significant portion directed specifically at her. What was the meaning of this? Furthermore, what did he mean by saying the ribs from Listening Rain Tavern were not the most delectable? Was there truly only one establishment on the salted wilderness continent capable of preparing ribs? At this thought, she turned to Gan Guyu, only to find him wearing a wry smile and shrugging his shoulders in response. Carl's expression soured for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure and returned to the center of the stage, declaring, "Everyone, please be quiet. Next, let us welcome Ms. Inoue Mihue, the director of the teaching department of Cipralo's Mage Academy, to deliver a speech." Instantly, the new students fell silent, while the seasoned ones suddenly became as quiet as a grave that a middle-aged woman clad in a black wizard's robe ascended the stage, casting a cold glance at the new students without uttering a word. Upon hearing the name Inoue Mihue, Gan Guyu curiously looked up, suspecting she must belong to the Heavy clan. However, upon seeing her true appearance, he quickly lowered his head. With an aquiline nose, triangular eyes, and a short, stout figure, she resembled a medieval witch. Was it a deliberate irony that members of the Heavy clan bore such names? One particularly lanky individual was named Yamashita Yuki, and now a woman with a waist the size of a barrel was named Inoue Mihue. Whether she was wise or not was up for debate, but did she truly deserve the title of beauty? After a while, the new students finally quieted down, and Inoue Mihue coldly stated, "I do not appreciate side conversations while I am speaking. If you wish to chatter, I will wait until you have finished before I continue. After all, you wouldn't want this opening ceremony to conclude too early, would you?" The new students were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances and lowering their heads while silently communicating. Could this ugly hag truly be the director? She seemed formidable. With such a lack of beauty and a temper to match, they would need to be cautious to avoid incurring her wrath. Noticing the silence from the audience, Inoue Mihue was satisfied and cleared her throat, saying, "What I am about to say pertains to how long you can remain at the esteemed Cypreless Mage Academy. I will only say this once. If you do not hear it clearly, the consequences are yours to bear." Upon hearing this, the seasoned students wore expressions of disdain. However, Inoue Mihue's voice rang out again. "Students over there, do not think that being seasoned students allows you to skip listening. Some of you among this year's newcomers were nearly expelled last year due to my interventions. Consequently, everyone sat upright, eyes forward." Inoue Mihue continued, "I believe you all understand that the only requirement for admission to our academy is the payment of tuition fees. However, graduating from the academy is not so straightforward. The first thing you must know is that our academy has an annual attrition rate of 20%. Unless under special circumstances, the bottom 20% of students in the comprehensive assessment will be compelled to withdraw." At this pronouncement, Gan Guyu and the others were taken aback that a 20% attrition rate seemed excessively high. He glanced around, noticing that some new students did not appear surprised. Did they find this reasonable? Then he heard Inoue Mihue continue with a cold smirk, "Of course. Students who are compelled to withdraw may still return to the academy the following year to continue their studies, but they must pay tuition again and re-enter the academy as freshmen. Among the newcomers over there should be quite a few familiar faces, no?" Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu suddenly understood. Earlier, when he was checking in at Channel 4, he had been puzzled by the sheer number of new mages arriving at Cypreless each year. It felt as though the student population was inconsistent. It turned out that there were so many repeat students. Realizing this, he nudged Lena and whispered with a chuckle, "You better study hard, or else if you get expelled, I won't be paying your tuition for the second year." The one in the bizarre attire over there. I have already mentioned my disdain for side conversations. To his surprise, Inoue Mihue immediately zeroed in on Gan Guyu. "Since this is your first offense, I shall refrain from pursuing it further if it happens again. I will invite you to the stage to explain the school rules to everyone." Gan Guyu was taken aback. Did she think he was a child? Thus, under Lena's mocking gaze, Gan Guyu had no choice but to straighten up. Inoue Mihue was not only visually unappealing, but also possessed the demeanor befitting a director. "Now, I will announce the specifics of the assessment. The Academy's annual evaluation is graded on a 100-point scale and divided into several components." Inoue Mihue resumed her discourse. "First, the magical knowledge assessment and classroom performance account for 20 points and 10 points, respectively, making a total of 30 points for academic performance. Each course offered by the Academy has a corresponding value. Upon passing the examination for a course, you will earn points. Each year, you may choose courses totaling no more than 20 points for study and examination. Additionally, instructors will award classroom performance points based on your actual performance, capped at 10 points. However, be aware that instructors also have the authority to deduct points, with a maximum deduction of 10 points that if you skip classes, arrive late, or leave early, do not blame me for not warning you in advance." Gan Guyu grimaced at this. The 20 points for the knowledge assessment seemed familiar, akin to a credit system, but the weight of classroom performance points was excessively high. It appeared to be 10 points, yet the fluctuation was still 20 points. Seemingly at the discretion of the instructor's mood. Next is the combat assessment. Inoue Mihue paused briefly before continuing. As a mage, combat ability is undoubtedly crucial, as it determines how long you will survive outside the academy. Each academic year, there will be 2 combat assessments, each worth a maximum of 15 points, totaling 30 points. Each assessment lasts 1 month, during which each student will engage in a match every 2 days against another randomly selected 15 students, with the winning side earning at least 1 point. What did at least 1 point mean? Gan Guyu was still pondering when Inoue Mihue provided clarification. Note that each participant's opponent is randomly drawn from all students. Therefore, you may have a 2- or 3-tiered strength but still face a 5- or 6-tiered opponent. Naturally, if you win against a higher-tiered opponent, you will earn more than 1 point. Only then did Gan Guyu grasp the implications. If a 2- or 3-tiered mage encountered a 6-tiered fire mage during the assessment, surrender was inevitable. But if they faced a 6-tiered nature mage, it seemed there was an element of luck involved. However, whether the matching process had any human intervention remained uncertain. Still, The 30 points for the combat assessment seemed excessively challenging for nature mages. Although Gan Guyu held no such concerns, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff at how previous students from the nature forest managed. Surely they didn't consider themselves capable of attaining a perfect score of 70 points? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Inoue Mihue elaborated. However, given that nature mages are inherently ill-suited for combat, the Academy will unconditionally grant each recommended student from the nature forest 20 contribution points. Each contribution point from the Academy can enhance the final score of the annual assessment by 5 points. These contribution points have numerous other applications, which I shall elaborate on shortly. Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu felt a sense of clarity. However, where could he collect these 20 contribution points? Wait. His eyes widened as if a realization struck him, and he abruptly turned to Pei, only to find her gazing at him with a similarly puzzled expression. That moment, Gan Guyu finally understood why the precious contribution points were so readily given by Xianhuang, each receiving 20 points. I thought it was impossible that merely helping him tidy the kitchen and cooking a pot of braised pork could yield such a substantial benefit. In the desolate lands of Xianhuang, everyone must cultivate food, and we mages ought to do the same. Thus, the most significant portion of the 40 points will require you to cultivate and submit food to the Academy, which constitutes your practical score. Xianhuang Mei continued on stage. As is well known, south of the Scipulos Mage Academy lies the Scipulos mountain range. The plains between the mountains and the Academy's southern gate will be where you plant your crops. So, it turns out we must study while working, and the scoring is quite significant. Gan Guyu chuckled, thinking that this 40 points was surely within reach. Naturally, he felt pleased. However, turning to glance at Lena, he noted her darkening expression. Not just Lena, but the majority of mages specializing in offensive magic wore similarly grim visages. They were not adept at cultivation. Rather, they preferred hunting magical beasts. The Academy must have anticipated this. Gan Guyu mused. Would they distribute some contribution points to the fire mages as compensation? Wouldn't that render this assessment nonsensical? Each student is permitted to cultivate no more than 12 plots of land in the Academy's southern suburbs that are in accordance with the regulations of the continent. No one is allowed to steal or damage another's farmland that, if caught, the offender will be expelled and banned from re-entering the Academy. Xianhuang Mei stated solemnly. However, those who are not skilled in planting may obtain practical points through several alternative methods. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately craned their necks, eager for more information. Firstly, you may venture into the Scipulos mountain range to hunt magical beasts and submit materials obtained from them, including magical crystals, in exchange for practical points. Xianhuang Mei proclaimed. As this was said, many breathed a sigh of relief, and Lena confidently puffed out her chest. Allowing bounty hunters to handle this task would be akin to returning to a familiar trade. Easy and enjoyable, wouldn't it? However, acquiring high scores through hunting magical beasts is not as straightforward as it may seem. Xianhuang Mei scoffed. If you aim to gather these 40 points using materials from magical beasts, you might as well sell those materials and use the proceeds for tuition, returning next year instead. Consider this my unsolicited advice. The audience fell silent, then quickly came to terms with the reality. It would be absurd if a few magical crystals could easily secure those 40 points, effectively turning it into a monetary transaction, that for purchasing food to meet the requirements. Alas, food trade is regulated by the empire. It operates under a planned economy, and one cannot simply buy as much as one desires. Secondly, many jobs within the Academy recruit students for participation, and numerous mentors have their own research projects. Occasionally, the Academy will issue temporary tasks, calling upon everyone to complete them. Xianhuang Mei continued. If you participate and successfully fulfill these designated tasks, you may also earn practical points. Gan Guyu nodded. This was the legendary work-study and research opportunity. It seemed that nearly everyone would manage to accumulate some points in this manner. However, based on previous years' experiences, neglecting your farmland will undoubtedly result in poor practical points, so I urge everyone to keep this in mind. Xianhuang Mei concluded. This is the composition of the annual assessment scores. Now, let me explain the contribution points. Aside from some temporary tasks, contribution points can only be earned through outstanding performance. Students achieving a final score of 95 or above will receive 1 contribution point, while those attaining full marks will receive 3 points. A side note: if your final score exceeds 95 and you already possess contribution points, you may utilize 1 contribution point to elevate your score to full marks, thus earning an additional contribution point as a reward for consistent excellence. Contribution points can be exchanged for scores, as well as magical crystals, wands, and spell scrolls. Xianhuang Continent elucidated. However, I highly recommend that everyone strive to accumulate contribution points to gain access to the Academy Library. The Academy Library is a treasure trove, encompassing a vast array of knowledge worthy of every mage's pursuit. 20 contribution points can grant you 7 days of access to the library, while expending 50 points at once allows for a month-long stay. However, gathering 50 contribution points has been achieved by very few in the Academy's history. Chapter 167. The Wand of Listening Rain. Having concluded the opening ceremony, as everyone stepped out of the grand hall, Lena immediately pulled Gan Guyu, Peipei, and Xianhuang aside. "What do you want, you scheming woman?" Peipei inquired curiously. I've just received some information from the informant, and I'm sharing it for free, so be grateful," Lena said, rubbing her hands together. "Get to the point, or I'll find the informant myself," Gan Guyu replied impatiently. "Well, everyone knows that the flat-chested little lady has to manage numerous branches of the Listening Rain Tavern across the continent, so she certainly can't tend to the fields in the southern suburbs," Lena said with a grin. Gan Guyu was taken aback. This person had suddenly begun to care about Xianhuang. Xianhuang also took a moment to process this, not even acknowledging Lena's reference, and nodded. "Previously, I always had Lucas help me take care of the fields. It can be done that way," Gan Guyu exclaimed, looking at Lena in surprise. "Is this what the informant told you?" "Exactly," Lena exclaimed, patting Xianhuang's shoulder. "That was then, but now we have the little rascal here. We should fully utilize his strengths and let him help you tend to the fields. He's merely a light mage and not particularly skilled in planting, right?" "Finally, the fox's tail is showing," Gan Guyu remarked with a knowing smile. "You just want me to help you with the farming? Since you've understood, then give me a straightforward answer." Lena pointed at Xianhuang and then at herself. "Just no. Seriously, asking me whether it's okay." Gan Guyu rolled his eyes at her. However, Xianhuang turned to him. "Is that all right?" With her adorable attire, how could he possibly refuse? Thus, Gan Guyu confidently patted his chest. "You can rest assured. Leave it to me. It'll be no problem." Xianhuang bowed slightly. "I will only take half of the harvest. Additionally, I will provide a token of gratitude." "Don't make it sound so formal." Gan Guyu quickly waved his hand. "Exactly," Peipei chimed in. "We'll take care of the farming in the southern suburbs, that if you really want to thank us. Just cook us a couple of dishes when you have the time, and I'll be satisfied." "That is only proper," Xianhuang nodded. "And what about me?" Lena interjected eagerly. "You can't treat us differently. If I'm helping you with the farming, what will you do?" Gan Guyu retorted. Lena tossed her head back and answered, "I'll go hunting in the mountains." "That's dangerous," Xianhuang warned. "Don't worry. I've been in this line of work for many years," Lena replied nonchalantly. "Besides, this is just a side gig. I have a quick method to earn food, which I just heard from the informant." Gan Guyu's interest piqued. "What method could possibly be so accessible to you?" "This is perfect for me." Lena raised her eyebrows and laughed. As an experienced student, Xianhuang was somewhat more knowledgeable. "Is it an arena betting fight?" Lena nodded. "Exactly, it's a betting fight." "What is that?" Peipei asked, immediately intrigued. "What else could it be? As the name suggests, it's an arena competition with a certain stake." Gan Guyu shrugged. "Are you sure you can win? Don't end up losing your stockings." You don't need to worry about that. I know my limits." Lena laughed boisterously. "Then do as you wish. Only by tasting failure will you learn a lesson." Gan Guyu shook his head helplessly and pulled out the fire mage wand he received from Maikai yesterday. "Here, this is for you. Just don't say I didn't show you any humanity later." Lena took the wand and exclaimed, "Wow, what a good item. Did you rob the Geely Trading Company? Just don't let it slip out." Gan Guyu admonished her. Lena said nothing, her face alight with excitement as she played with the newly acquired wand. Oblivious to Gan Guyu's warning, she proudly waved the wand in front of Peipei, showing off. Do you think I don't have one? Pei Pei retorted, unfazed, and promptly drew her own dual-handed staff that a shimmering aquamarine glow emerged, overpowering Lena with its sheer presence. Haha, it seems that little rascal has gifted you a magic wand, hasn't he? Lena giggled. Shall we take to the arena and see whose wand possesses greater might? I shall go. Who fears whom? Pei Pei's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, yet she ultimately retorted defiantly. You too should temper your enthusiasm. Gan Guyu interjected, feeling a headache coming on. Turning to Yimo, he sought to change the subject. I believe I have yet to see your wand. Yimo, it must be exceptionally powerful, I presume? No. Yimo instinctively touched her storage ring, shaking her head in response. How can that be? Gan Guyu exclaimed, his surprise evident as he awkwardly chuckled. I had no idea you were without one. Is that so? Lena interjected. The Wand of the Wind and Thunder Chef is quite renowned. I heard someone mention it at a tavern last time. It even has a delightful name. What was it? Ah, yes, it's called Listening to the Rain. A truly formidable thunder magic wand. I lost it. Yimo promptly clarified. Lost it? The trio of mages stared in disbelief. How could a mage misplace their wand? Yimo nodded firmly once more. Indeed, I lost it. What a pity. Pei Pei lamented with genuine sorrow. If it's lost, it's lost. Out with the old, in with the new. Gan Guyu waved his hand to dismiss the matter, swiftly adding, I'll visit the Geely Merchant Company later and procure a suitable wand for you. Upon hearing this, Yimo neither expressed gratitude nor declined. She simply lowered her head and began to fidget with her fingers. After a moment, she said, I must return now, farewell. With that, she departed alone. Observing Yimo's receding silhouette, Gan Guyu scratched his head, a rueful smile creeping onto his face as he mused. Did I inadvertently anger her? What do you think? Pei Pei stuck out her tongue. Mentioning wands like that surely stepped on a landmine. Gan Guyu shot her a glare. Who was the one flaunting their wand? Pei Pei and Lena retorted in unison. Who forgot to include Sister Yimo when handing out wands? How was I to know that Yimo would be without a wand? Gan Guyu raised his hands in exasperation. Who was he to appeal for reason here? In a rush, Yimo hurried back to the Listening to the Rain Tavern, sprinting straight to her chamber atop the building, colliding with Lei, who had just donned her attire. Oh, Yimo, my dear, you're back so early, Lei stammered in a flurry. It wasn't me who asked His Highness to summon someone for treatment. No. His Highness sought someone out on his own. No, that's not right. To his surprise, Yimo did not unleash her ire upon him. Instead, she retrieved a two-handed wand that flickered with arcs of electricity from her storage ring and thrust it into Lei's hands. You must personally go and secure the Listening to the Rain Tavern, sealing it away and ensuring no one finds it, not even me. Chapter 168. The poor little boy, 1 contribution point to the academy, please. Outside the small cabin in Sifurenza, Gan Guyu beamed with delight. Got it, Pei Jin replied curtly, extending his hand to present his student ring toward Gan Guyu. With a grin, Gan Guyu mirrored the gesture, and after a flash of blue light, the academy contribution point was successfully transferred. Activating his student ring, he accessed the futuristic holographic screen and quickly located his contribution points, which had increased from 20 to 21. Following Yimo's departure, the trio intended to venture to the southern outskirts. But at that moment, Gan Guyu received a message from the young boy Pei Jin, indicating that he had prepared the ingredients and requested his assistance in crafting sweet and sour ribs at the Sifurenza cabin. Consequently, Pei Pei and Lena proceeded to the southern outskirts while Gan Guyu set off alone to fulfill the agreement made with Pei Jin. The young boy, with a piece of sweet and sour rib from Gan Guyu in his mouth, hurriedly tucked the remainder away, cautioning, You mustn't let the teacher find out, or he'll surely come to snatch them from me. Why would I spill the beans? Gan Guyu shrugged. By the way, has the dean returned yet? Today marks the start of the school year. He is quite busy with various matters, Pei Jin replied, gnawing on the sweet and sour rib, though this ISNT mammoth meat. It is still delectable. Rain brother, you should consider opening a sweet and sour rib shop. It would undoubtedly thrive. Gan Guyu shrugged in response. If he were to open a shop, it certainly wouldn't be limited to just sweet and sour ribs. Besides, why would he compete with Yimo for business? After finishing one rib, Pei Jin refrained from taking another, clearly believing that such a precious delicacy should be savored. Licking his fingers, he inquired, "What are your plans next, Rain brother?" "I intend to visit the southern outskirts," Gan Guyu replied. "First, I want to assess the situation there and, if feasible, begin cultivating the land today." Pei Jin nodded in agreement. The sooner the land is tilled, the sooner it can be sown. Since you are a recommended student of the natural forest, you should be less affected by the weather. I won't keep you any longer. Farewell. After this, he turned and walked back into the cabin. Wait a moment. Gan Guyu, who had been preparing to bid farewell to Pei Jin, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and called out to him. "Is there something else?" Pei Jin asked. Puzzled, Gan Guyu produced a small bunch of grapes and offered them. "Since this marks our first business transaction, how about I treat you to some delicious snacks?" "Grapes?" Pei Jin looked taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. "No thanks. The last time the teacher gave me some, they were sour and astringent. Utterly dreadful." Gan Guyu exclaimed. "Really? How long ago was that?" "According to the agreement signed with Yamaguchi, there should have been improved grapes delivered to the Mage Academy monthly. With Cifurenza's status, how could they still be consuming the inferior, sour variety?" "Indeed," after some contemplation, Pei Jin responded. "That was probably about a year ago. Ever since that time, I haven't touched grapes again." Whenever the teacher received grapes afterward, he consumed them all himself. Every time I saw him eating them, his face would contort, and I felt sorry for him. I truly don't understand why he insists on eating them. Gan Guyu, pondering for a moment, grasped the situation. Clearly, someone at Cifurenza was hoarding the improved grapes while feigning distaste to avoid sharing them with the young boy. With this realization, he regarded Pei Jin with newfound sympathy and handed him another small bunch of grapes. "The grapes I grow are different. You'll know once you try them." "What makes them different?" Pei Jin asked skeptically, casting a glance at Gan Guyu. But ultimately, encouraged by Gan Guyu's reassuring gaze, he popped a grape into his mouth. Upon gently biting down, a burst of mildly sweet and tangy juice flooded his palate, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. But he quickly grabbed another grape and savored it with careful attention. "I didn't mislead you, did I?" Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow. "Enjoy this grape after finishing the sweet and sour ribs. The flavor will be even better." Pei Jin nodded enthusiastically. "This is amazing. These grapes are entirely different from the ones I had before. Where did they come from?" Gan Guyu considered his words carefully. "A new variety cultivated by the natural forest. They are quite precious." The young boy fell silent for a moment, gazing up at Gan Guyu with wide, watery eyes. Gan Guyu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, I shall take my leave. I don't have many contribution points. But if I wish to buy more of these grapes..." Pagan's voice trailed off as he lowered his head shyly. Observing the poor child, Gan Guyu sighed inwardly that if this continued, the boy would be too pitiful. Thus, he said, "These grapes aren't expensive. If you want some, feel free to exchange them for any magical materials or items, such as a space-type magic scroll." "That won't do," Pei Jin grimaced in distress. "I only have one. I was just giving an example." Gan Guyu shrugged. "But occasionally, you could consider this." He then leaned in to whisper something in Pei Jin's ear. Pei Jin frowned slightly, muttering, "That seems inappropriate, doesn't it?" "Just occasionally. It's harmless." Gan Guyu patted the boy's shoulder. "What I'm offering you is a friendship price. You mustn't let this slip." Pei Jin remained conflicted, evidently still mulling over Gan Guyu's words. With a smile, Gan Guyu took his leave. Exiting the cabin, he prepared to head to the southern outskirts to reunite with Pei and Lena. Given that Cifurenza's cabin was located in the northeast corner of the academy, he chose a secluded path that ran along the eastern side of the academy, heading south, due to the vast expanse of the Ciperlo's Mage Academy. Such paths were typically devoid of foot traffic, to his surprise. However, as he walked halfway, he detected a faint surge of magical energy ahead. Startled, he realized it emanated from a warehouse, the energy fluctuations coming from around the corner. Initially intending to disregard it, he was suddenly met with a flash of fire around the corner, accompanied by a chorus of mocking laughter. "Haha, you actually dared to sneak into the Mage Academy. Your audacity is quite remarkable." He must think he is invincible with Lucas backing him up, dismissing us entirely. After all these years, he is still merely a second-tier mage. Truly pathetic. I wonder if he sold his behind to someone for entry. Laughter erupted once more. Amidst the merriment, the incantation of a spell broke through, followed by a commotion. Soon after, an exasperated voice bellowed, "You dare to fight back? Brothers, teach him a harsh lesson. Just leave him enough breath to survive." The chant of spells rose and fell. Waves of magical energy rippling through the air. Chapter 169. The Cultivating Maniac. Tang Shui, are you to be honest? Gan Guyu had never been one to meddle in others' affairs that in the past had he encountered similar instances of campus violence. He probably wouldn't have even harbored the inclination to take a glance. Yet today, after some contemplation, he resolved to approach and see what was amiss, for he thought he had heard Lucas's name mentioned. Upon witnessing the scene around the corner of the storage room, Gan Guyu couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had taken a closer look. He beheld 4 young men encircling a boy who leaned against the wall. Their wands pointed menacingly at him. The boy, with a shock of white hair and tattered black cloak, bore wounds on his arms, legs, and chest. None other than his roommate, Tang Nuan. "Who are you? What are you staring at?" "This is my business, so scram." To his surprise, a man with a squinting gaze spotted Gan Guyu first and shouted at him. From his voice, Gan Guyu recognized him as the irate individual from moments ago. Gan Guyu noticed Tang Nuan, and in turn, Tang Nuan caught sight of him. However, Tang Nuan remained silent, urging Gan Guyu to leave with a glance that he understood that Gan Guyu was merely a second-tier nature mage as well. Being only at the second tier was already disheartening. Coupled with the fact that he was a nature mage, what else could he do but flee to seek help? The assailants surrounding Tang Nuan comprised 4 fire mages, 1 at the 3rd tier and 3 at the 2nd. Their combat prowess far exceeding that of Gan Guyu and the injured Tang Nuan. Had they discovered the connection between the two, Gan Guyu might not have found it easy to escape. "Ah, it's you, Tang Nuan." Unexpectedly, Gan Guyu called out Tang Nuan's name without hesitation to "At this." Tang Nuan silently closed his eyes in exasperation. While the 4 attackers exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly hostile, to their astonishment. Gan Guyu rushed over, face flushed with anger, pointing at Tang Nuan and scolding. "Finally caught you, you little rascal. Last time at the north gate of the academy, you made me spend 500 3rd-tier magic crystals on your wand. When I got home and examined it, I discovered it was a defective product. It broke after just a few uses. You owe me magic crystals." The squinting man nearly signaled his companions to attack Gan Guyu. But upon hearing his words, he turned to mock Tang Nuan. "So, you earned your tuition through deception. What an eye-opener." The other 3 burst into laughter. Tang Nuan was momentarily taken aback by Gan Guyu's outburst. And after a long pause, he stammered, "I didn't. Do you dare say you have no money?" Gan Guyu interrupted angrily. "I'll take you on." With that, a magic scroll materialized in his hand, which he promptly activated. In an instant, Gan Guyu, Tang Nuan, and the 4 men were enveloped in a cloud of smoked-out 3rd-tier nature magic. Pollen smokescreen. "This is bad." The squinting man felt a jolt of alarm and quickly reacted. "Quick! Break through the smoke. Don't let them escape." However, with Gan Guyu's calculated maneuvering, they had no chance that as they scattered to flee the pollen smoke. Gan Guyu had already pulled Tang Nuan a considerable distance away. Within the smoke, he was the only one with clear sight, having cast a perception spell. From a distance, the squinting man was infuriated, his mouth twisting in anger. At that moment, Tang Nuan appeared and scathed aside from his slightly tattered clothing. Where were the injuries? Such a rapid recovery could only be attributed to a 4th-tier nature healing spell. "Quick, pursue them!" the squinting man shouted, rushing out as well. However, he was caught off guard as several vines suddenly emerged from the ground, tripping him. Following that, a barrage of water jets ensued, forcing him to dodge desperately. Fire mages are known for their aggressive nature, yet they possess little in the way of defensive measures against ranged magical attacks, to avoid taking damage. They could only evade. This granted Gan Guyu and Tang Nuan precious time to escape. "Damn it!" the squinting man cursed, abandoning the chase. Even if they caught up, they would no longer be in a secluded area. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they could do nothing further. "That little squirt is quite slippery," another man muttered angrily. If I ever catch him again, I'll make sure to pummel him. He may have escaped this time, but he won't always be so lucky. As long as he remains at the Mage Academy, there will be ample opportunities, the squinting man sneered. Let's find out who that other boy is and give him a lesson next time as well. Panting heavily, Gan Guyu finally stopped when they reached a bustling thoroughfare, glancing at the patrolling guards nearby. Now that we're here, we should be safe, right? He gasped. Tang Nuo, equally out of breath, replied, Thank you. No need for thanks. Gan Guyu waved his hand dismissively. But tell me, why were you in such a remote place? Who were those people? Tang Nuo did not answer directly, but countered. And you? How did you end up there? If I said I just happened to be passing by, would you believe me? Gan Guyu replied, noticing Tang Nuo's reluctance to elaborate, thus humorously continuing the conversation. Tang Nuo chose not to respond, instead stating, I'll head back to the dormitory now. Why return so early? Gan Guyu inquired. Curious. Are you a recluse? My clothes are torn, Tang Nuo explained, and I need to devote time to my training. Gan Guyu raised his hands in resignation, realizing he was dealing with a training fanatic. However, it seemed that Tang Nuo was neither a prodigy nor an overachiever, but rather a diligent practitioner with mediocre talent, struggling to achieve significant results. Previously, Gan Guyu had mistakenly perceived him as a top student due to his youthful appearance. Feeling a tinge of concern, Gan Guyu accompanied Tang Nuo back to the dormitory. After Tang Nuo tidied himself up and changed into fresh clothes, he returned to the common area to thank Gan Guyu once more before retreating to his room to meditate. Observing this, Gan Guyu, exasperated, called him back, handing him a vitamin C tablet. What is this? Tang Nuo asked, puzzled by the small white pill in his hand. It's a magical potion that can enhance your cultivation. Roughly, Gan Guyu replied. Tang Nuo looked at Gan Guyu, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, yet he resolutely shook his head, returning the vitamin C tablet. Thank you. However, I prefer to rely on my own efforts to improve my strength. Strengthening one's will is also a part of cultivation. Gan Guyu was taken aback. Really? What if those individuals come after you again and you can't fend them off? Tang Nuo stated earnestly, tactical evasion is also part of cultivation. Gan Guyu fatapalmet. Thinking, you can run away, yet you still have the capacity for humor. He then queried, what if you encounter a situation like today and you can't evade? Training resilience is an even greater aspect of cultivation. Chapter 170, The Southern Suburb Market. Due to prior arrangements with Lena, when Gan Guyu finally arrived at the southern gate of the academy, Baodo was already waiting for him. Upon spotting him, Baodo waved enthusiastically. Boss, over here. Gan Guyu approached, smiling. Is the old hag worried I'd get lost, sending you to fetch me? Baodo rubbed his hands together. The southern suburbs are vast. This is to spare you from wandering aimlessly. Let us go. The boss lady and the others are waiting eagerly. Gan Guyu nodded and walked out of the southern gate alongside Baodo. The scenery beyond the gate was unlike what Gan Guyu had imagined. He had expected an expanse of wilderness, yet what greeted him were rows of neatly arranged stalls. Upon inquiry, he learned that this was the Southern Suburb Market, a place frequented by students of the Mage Academy, maintained and provided free of charge by the Academy for Mages. Most of the vendors were students from the Academy, selling an assortment of peculiar magical items and materials, most of which were either acquired serendipitously or crafted by the mages themselves. These items were generally inexpensive and not of high quality, yet they were affordable for most common mages, often exchanged directly for goods. After all, anything touched by magic likely commanded a price based on magic crystals. For mages, this posed a significant expense. Besides these wares, there were also stalls offering tea and snacks. At the Ciperlos Academy of Magic, students are required to pay tuition only once, unless they are expelled. And this fee covers their education until their graduation years later. However, the Academy provides free meals only during the first year. Thereafter, the mages must fend for themselves. The noble mages, needless to say, have their own exclusive dining areas prepared for them on the second floor of the Listening Rain Tavern. Those mages in relatively better circumstances, along with some merchants of modest means, constitute the primary clientele in the tavern's main hall. Yet, Due to the exorbitant daily expenses associated with magical materials and the like, many common mages at the academy live in frugality, including most of those who arrived here with the sponsorship of mage families or the royal court. The only distinction between them and ordinary folk lies in the fact that they are not at risk of starving to death. After completing their first year, a few of them may resort to tilling the land for sustenance and cooking their own meals, while the majority will opt to make do with the small stalls at the southern market. Many mages, finished with their agricultural duties, choose to take a respite here over a cup of tea. However, the tea served is often merely infused with mint leaves, and on rare occasions, when tea leaves are available, they are of inferior quality, starkly contrasting with the exquisite varieties like Snowfall Tiguanyin or Guapian Puer that Gan Guyu used to enjoy. Gan Guyu initially intended to bypass the market to head straight to the more distant fields, but Bao Da led him to a noodle stall instead. Upon glancing up, he spotted Lina Peipei inside, fervently slurping noodles, and turned to Bao Da, asking, "Is this what you meant by being in a hurry?" Bao Da chuckled, pointing to a seemingly honest-looking man bustling by the stove, introducing him. "This is my cousin Bao Qiuanxing, the owner of this noodle stall, a third-tier earth mage. His noodles are absolutely delicious. I owe my ability to attend the academy to the small savings he made from running this stall over the past 2 years, which helped support me." Hearing the commotion, Bao Qiuanxing looked up and smiled. "You're back. Come in and sit down. The noodles will be ready soon." "All right," Bao Da insisted, pulling Gan Guyu into the stall. Upon seeing Gan Guyu, Lina waved, exclaiming, "Finally, you're here. I've been waiting, and I'm starving." Gan Guyu shot her a glance, wondering if she was truly just waiting or simply browsing the stalls out of hunger. Soon, Bao Qiuanxing approached with a tray carrying several bowls of noodles, announcing, "Here are your noodles. If it's not enough, just let me know and I'll cook more. Since you're all friends of my little brother, I'll cover this first meal." A chorus of cheers erupted. "Thanks, Brother Bao." However, Gan Guyu expressed concern. "Brother Bao, you really shouldn't tea?" "Oh, it's no trouble. Take your time eating," Bao Qiuanxing replied with a smile, returning to his duties. "My brother is a man of honor and sincerity, no doubt about it." Bao Zawispo Tall Gan Guyu. "In the future, if you don't mind, just drop by occasionally to check on his business. I am not boasting, but my brother's noodle-making skills are certainly not inferior to Miss Ines." Gan Guyu looked at the bowl before him, which contained only a hint of lard and some diced meat, and nodded with a smile. "I will." Among those present, only Lina and Peipei had tasted Gan Guyu's noodles. The others relished their meals, occasionally offering compliments to Tob fare in a world devoid of soy sauce, vinegar, or chili oil. These noodles could indeed be deemed a folk delicacy. Having once been a bounty hunter, Lina was accustomed to erratic meals and was not particularly picky, perhaps due to her genuine hunger. She was the first to finish. In contrast, Gan Guyu and Peipei found themselves in a bit of a dilemma, feeling the weight of their past experiences. They exchanged glances and, after some effort, managed to finish their bowls as well. Just as Gan Guyu was preparing to thank Bao Qiuanxing, he unexpectedly heard his somewhat irate voice from across the stall. "Why are you three here again? Hurry up and leave. I can't help you this time, no matter what." Gan Guyu looked up to see 3 towering giants, each nearly 2 meters tall, looming over the noodle stall, casting a shadow over Bao Qiuanxing. The 3 giants wore expressions of grievance, twisting their fingers as they looked down at Bao Qiuanxing. "Brother Bao," the first giant began. "Could you do us a favor?" the second chimed in. "Please help us," the third pleaded. "We haven't eaten in a day." The first giant continued. "No one is willing to lend us food anymore," the second added. "You are our last hope," the third concluded. "It's not that I don't want to help you. I simply cannot continue to do so." Bao Qiuanxing responded helplessly. "I only have this noodle stall. How can I sustain you indiscriminately? Let me ask you, do you even remember how much you owe me?" "We do," the first giant replied, awkwardly. 78 bowls of noodles, 41 steamed buns, and 219 pancakes, the second giant stammered as he calculated. "In total, that amounts to 2,695 light coins." The third giant lowered his head even further. Bao Qiuanxing was taken aback by this revelation. He had never kept such meticulous accounts. Without pulling out his ledger, he wouldn't have known just how much these 3 owed him. "Wow, Brother Bao, You are quite the honest man to have allowed them to rack up such a debt. Who are they? Gan Guyu quietly remarked to Bao for him. Less than 3,000 light coins was hardly significant, but for a modest noodle stall, it represented a considerable sum. Bao looked at him with a curious expression. I think I might know who they are. The Gao family brothers. Legendary figures. Chapter 171. The legendary three brothers. Through Bao Da's whispered explanation, Gan Guyu finally understood why these three giants were regarded as legendary figures. The Gao family brothers, who had come to the Cipralo's Academy of Magic 2 years prior at their own expense, were still only second-tier mages at that time. Their first year at the Academy created quite a stir, primarily due to their prodigious appetites. Thanks to the Academy's provision of free meals, each of them consumed food equivalent to 10 ordinary individuals at every meal, frightening the dining hall staff. Throughout that year, the dining hall supervisor scarcely had a moment of peace. When the year concluded, however, the brothers' final examination scores were shockingly low, each scoring below 50, resulting in their expulsion. Yet their sub-50 scores sparked another wave of astonishment. As all three received a score of 0, it was said that their instructors had held back their ire, refraining from deducting points, which only highlighted the brothers' abysmal grasp of fundamental knowledge. During the combat assessment, even when pitted against equally matched opponents, they fared poorly, often only managing to win under overwhelming force. Consequently, their combat assessment scores were all single digits. However, astonishingly, their practical scores reached a maximum of 40. If they had earned this score by cultivating grains and engaging in work study, it would have been understandable. Yet it was revealed that they had acquired their scores by submitting a sufficient number of magical beasts. This outcome astonished some, with the Gao brothers' efficiency in hunting magical beasts, while others mocked them. They had surrendered so many magical beasts yet still faced expulsion. How foolish could they be? If they had sold those magical beasts to the Geely Trading Company, along with the magical crystals produced by the beasts, it would likely have sufficed for the three to re-enroll. This, however, was not entirely their fault, as the magical beasts were submitted throughout the academic year, while the final combat assessments and academic tests occurred in the last month of the year, making it challenging to predict their final grades. Nevertheless, many were puzzled, given the Gao brothers' efficiency in hunting magical beasts. Their performance in the combat assessment should not have been so dismal. Thus, rumors began circulating within the Academy regarding the dubious origins of the magical beasts they submitted. The most credible version of the rumor suggested that the three had ventured into the mountains and stumbled upon a massive conflict among the magical beasts, allowing them to return with a plethora of corpses. The wounds on the magical beasts they submitted, appearing more physical than magical, seemed to corroborate this theory. However, had the brothers left the Academy at that point, the rumors surrounding them would likely have ceased. Unexpectedly, in their second year, the brothers returned, this time with a selling contract from the Su Geely family. The Academy's dining hall was in for a rough time, as the Gao brothers had all advanced to the third tier, and their appetites skyrocketed. Each now consumed food equivalent to 20 ordinary mages. With the Academy's food supplies already strained, they could hardly withstand the brothers' voraciousness. Consequently, the Academy decreed that each brother could consume no more than 10 servings per meal. Left with no alternative, the Gao brothers consented, but when they couldn't fill their stomachs at the dining hall, they resorted to the southern market for sustenance. Initially, the community was quite accommodating, allowing the Gao brothers to incur debts for meals, promising to repay them after selling the magical beasts they hunted. If this arrangement continued, it might have been manageable. Since the day when the three brothers simultaneously ascended to the rank of fourth-tier magicians, their voracious appetites have become even more astonishing. Consequently, their expenses skyrocketed, leaving them in a state of financial distress, with their debts for meals accumulating rapidly, while the prospect of repayment seemed increasingly distant. Throughout that year, the brothers' academic performance was abysmal, with each of their scores remaining at an unremarkable 0. Although their combat assessments finally surpassed the 10-point mark, they still languished at the bottom among their peers of the same tier. Learning from their previous missteps, the brothers managed to settle all their debts before the end of the term. However, due to their excessive expenditures on food, their practical scores not only failed to achieve full marks, but also plummeted significantly to ASA result. The Gao brothers were once again expelled from the Magician Academy. Ordinarily, this would necessitate their reporting to the Su Geely family. Yet shortly after their arrival, they were unceremoniously dismissed. The reason was simple. Sustaining these three insatiable gluttons was simply not worth the investment. Having already lost their tuition fees, they could not afford to make another mistake. With nowhere else to turn, the Gao brothers returned to the vicinity of Ciperlo's city, wandering aimlessly due to their inability to pay tuition, occasionally hunting a few magical beasts to stave off hunger. Though this was merely a drop in the bucket, the vendors of the southern market extended them a line of credit for a while. But as the brothers' returns from their ventures into the mountains dwindled, they ultimately returned empty-handed from their last expedition, emerging grievously injured from the Ciperlo's mountains. After spending another sum to recuperate, they found themselves utterly bankrupt. The townsfolk had grown wary of these three gluttons, and over time, they became increasingly reluctant to extend further credit. Baquanxing, the one who had endured the longest among them, finally reached his breaking point, that I might occasionally provide you with a few meals, but you can't expect me to be your perpetual benefactor. After hearing the entire saga, Gan Guyu could only shake his head. Extending credit for food was a gesture of goodwill. Refusing to do so was simply a matter of principle. Everyone had done their utmost, and he had little more to say. After a moment of contemplation, he produced the scant few light coins he possessed and handed them to Baquanxing, saying, "Brother Baquan, please prepare a meal for them." Baquanxing was taken aback. "Brother, this? Consider it a token of goodwill." Gan Guyu replied with a gentle smile that he indeed had the means to assist the Gao brothers with their debts, yet he saw no reason to do so. Randomly dispensing charity to anyone he encountered would not fundamentally resolve their issues. He made the decision to use this modest sum to treat the three brothers to a meal, primarily because he had heard of their remarkable appetites. Otherwise, he would not have been moved to compassion. Surely a magician, with a modicum of effort, would not starve to death. Just then, he greeted Baquanxing and prepared to accompany Lina and Peipei to inspect the state of the cultivated fields. "They over there, capture them!" Unexpectedly, a group of individuals surged forward from a distance, surrounding the Gao brothers. Gan Guyu was momentarily taken aback and looked up at the three towering figures. To his surprise, the brothers remained motionless amidst the encirclement, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety. To onlookers, they appeared to be guilty of some transgression, their demeanor akin to that of wrongdoers caught in the act. Observing this, Gan Guyu furrowed his brow. Could it be that the brothers had pilfered food out of hunger? If they were now being apprehended and punished by the aggrieved party, it would be a case of just desserts. Chapter 172. Lafi Hmph. "You three have made me search high and low." A sinister voice broke through, parting the crowd surrounding the Gao brothers and allowing a young man to step forward. The brothers seemed unsurprised, looking at the young man with forlorn expressions, appearing somewhat at a loss. "Let us discuss how this matter will be resolved," the young man prompted when the brothers remained silent. Gauda hesitated for a moment before reluctantly speaking. "Young Master Lafi, we weren't hiding from you," Gao Air continued. "You've already scolded us and struck us. We promised we would repay your tuition once we were financially stable." Gao San, wearing a distressed expression, added, "Why must you persist in pressuring us? You speak as though it's easy." Lafi scolded, pointing at them. "Do you have any idea how much I've expended on you? You expect me to wait a decade or two for repayment? Enough of this nonsense. Pay up." But Gauda spread his hands that we currently, Gao Air said, his face filled with helplessness. "Indeed, we have no money." Gao Sen exclaimed anxiously. Lafi sneered, "No money, but you have other means to settle your debts." The faces of the Gao brothers changed dramatically, and they quickly shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, No way, young Master Lafi. That's our lifeline. We truly cannot part with it. Whether you can or not is for me to decide." Lafi bellowed, commanding those around him, "Seize what's around their necks." The crowd surged forward at his command. The Gao brothers immediately huddled together, refusing to fight back, determined to protect the items hanging around their necks. The crowd initially attempted to pry them apart, but it soon escalated to punches and kicks. The brothers, towering in stature, seemed quite resilient, and after a flurry of strikes, the attackers found their efforts ineffective that a couple of magicians among them even began chanting spells, preparing to employ magic against the fiercely defensive Gao brothers. At that moment, several bursts of fire erupted unexpectedly from the Gao brothers, scattering their assailants, some of whom suffered minor injuries due to their lack of strength. That Lafi's fury erupted, You bastards! How dare you injure my men? Ha ha ha, little brother. Are you blind? Can't you see who struck first? A voice called from behind the Gao brothers, and Lina stepped forward, pushing past the still-dazed brothers. Laffy squinted. Beautiful lady, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Do you know who I am? I don't know who you are, nor do I wish to involve myself in this matter. However, my master rarely asks for my assistance, so I must oblige him. Lina replied, a playful smile on her lips. Master. Laffy was momentarily taken aback as he saw Gan Guyu approach and stand beside Lina. Then a master? Lina's subordinates, including Bakwin, were left agape. They recognized Gan Guyu's status must be significant, presumably superior to Lina's. Yet they had no idea the two were actually in a master-servant relationship. Bakwin blinked several times, realizing that the individual he casually referred to as Big Brother was indeed the true leader of the Big Sister. Laffy fixed his gaze on Gan Guyu, his expression unfriendly. And who might you be? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is whether young Master Laffy is using the pretext of debt collection to engage in opportunistic robbery. Gan Guyu replied with a calm smile. You're after the treasures of these three gluttons as well. Laffy retorted with a cold laugh. But let me remind you, one must have the means to claim treasures, or else they may bring about their own demise. Gan Guyu was momentarily startled, then chuckled in realization. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the treasures on the Gao brothers are likely worth far more than the tuition fees you previously sponsored. Laffy's expression shifted, turning cold. That I'll give you one last chance. Take your lovely lady and roll back to your bed. Don't interfere here, or you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, Lina nudged Gan Guyu with her elbow, laughing rather than fuming. You little rascal, it seems your first impression is that of a lecher. Those whose minds are clouded by lust naturally think of such trivialities. Gan Guyu scoffed, turning back to Laffy. Young Master Laffy, it stands to reason that you sponsored these three to study at the academy, and they were to serve you in return. That was the nature of your previous agreement. Now, due to their excessive appetites, you have voluntarily relinquished your rights, which means they owe you nothing. Given that they have graciously pledged to repay your sponsorship in the future, what reason do you have to continue pursuing them? Laffy was momentarily speechless, and Lina seized the opportunity to interject. Surely the Sujali family wouldn't engage in such unscrupulous business practices, would they? Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. That's right. The Big Sister is absolutely correct. The onlookers began to murmur their agreement with Lina's words, causing Laffy's expression to darken. The reputation the Sujali family had built over millennia was far too important, serving as a shackle around their necks. However, with a glint in his eye, Laffy quickly retorted, Who says I no longer want them? Gao San, you will return with me to serve as my attendant magicians. If young Master Laffy wishes to backtrack. It is not without possibility, Gan Guyu remarked, seemingly having anticipated Laffy's response, a playful smile gracing his face. But I wonder how the Gao brothers feel about that. If young Master Laffy truly wishes for us three brothers to return, Gao paused for a long moment before quietly replying. We would naturally be willing, even if it means we still want to have enough to eat. Gao continued. It's just that we worry young Master Laffy may not genuinely want us back as attendants, but rather seeks to seize our treasures. Gao San stated bluntly. Nonsense. Laffy immediately retorted. You are making malicious conjectures. I believe their concerns are quite justified. Interrupted Gan Guyu loudly. Why not have Master Laffy make a public commitment in the name of Suji Li, vowing not to covet their treasures, but rather to protect them? The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles and began to cheer. That's a splendid idea. I find it absolutely necessary. Haha, Master Laffy, do you dare to make such a promise? Laffy's complexion shifted from pale to flush, and after several labored breaths, he exclaimed, When I undertake my affairs, it is not for an obscure little wretch like you to dictate. If you continue to hinder my servant from teaching you a lesson, I shall include you in that lesson. Hearing this, Lina scoffed coldly. I am eager to see whether the illustrious Suji Li retains any semblance of dignity when riled. A streak of azure light flashed as Pei approached, her wand in hand, glaring menacingly at Laffy. The earlier remarks made by him regarding a beautiful lady had deeply offended her. Following closely behind were Bauda and others, observing the unfolding scene. Bao Quanxing quietly stepped forward, but Rafi's expression darkened instantly. Today, he had hastily gathered his men upon discovering the whereabouts of the Gao brothers, most of whom were mere attendants, with few actual mages among them. In terms of strength, it appeared his side was at a disadvantage. He forced a laugh and said, "Well, let's keep things civil." But before he could finish, a vine whip struck out suddenly. Chapter 173. The Hardship of the Leader. Previously, although Bao had called Gan Guyu boss many times, he had never taken it seriously that in his heart, the formidable Lina was the true leader he respected. After all, Gan Guyu's strength paled in comparison to his. Moreover, Lina's other lackeys had never regarded Gan Guyu as a threat, merely allowing him to save face. Did he possess some notable status? Our leader had once stated that he was one of her subordinates. However, today, everyone's perceptions were shattered. Lina publicly acknowledged that she was indeed a servant to Gan Guyu. Could it be that Gan Guyu was also a young master of a certain family? And Lina had entered the Mage Academy with his sponsorship after signing a contract of servitude. It must be said that while their guesses were not entirely accurate, they were not far from the truth. Yet, if that were all, no one would find it particularly strange, nor would they hold Gan Guyu in high regard. But if he single-handedly struck down a group of opponents, that would certainly change the narrative. Just as Lina had previously repelled the crowd with her fire ring, Gan Guyu's attack came as a complete surprise, catching Rafi utterly unaware that, of course, he could not have sensed it, for Gan Guyu did not chant. Merely raising his hand as the advanced version of the entwining vine struck forward. Gan Guyu's strategy was to subdue the enemy's mages first, with Rafi being his primary target. Mages were forbidden from attacking ordinary people, even though the other side had initiated hostilities. Gan Guyu refrained from using excessive force, opting instead to ensnare them with his magical vines. The battle commenced, and it quickly turned into a one-sided affair. Although Gan Guyu's side seemed to boast a larger number. Only he had actively engaged, while his opponents lay scattered. Rafi's accompanying mages were sent flying by the vine whips, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, one nearly colliding with a vendor's stall. Rafi, clad in seemingly powerful defensive enchantments, was merely propelled backward several steps before he managed to regain his balance. Pepe was only a half-beat slower than Gan Guyu, instantaneously conjuring a water jet. Observing this, Lina immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Strike the drowning rat!" Bao and the others behind her finally emerged from their astonishment at Gan Guyu's display and began chanting spells. Perhaps realizing Rafi's formidable defense, they concentrated their firepower on him, leaving Rafi's mages momentarily ignored. Struggling to rise, they could only gaze blankly at the scene before them. Appearing quite flustered, one among them glanced at the chaos and, deciding it was best, feigned unconsciousness. The others quickly followed suit. Hearing the incantations, Rafi's soul nearly fled in terror. If he faced any of these individuals alone, he doubted they could breach his defenses, but a group of mages launching a coordinated attack was not as simple as the sum of their parts. Qualitative change would arise from quantitative accumulation. Escape, this was his first thought. Too late. This was his second thought. Thus, he hastily retrieved a scroll of beast hide from his storage ring, activating it at lightning speed, unleashing a wave of magical energy. In the next moment, a kaleidoscope of magic erupted forth. Boom, crash, the clash of magic whipped up a tempest, threatening to topple the surrounding stalls. Fortunately, most of the vendors were mages themselves, quickly springing into action to protect their wares. Yet the magical light and shadows did not dissipate with the collision. Instead, they grew even more brilliant. Gan Guyu caught sight of this, gasping softly, and his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Be careful! Defend yourselves!" Those dazzling lights sped towards Gan Guyu and his companions, unmistakably the magic they had just cast against Rafi. Everyone, including Pepe, momentarily lost their focus, while Lina raised her wand high, launching a series of fireballs in an attempt to intercept. Gan Guyu quickly followed suit, conjuring layered water shields to envelop his group. Any mage with a modicum of knowledge realized that the spell Rafi had activated was a 7th-tier ice magic. Ice Mirror. This scroll was undoubtedly Rafi's prized possession for self-preservation. IT could summon a mirror that would reflect all attacks below the 7th tier back to the caster. While the crowd had focused their efforts on Rafi, the rebound of the magic dispersed their combined power. Various spells struck Gan Guyu's water shields, akin to a downpour being blocked by an umbrella. Most of the magic was extinguished along with the water shield, and any that managed to penetrate was unlikely to inflict significant damage on the mages. Rafi remained standing, albeit with his chest heaving, feeling the lingering dread. Before Gan Guyu could speak, he shouted, You are outnumbering me. Just wait. I will make sure to tear you limb from limb next time." With that, he disregarded everyone and turned to flee. The mages accompanying Rafi, seeing they were ignored, stealthily got up to make their retreat. As for the ordinary attendants, they were still entangled with the magical vines. However, it was no longer simply a matter of Rafi leaving at will. Countless vines erupted from the ground before him, lunging at him as if alive. Rafi barely managed to cast a third-tier spell, Ice Spike Assault, severing a few vines before being ensnared by the oncoming army of magical vines. Gan Guyu approached Rafi with hands clasped behind his back, a malicious smile gracing his lips. "Master Rafi, limb from limb? If you have the guts, kill me." Rafi gritted his teeth in fury. "Why would I want to kill you?" Lena retorted with a cold laugh, stepping forward to bind him securely with the beast-binding rope aided by the vines. "I merely need to hang Master Rafi at the southern gate of the academy for all to see for a few days. And perhaps adorn your neck with a sign that reads, 'A disgrace of exceedingly.' What do you think?" One's dignity is paramount, and Rafi's face turned ashen, his lips twitching before he finally said, "Fine, I will agree. As long as you spare me from now on, the Gao brothers and I shall have no further dealings. There will still be connections." Gan Guyu nodded with a smile. "They promised to refund your tuition." "To hell with the tuition. I never want to see those buffoons again." Rafi cursed vehemently. "Hurry and release me. Does Master Rafi truly keep his word? You want to be seeking revenge on the Gao brothers, or us later? Will you?" Gan Guyu replied with a faint smile. Rafi glared at Gan Guyu for a long moment in silence before he bitterly declared, "People of Exceedingly keep their word. You foul hag. Untie me." Gan Guyu turned to leave, not forgetting to quietly remind, "Still need to be wary of his shameless retaliation. I certainly do not wish to serve as your meat shield again." As he walked back, Bauda immediately approached, a look of reverence on his face. "You worked hard, boss." Behind him, Lena's followers echoed, "You worked hard, boss." Chapter 174. Clearing Suspicions. The heartfelt call of boss caught Gan Guyu off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lena, having dispatched Rafi, pointed at the group with a teasing smile. "Ha ha! Look at you all, so quickly turning traitorous." The crowd, a bit embarrassed, burst into laughter. Bauda protested. "You are the big sister, and he is the boss. There is no conflict there." Exactly. The boss is also the big sister's boss. Referring to the big sister's boss as boss does not betray her. The crowd erupted into another round of laughter. Gan Guyu merely smiled faintly and turned to Pei and Lena, saying, "Let us depart. Having delayed for so long, if we do not visit our fields now, we shall surely miss the opportunity today." Thus, a group of individuals set forth grandly towards the southern fields. Not long after, the once bustling noodle stall was left with only Bao Quanxing and the focal point of the earlier conflict, the three brothers of the Gao family. After bidding farewell to Gan Guyu and his entourage, Bao Quanxing returned to his stall to resume his work. Meanwhile, the three Gao brothers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend their current predicament. Gauda gazed in the direction where Gan Guyu had departed. Remarking, "It seems," Gao looked at Gauda and said, "We." Gao Sen fixated on his own instep and pondered, "Have we been forgotten? You, venerable elder, stood up for us, clashed with the Su Jili family, and ultimately rescued us. Yet without a word, you concealed your merits and departed." Observing the Gao brothers' perplexed expressions, Bao Quanxing, while kneading the dough, murmured to himself, "He didn't even leave his name before departing. He certainly does not want you to think that he saved you for some treasure of yours. If you wish to express your gratitude, you ought to hurry." The three brothers of the Gao family suddenly realized and hastily pursued, calling in unison, "Wait a moment." The group led by Gan Guyu was not moving quickly, and the Gao brothers soon caught up. Gan Guyu felt as though the sky had been completely obscured, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Aren't you hungry? Why did you come out instead of eating noodles?" The three brothers immediately bowed, saying, We are deeply grateful for your righteous rescue, but we have yet to inquire about your name, young sir. Gan Guyu waved his hand. No need for thanks. I merely could not tolerate the actions of that Lafi. As for you, perhaps you should contemplate how to earn a living, with a little diligence. How could a magician ever go hungry? In truth, Gan Guyu did not wish to avoid suspicion, but rather held a certain disdain for these three brothers. They were able-bodied magicians, yet relied on borrowed food to survive. They were not the sort he wished to befriend. He had already shown kindness by treating them to noodles, and intervening against Lafi was purely out of his own indignation. As for saving the Gao brothers, it was merely incidental. Upon hearing this, the Gao brothers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning bitter. Gao shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "It appears there is some misunderstanding regarding us." "Young sir," Gao explained, "we three are not idle. We simply have large appetites and seldom feel satiated." Gao San lamented, "Thus we find it difficult to muster any enthusiasm." Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu curled his lip, saying, "Perhaps the food is insufficient, yet there are low-tier magical beasts scattered throughout the mountains. If you were to hunt a couple, wouldn't that suffice for a hearty meal? I have heard you are all fourth-tier magicians. Surely, you are not incapable of achieving this like ordinary folk." Gao Da wore a look of grievance. "Young sir, you may not be aware, but each of us now requires a bag of food per meal." Gao appeared despondent. However, the meat of low-tier magical beasts is often unbearably gamey. Eating a little is tolerable, but consuming it daily in such quantity is quite unbearable. Gao San seemed to recall some unpleasant experience. Grimacing as he said, "In truth, we are also trying to eat more meat. Yet if we were to dine solely on that every day, it becomes quite intolerable. With an empty stomach, we cannot even contend with many magical beasts." Alas! In the end, the three brothers sighed in unison. Gan Guyu was taken aback by their words, realizing there was indeed this factor at play, that he himself was someone who could scarcely consume half a pound of meat in a single meal. Having never experienced such a predicament, that as for the gamey taste, he possessed ample means to neutralize it with ingredients like Sichuan pepper and ginger. Thus he nodded, "Very well, it seems I have wronged you. My name is Gan Guyu, hailing from the Forest of Nature." The Forest of Nature! Not only did the three brothers of the Gao family look astonished, but even Bao Da and the others gasped in surprise. "Is that the birthplace of the nature mages?" Gao Da's eyes widened. "Is that the place where grains, vegetables, and fruits abound, ensuring that everyone can have their fill?" Gao Er's mouth hung open. "Is that the land of beautiful women, the land of daughters?" Gao San licked his lips that a chorus of dry coughs ensued around them. "If there is no other forest of nature upon the Xianhuang Continent," Gan Guyu shrugged, "then it is undoubtedly the place you speak of. Was that magic we witnessed truly the legendary vine entanglement?" Bao Da pressed for clarification. Gan Guyu shrugged once more, prompting a stir among the crowd, that if previously Lina's subordinates had held great reverence for Gan Guyu's prowess, they now regarded him with an added sense of admiration. If the reputation of the Geely Trading Company would echo through the ages, then the nature mages of the Forest of Nature could be said to be immortalized in legend. Should the Forest of Nature also have a mechanism to support common mages in entering the Cypros Mage Academy, it was likely that the four great mage families would find their business significantly diminished. "Brothers," Bao Da glanced at his companions with a self-deprecating smile. "It seems we have unintentionally hitched our wagon to a fortunate star?" The group fell silent for a moment, exchanged glances, and then broke into sheepish laughter. Seeing this, Lina chided playfully, "You bunch of ingrates." Yet, she too joined in the laughter with her subordinates. "I thought so," Bao Da exclaimed in realization. "I was puzzled as to why I did not see the beauty in the sacred tree attire at this year's opening ceremony. It turns out the Forest of Nature has changed its uniform." This year's opening ceremony saw the grand debut of our esteemed leader, Miss Pei Pei, and the illustrious Miss Yin, which secretly delighted me that I am acquainted with all three of these beauties, and two of them know me. A voice emerged from behind Lina, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. Gan Guyu shook his head and hastily beckoned everyone to continue moving forward. The Gao brothers had previously toiled in the southern outskirts, and although their efforts had ended in utter failure, they were more familiar with this land than anyone present, thus taking on the role of guides. Yet unexpectedly, as they soon approached a vast expanse of wilderness. They encountered a true guide. "Ah, Master Gan Guyu, Miss Pepe, Miss Lena, we meet again." A slender old man, clad only in a tank top and shorts, suddenly emerged from the side, startling both Lena and Pepe. Gan Guyu, however, pointed at him with a laugh, exclaiming, "Ha, old George,